Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for being with us. And welcome to one of our flagship programs, the Bengal Chamber Marketing and Brand Conclave, Influence of Influencers in Marketing Today. Before we proceed, I would like to express the Bengal Chamber's sincere gratitude to our chief patron, JIS Group, our title partner, Tata Steel, in association with Century Plyboards India Limited, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and IndusNet Technologies, also called INT. Exclusive media partner, The Telegraph. Our co-partners, Berger Paints India Limited, Shalimar Chemical Works Private Limited, Hint, and Quaker Houghton. Our outdoor partner, Selwell One. FMCG partner, Fortune Oils and Adani Wilmar Limited. Thank you all for extending your kind support for making this conclave happen. We have a very exciting day ahead, and we will have audience questions, and there will be exciting prizes which are to be won. And we will simultaneously run a contest on social media as well. And to give out the detail, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vikas Rao from Interactive Avenues. Vikas, welcome on stage for a quick brief. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await an engaging and knowledgeable session, hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we await an engaging and knowledgeable session filled with remarkable insights from thought leaders shaping the evolving landscape of influencer marketing and delving into the future of content creation, let's make sure we all get involved in the action. This isn't just about listening and learning. It's about participating, sharing, and showcasing your thoughts and ideas. And we've got some exciting engagement activities lined up to make that happen. In years, how we can get involved and stand a chance to win fantastic prizes. To begin with, contest number 1, share your insights and win the mega prize. Throughout the conclave, share your key learnings, observation, and thoughts on social media. Use hashtag BCC and I, Influence of Influencers. Make sure you tag Bengal Chamber on X and on LinkedIn at the rate BenCham1833. The most relevant and insightful post will win the mega prize. Your reflection might just set you apart, so don't hold back. Moving on to contest number 2, get ready to flex your knowledge. We've got some thrilling pop quizzes, one during the pre-lunch session and the other following the final panel discussion. Each quiz will have 3 questions based on today's session and discussions. Raise your hand, be the first to reply with correct answers, and get rewarded for your speed and knowledge. Last and certainly not the least, we have something I would definitely be participating. Contest number 3, the Influencer Post Challenge. Here's how it works. We have curated a list of fun influencer-themed sessions like Best Selfie, Candid Shots of the Day, Best Group Photo. Take your photos using these themes and upload them on LinkedIn with the hashtag, again, BCCNI, Influence of Influencers. The most liked photos will decide the winners to back exciting gift hamper sponsored by Fortune Foods. So bring on your best poses and let likes roll in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now let's gear up for an exciting day ahead and the session to follow. Thank you, and let's dive in. And I'm all here. If you need any help, please do reach out to me. I'm Vikas Rao. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. I would now like to welcome Mr. Ono Basu, President, the Bengal Chamber, and Advisory Leader, PwC, to deliver the welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shonali. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, members. This is indeed a great opportunity to really interact, learn from each other. The highly anticipated marketing and brand conclave, something the Chamber hosts every year. And this is really dedicated to exploring and learning together about the latest trends in marketing and brand building. If you look at the topic today, the influence of influencers in marketing, quite a tongue twister sometimes, but as we all know, the marketing landscape today has undergone a profound transformation. And over the last few years, what we have seen is one of the most significant forces driving this change has been the rise of influencers. These individuals have become trusted voices. They shape perceptions they drive trends and inspire our buying decisions. And they do that across varying industries. In today's world, these influencers have become so powerful that they can connect brands with their audiences in ways that traditional advertising would simply not be able to reach. India is the largest market of social media influencers, as many of you would know. It has a combined reach of, I am being told, 460 million. 43% of the brands prefer to work with micro-influencers who have less than 100K followers on Instagram. According to a study by the Influencer Marketing Hub, more organizations in the future will use micro-influencers in their advertising campaigns, and India has an estimated 73 million social media influencers, second only to the US. As per the survey, 70% of the brand's social media campaigns include influencer endorsements. And there are more than 60,000 active Indian influencers on Instagram who work with brands to promote them through their social media accounts. And to discuss this in detail and take this forward, this conclave brings together some of the brightest minds, thought leaders, and pioneers in this field. The conclave will cover how influencers are reshaping brand storytelling, redefining consumer engagement, and creating new avenues for businesses to thrive. We will be exploring, along with the esteemed speakers, the mechanics of influencer marketing, its challenges, its ethical considerations, and most importantly, its enormous potential for brands of all sizes. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers and panelists who have graciously agreed to share their expertise and knowledge and experiences with us today. Your insights will no doubt be invaluable to us as we navigate this exciting, rapidly changing world. I encourage you all to take full advantage of these conversations as well as the networking opportunity this conclave gives you. I'm definitely looking at it as a learning opportunity to learn more about influencers. Thank you once again for being here. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring day at the Marketing and Brand Conclave of the Bengal Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Anup Hoon, Chairperson, Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to set the context of the program.
Good morning. A welcome from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and more particularly the Brand and Marketing Committee. First of all, let me thank all the speakers who have agreed to come. Some of them have traveled from outstation. Saturdays are always challenging. There are family commitments. It's the workspace balance that you talk about. So we have disturbed it to an extent. But I hope at the end of the day, you benefited enough so that the equation or the balance sheet looks fairly okay. I must thank Arnob for having said all that I should have said. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to start with two experiences, because I think the biggest learner is that. Many years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, my wife used to, have these videos on YouTube videos and looking at recipes from Ranveer Barar. Somehow I'm a foodie. I look like one. Also, I like to know the history of food and how it evolved and all that goes behind it. So slowly I got hooked on to Ranveer Barar myself. And what we classically call, I became a follower. But I'm one among the 4.5 million followers that he has. So one of the latest videos at that point in time, one day I switched it on to see it. And somewhere down the line, while it's a cook show, so he's looking for coriander. And he says, oh God, I've run out of coriander. Oh, don't worry, I'll just get it. And then, he calls for it and says, it's going to be here in 9 minutes. And cut 2 frames. And there is this man from Swiggy, Instamart, holding the coriander. And Ranveer says, wow, 9 minutes precisely. And it's fresh. From that day on till today, right, we use Instamart. Because I trust it. the influencer. I trust what Ranveer says. I'm a follower of his. Okay. So if you look at a service which is being promoted by him, it is by faith in the influencer which made me decide. Let me give you a second one which is there. So this is about 2 years ago, maybe a little more than that. Watching television, and I see this Century laminates from Century Ply, and I see Manish Malhotra, and I say, hang on, what is he doing here? And then the tagline reads, fashion for your furniture. I said, really? Does it work like that? A few moments later, I go into my bedroom, I look at my almaras, which I've been very proud of because they were pure teak wood, and I used to boast about the kind of teak wood I bought, and I keep looking at the almaras and said, are they in fashion? And for a moment, I realized Manish Malhotra had actually done something to me. So that's how influencers work. 90% of us sitting in this room who are associated with marketing realize that we do need these influencers. Way back, when I began my career, I began in the paint industry, so the painter was the influencer that you really talked about. But that's been a 50-year-old journey, and see how it has all evolved. Today, it is a strategic input, a need of the hour, and I think all brands, products, and services need to recognize and do recognize the role of influencers. It is that trust which the brand leverages, right, to resonate with the audience, right? And it is that trust which moves the target audience or the follower to look at your brand, right? So they have a huge role to play. So all of a sudden, a few years ago, people started talking about content creators. We have a few of them here with us today. And you realize the kind of role that they've begun to play. Then the consumption of content, it has changed. And consumer behavior has also changed similarly, right? We used to talk about the knowledge era and now into the data era. I think all of us get to recognize that our own behaviors as consumers keep changing, right? So when I look back as to how I would have bought something maybe 10 years ago to how I bought it 2 years ago and what I would be doing today, are going to be dramatically different things, right? So the day is intended really for the marketing professional to actually understand this whole dynamics of influencers. The way we've set this program today, so we have somebody who opens it out for you, who handles brands, and across a platform of medias, right, works for brands to communicate, build their brand positions, etc. We then have a session which is very interesting because, building influencer equity. People talk about brand equity, okay, but there's something called building influencer equity, okay? And, it's the theory of reverse obligation. So if I build your equity, I'm scratching your back, right? The least I can expect from you is scratch mine also, right? But that's how it works. And, while that will be shared, it's indeed something which is going a long, long way. And a number of brands are doing that. We then have a very exciting session. We have content creators and we have somebody from the OTT platforms, right, in a panel discussion. After that, we have a session which actually takes you a journey for somebody who's actually experienced influencer marketing in the consumer space, in FMCG, in fashion, and then on to paints. So, when he actually talks, you'll realize how the consumer is behaving and responding, because he does use paints, he does get involved in fashion, and he is an FMCG consumer. So, okay. We then come to a panel which is from the brand point of view. So let's look at how brands are handling it, and that's where most of us would be sitting. I'm sure there will be a lot of gain to the individual who actually wants to look at influencer marketing in that positive space and how it is going to evolve and what it is going to hold in the future. Shondali has told you about, all the excitement about your participation. I'm sure you're going to enjoy the day. And thank you very much, the audience, for being here with us. And it's your coming here which encourages us. 14 years have gone and many more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Dudeja, CEO FCB Interface, to deliver the opening keynote address. It would be interesting to hear from Mr. Dudeja perspectives from an end-to-end solution provider. With over 23 years in the industry, Mr. Dudeja brings the expertise of building and leading high-performing marketing communications team. Under his leadership, the agency has turned fully hybrid with a full suite of end-to-end new age capabilities under influencer marketing, studio and production for volumetric video content and full funnel creative solutions that are being deployed over 50% of Interface's clients. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you to Mr. Anup for inviting me for the session. Am I audible? Yeah, super. Thank you once again for inviting me for the session. I was very curious when I got the invite because I say this to a lot of my clients, I say this to talent, I say this to my colleagues, I say this to the young people. No, I don't want the slide, so it's okay. Just a second. I say this to a lot of the talent I meet. I'm not born in the digital era, right? I started my career when I perhaps didn't even have an Orkut account. Do people remember Orkut in this room? Yeah. So for me and for a lot of people, I would assume in this room, digital and all the conversations we are about to do today are an acquired competency, right? It's not a competency we've grown up with. So I was very curious, but all the curiosity that I have been invited and a little bit of trepidation didn't stop me even for a second before saying yes. I remember the conversation. I got a call late evening and he said, this is the topic, and I instantly said yes. All I had to do was look at my calendar and am I free on that day, even though it meant traveling from Bombay. So the reason why I instantly said yes is because in the last 5-6 years, when we've been having these conversations with our clients, with our brand partners, with our creative people, what we are seeing, that this space has become so tangential, it has become so dynamic and so experimentative that frankly, all rules of marketing, all rules of associations, all rules of collaborations are being bent today, right? Yes, there is authenticity that influencers bring to the table. Yes, there is trust, as Mr. Anup said, that they bring to the table. But even that is undergoing a massive, massive shift, right? And I was like, if here is a space where something crazy is happening every second day, every different month we see a collaborations where rules are being rewritten, so how wrong can I be when we have stuff like, sorry, can the presentation come up? How wrong can I be talking to an audience when we see an influencer, a fictional influencer called Ganji Chudel being taken by a new age brand called Nykaa, which is a brand that stands for personal care and beauty, right? Do we know this, this association in this room? If not, then I'm happy to have opened the session with this, because I would encourage you to look at this collaboration. It started in here's a piece of content that came up in September. Ganji Chudel is a fictional influencer. It's created by a company called Mazedar Kahaniyan. She's got 80,000 followers. And yes, she may not be the most trusted, but she's clearly extremely entertaining, right? And it doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense. She doesn't look pretty, so a beauty brand shouldn't speak to her. She's bald, and the content that is put out is almost cringe, right? The content that's put out is 2D animation. We have seen animation take leaps and bounds, right? We've seen the days of Avatar and, all the latest crafty pieces of content where animation is at another level. So here is 2D animation comic book storytelling, right? But here is a fictional influencer which Nykaa found value in collaborating with. Now the jury is out on how good this piece of collaboration was. There is an equal body of people out there, experts out there, who are questioning this content from the name called Chudail in this sensitive world where we have to and rightly sensitive world, right? I'm not saying it's a right word, it's a wrong word. In the days where conversations around body shaming are there, they are calling her Ganji, right? But there are people who are consuming this content. There are brands who are putting this out. There were 11 million views in a single day that Nykaa got, and it led to more such pieces of content. Right today, YouTube has gone to Neena Gupta, who has been made to act like her. So there is a piece of content which you will see if you Google Neena Gupta and YouTube. They have dressed her up as this character, right? So the point I'm trying to say here is that there are no rules to the game, right? As a keynote speaker, I'm meant to set the tone, I'm meant to put a framework, I'm meant to guide the session with the right ways to go about this. And I want to start by saying that this way the space is evolving, the way brands are seeing success, right? In this world of massively short attention span, if Nykaa got 11 million views and another brand called YouTube picked it up, Netflix tied up with her, then clearly there are no rules, because if you apply a rule book of data, if you apply the rule book of association, if you apply the rule book of sensitivity, this content and this collaboration should not have happened. It happened, more of this is happening, right? Disclaimer, I'm not a paid influencer here by Mazedar Kahaniyan. Second disclaimer, I'm not threatened by this character. Third disclaimer, Nykaa is not an FCB client, right? So this is not our piece of work. I'm not saying what is good, what is wrong. The point I'm trying to make here is that there are no rules. What is guiding a lot of success today, a lot of attention today, is creativity, is bravery, right? There is data to guide us, but I think that the space is exploding with creativity and bravery, and I think that's what I want to encourage you all as I end my session. Not right now, I mean at the end of my session, if there are a couple of themes that I would like you to take away, is that creativity and bravery is what will guide success as much as data will guide success. That was for the serious reason why I put this content up. The second reason, of course, is it's a Saturday morning. For those of you who haven't got enough caffeine, I hope this woke you up. Yeah. So I'm moving to the topic and on to more serious points in my conversation. Influence of influencers in marketing today. When I read the theme, I also realized that there was a prefix to the theme which said evolution of influencer marketing. So I'm not going to cover too much about evolution. I'm sure a quick chat GPT or a Google search can tell you how this space has evolved. You don't need to come on a Saturday morning to listen to, opening session to know how the space has evolved so far. What I'm going to talk about is how this looks like, how the evolution looks like happening from here on, right? How do the next 5 years you can take a sort of a framework, a sort of guideline, right? Because it's a loose guideline, it's a loose framework. There are no hard rules, as I just said. We don't know how it will evolve. The kind of guidelines and framework and sort of nudges I'm going to give today, they may succeed, they may not succeed, but I'm sure that, back in the day when interesting pieces of influencer marketing collabs happened, there was no rule book either, right? But now it's really being torn to pieces. So I'm going to talk with a futuristic outlook. I'm going to talk about how the space can move from here on, right? And I'm going to start with the meaning of the word influencer, right? If you look at the traditional meaning, right? He's a person with the ability to influence potential buyers of a product or a service by promoting it and recommending the items, right? If that's who an influencer is, they've existed as long as advertising itself, right? I mean, Coca-Cola, Santa Claus had existed, but before 1931, Santa Claus, there were various versions of Santa Claus. He was also a scary Claus, right? There was a tall elf, right? And many, many versions, right? But in 1931, Coca-Cola commissioned an illustrator to create this version of Santa Claus, and we know what a powerful influencer this fictional character is. We know the amount of conversation, purchases are driven by this character almost 100 years later, right? Cadbury used in 1936 Charlie Chaplin, right? And it said two favorites in modern times, who was again, this is again a piece of influencer advertising, right? So what's the big deal now? I mean, why are we using this term called rise of influencers? They've been there, right? I think what's different and what Mr. Anup very, very rightly mentioned, internet has democratized influence, right? Today, influence is no more the domain of a powerful character created by Coca-Cola or Sachin Tendulkar or an MS Dhoni or Virat Kohli or Anushka Sharma, whoever. It is not a privilege of the few. Today, influence is in the hands of everyone, right? Anybody in this room inspired by the session today can put up a post. That post can get likes. Those likes can get comments. It can be shared. And in a small way, you all would have created influence in many ways, right? And the people you are seeing, you know, these people were not on the slide. These people were not known. They were not visible. They picked up a topic of their interest, of their passion. Ranveer Barar, who Mr. Anup spoke about, passionate about cooking, put out content which was authentic, gathered a bunch of followers, created a system of trust, and brands wanted to join on that, right? And what worked was that we saw a host of product reviews. I think the simplest form of influencer marketing was trusted, authentic, and candid product reviews. Where does trust come from? It doesn't come from, you know, knowing that a Virat Kohli or a Tendulkar has been paid millions of rupees to dress up nicely and in a very polished 30-second commercial, hold up Pepsi can and say nothing official about it or anything else, right? The trust comes from the fact that these people are recording it in their home. They are doing the product review using themselves. When a personal care product is being applied on the face of an influencer, she talks about how her skin feels, and she's dressed up in her morning look, morning outfit. It's not polished, it's not finished. It's a little bit, I would say, in the world of advertising, where we go to clients and say, let's spend crores of rupees on your film production. This is like shot on phone. That makes it authentic and that makes it candid, right? And that's what, you know, all the hype started, that the bridge of trust is formed between the brand and the consumer with the help of these influencers. Or is it, right? I think that is where the bubble started busting. I mean, here are two examples where neither were these pieces of content trusted, nor were they authentic, nor were they candid. I mean, Anushka Sharma, when she was hired by Google Pixel to talk about the camera quality, she posted on Twitter using her iPhone, right? And people could see that, people could question that, and the brand got trolled. Jio, so when Jio tied up with a bunch of influencers to tweet about the launch of Jio, everybody copy pasted the same two lines. Congratulations to the Jio family on this landmark day. This truly seems like the beginning of a digital India, hashtag celebrating Jio. From Sonakshi to Amitabh to Ritik to Sachin, everyone had the same two lines. Now, how can you post about it using the same words, same hashtag, you know, same exclamations, and brands could see that these are again paid. So the very reason that influencers became such a hot source of trust, such a dependable source of trust, you know, the same trust was being questioned when people saw these examples, and there are many such examples. Even you know, an example where someone like a Kusha Kapila or a Bhuvan Bam or a Biswa, you know, these are all comedy influencers today. When a brand approaches them to talk about their product, do unboxing or hold a piece of cosmetics, and they are not cracking a joke, they are not being funny about it, people question that. I'm not used to seeing Kusha Kapila talk like that. It clearly means that she's done those 30 seconds. She spent that 30, 40, 50 seconds of her time because she's paid, right? And that trust which made them so successful is the same reason today that us folks at agencies and brands are looking at ways to remodel, reshape, rewrite the rules to use influencers because either you are so authentic as what Swiggy Instamart did with Ranveer Barar, who genuinely needed coriander, perhaps that was stage 2, but it was done in a manner which looked so authentic, right? Unless you find ways of doing that, neither is it candid, nor is it authentic, nor is it trusted, right? So I believe that, and at FCB too, we are encouraging our clients to expand the narrow view of how influencers are being used, right? And here are some thoughts. Here are some thought provokers, which we use on almost on an everyday basis on our client briefs, in our client discussions, in solving marketing challenges. And I want to leave them here too, so that when you look at the next influencer marketing brief or the next piece of digital marketing, you are able to guide the creative process at your end too. First, does it have to be a product review? Do you have to send that box to the influencer, that car to the influencer, that piece of lipstick to the influencer, that phone, that box of paint? Do you have to get a finance influencer to open an account if you are a bank? Do you have to necessarily get the influencer to come across as a user of your product or a service, or can you do something different, right? And I'll share some examples on how you can break away from the mold of traditional product review. Can it sit across the funnel? I think we are all familiar about the marketing funnel, right? Top funnel, mid funnel, bottom funnel. I think where influencer marketing really took off is at the mid funnel. Mid funnel is where consideration is driven, when the specific attributes and the products that make it unique, that make it relevant for people, are being spoken by the influencer in an authentic way, right? Top funnel requires massive reach. Top funnel requires a lot of people to instantly get aware. Now, these influencers, they may have following, but it still cannot outreach what a traditional spend can. So top funnel is not being used effectively, so far. And bottom funnel, which is performance marketing, your 6-second pre-rolls, your SEM, right? Your search ads, which actually drive people to take an action. Go take that test drive. Go leave your data on a real estate website. So top funnel and bottom funnel are not effectively areas where influencers have had an impact so far. I would encourage you to question it, and I'll show you examples on how a good influencer marketing collab can sit across the funnel and not just at the mid funnel. Can we hold it to measurable KPIs? I think this is a very, very hotly debated topic. The time that I have today, I wouldn't be able to address it in great detail. The quick answer is yes. The how is very complex. I think if you use them for specific objectives in a specific manner, the answer is yes, but there is a greater science to it, which I believe the data session today will throw a lot of light on. Who is an influencer, right? I would have not imagined somebody like a Ganji Chudel to be an influencer. I would have never imagined a vigilante to be an influencer. Vigilante is something who was created by HDFC, and I'm going to show that case to you. So influencers can be created. Influencers can be people who are absolutely unexpected. Influencer following need not be a measure of the number of followers that influencer has today. Can they if somebody can put out meaningful content, if someone can put out content that looks authentic, candid, genuine, and have an impact, you can create that influencer today. And lastly, how brave can we be? So I'm going to take you through 5 examples today. These are through videos, so the session will be light. And I'm going to tell you how all of these, I would say, experimentative and expanded use of influencers has helped brand and marketing teams. So the first example is a very recent one. We handle Mahindra's, we've recently launched the Born electric vehicles for Mahindra. We are the agency for them. So let's just take a look at the rage that our social timelines were throwing at us, rage in a positive way, the hysteria around the car. Now, of course, it's a truly outstanding product, but for every third reel in at least my algorithm to be of a Mahindra BEV vehicle being reviewed by the influencers, it did things which I don't see a lot of other collabs having done for brands. So I'm going to just play this video.
अब हमें टेस्ला की कोई जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि महिंद्रा ने सिर्फ 19 लाख रुपए में उससे तगड़ी कार लॉन्च कर दी है।
ऑलमोस्ट लैम्बोर्गिनी उरुस एंड साइबर ट्रक जैसे इंस्पिरेशन।
XEV9 आपको बताते हैं इनका बड़ा डिफरेंस क्या क्या है।
तू चले जहां जहां पर दिल मेरा झुके वहां पर मुझसे ही।
रेंज 500 किलोमीटर्स प्लस है, 20 to 80% चार्जिंग इन 20 मिनट्स।
ये टार्ज़न तमन्ना कर नहीं है और ना ही मैं अजय देवगन।
Very different tires, much larger than the regular EVs.
और इसे तो स्क्रैच से डिजाइन किया गया टू बी एन इलेक्ट्रिक।
ये टेस्ला की तरह ऑटो पार्क भी हो जाती है और की से आप उसे आगे पीछे भी कर सकते हो।
XEV9 की कीमत है 21,90,000 रुपए एक्स शोरूम।
और ये पार्टी ट्रिक्स जो हैं अपनी गाड़ियों में लेकर आ गए हैं। देख रहे हो डिस्को की जैसे डांस करती है।
बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन, मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन।
Connectivity, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, 5G, all in.
This is me, Rohan Richard, trying to have a nap here.
दिल बोले बूम बूम।
So car reviews are not new. So you must be wondering why I have put this up here. I think what made this extremely successful was that there were more than 200 reels, 10 to 15 seconds, which were being put up by more than 100 influencers who were part of the event Media Drive, right? So each of them, and some of them have 20-minute reviews, 25-minute reviews, but the brand team and the FCB team, when we work with them to create short 10-15 second format, the Insta timelines of people who are interested in these cars or not even interested in buying the car may not have searched, but the timelines were flooded, absolutely flooded. The theme we gave to Mahindra for this launch was Unlimited Love. And I think that with these repetitive 10-second, 15-second reels, videos, people got unlimited reasons to love the car. Today, we are getting queries in the showrooms where customers are walking in talking about that feature, that वो disco feature वाला जो है गाड़ी, वो कब आ रहा है, वो जो auto park हो जाता है, you are not even in the car. So, you know, in a way, what has happened is that it was brochureization in reels, right? Today, nobody has a time to go through a physical brochure. We created a brochure in 100 reels, right? And drove massive top of the funnel awareness. The car is not available in showrooms. The ad is not something which Mahindra spent a lot of time on. We created a beautiful 60-second commercial with this track called Boom Boom. It's called Unlimited Love. People may have seen it, may not have seen it. But I bet you that everyone has seen these reels and have found limitless reasons to love the car. So here is a brand doing top of the funnel awareness, using more than 100 influencers, putting 200 reels all in a single day, all in one day, right? So of course, the preparation took a lot of time, but this content was put up in a single day. So this is top of the funnel awareness. Now something which is very different, bottom of the funnel, right? I'm going to play the case and then talk about it.
Hero MotoCorp set us a huge task in the festive season 2024. Selling 15 lakh vehicles in 32 days in the festive period, when every single category and brand is jostling for share of mind and share of wallet. So how did we win the festive battle? We tapped into the truest cultural insight, our belief in auspiciousness. We understood that Indians believed that items bought during auspicious times serve us well and wanted to use this to encourage them to purchase a Hero two-wheeler, which led us to our big idea, giving every Indian their very own Shubh Muhurat. Leveraging AI, we created 2.3 million personalized videos, providing consumers with their very own Shubh Muhurat to nudge them into the final purchase. Customers could select their very own Shubh Muhurat Sati, whether it's the talented Divyendu or the delightful Hansika Motwani, who personally guided them on their journey to bring a hero home.
Hi, Zishan Hussain Fardeen ji. Made up your mind finally or what? See, Durga Puja is here and so is Shubh Muhurat. And most importantly, your Hero Splendor Plus X-Tech 2.0 is waiting for you.
Hi त्रिलोकनाथ आदित्य राव जी, नमस्ते। पहली बार मिल रहे हैं तो सोचा आपको कांग्रेचुलेट कर लूं। हाय आरती, नमస్తే। మీరు హీరో స్ప్లెండర్ ప్లస్ ఎక్స్టెక్ 2.0 కొనడానికి నిర్ణయించుకున్నారా? దివాళీ మీ కలను నిజం చేసుకోవడానికి సరైన సమయం.
Available in 6 different languages, These Sathis delivered customized messages to make the consumer experience memorable. This was part of a comprehensive 360-degree communication strategy, which included heartwarming films.
So I'm going to stop the video because I want to close the session in time. But I think what worked beautifully here was personalization at scale, right? We had 3 influencers. We used AI to create 2.3 million personalized videos. The way this worked was that all the traditional assets, TV, print, they guided people onto a landing page. On the landing page, interested customers who were interested in Hero bikes could choose their motorcycle, leave their name, leave their pin code. Now we had 3 points of personalized data. Gaurav, you live in Gurgaon, you are interested in Hero Splendor, right? And then the influencers we had, we used the rephrase AI tool so that a personalized video would come to me on my WhatsApp to say, hey Gaurav, we know you live in Gurgaon, you are interested in Splendor, आपका शुभ मुहूर्त अभी आ रहा है, आप जाके बाइक लीजिए. And the way this sort of worked, this engine worked, it became a sales tool. We had the dealers who were sharing data with us from their WhatsApp saying that we have customer data, can you send a personalized Shubh Muhurat video? And then this became a retargeting tool. So when people did not respond during Durga Puja, they were sent a personalized video saying Durga Puja तो निकल गई, लेकिन धनतेरस अभी आ रहा है. धनतेरस तो निकल गया, लेकिन दिवाली अभी आ रही है, शुभ मुहूर्त अभी भी है. It's a 32-day festive period where automobiles do 70% of their annual volume. And so we used specific festivals in specific locations, and the same person got different personalized videos saying aapka shubh muhurat abhi bhi hai, right? So it drove personalization at scale. It became a sales tool and it became very measurable. Of the 2.3 million personalized videos that were sent, we knew through Salesforce, we knew through dealer feedback which customer is turning to the showroom with what sort of interest, right? So here is bottom of the funnel, right? I just showed you an example of top of the funnel. Here is bottom of the funnel and doing personalization at scale. And none of these had any influencer standing next to the bike and talking about the features of the bike. It was talking consumer out, it was talking Shubh Muhurat, it was personalized. Yeah. Burger King, stunner menu. Again, let's take a look at the case and then I'll talk about it.
थोड़ा लेफ्ट सर, थोड़ा लेफ्ट प्लीज सर, यू आर द मैन सर, सर वन मोर प्लीज,
क्या आप जानते हैं बर्गर किंग वालों ने ऋतिक रोशन का पोपट कर दिया? इस मुस्कुराते हुए पिक्चर में ऋतिक बर्गर किंग की एडवर्टाइजमेंट के लिए नहीं बल्कि लोगों के कहने पर फोटो के लिए पोस्ट कर रहे थे, ये जाने बिना कि बर्गर किंग ने उनके ठीक पीछे अपना प्रमोशन ब्रांड खड़ा कर दिया है और जब तक उन्हें पता चलता पिक्चर क्लिक हो चुकी थी।
दोस्तों देखिए कैसे ऋतिक रोशन और एक कंपनी बर्गर किंग ने गजब दिमाग लगाया और हम सभी को बेवकूफ बना दिया। तभी बर्गर किंग के एम्प्लॉय ऋतिक रोशन के पीछे अपने कंपनी का पोस्टर लगा देते हैं जिससे बर्गर किंग का फ्री में प्रमोशन हो जाता है। इससे नाराज होकर ऋतिक रोशन ने बर्गर किंग के खिलाफ ट्विटर में ट्वीट किया और लिखा कि ये ठीक नहीं किया बर्गर किंग, जिसके बाद बर्गर किंग ने जवाब देते हुए ट्वीट किया, ये तो प्रमोशन करने के लिए बहुत अच्छा देसी जुगाड़ है। इन दोनों की लड़ाई को देख सभी लोग हैरान रह गए।
बॉलीवुड एक्टर ऋतिक रोशन और बर्गर किंग का नया मेन्यू पोस्टर का वीडियो सोशल मीडिया पर बहुत वायरल हो रहा है। बर्गर किंग ने अपने इस कैंपेन को जुगाड़ नाम दिया है। वीडियो में दिखाया गया है कि ऋतिक रोशन वैनिटी वैन से बाहर आकर फोटोज के लिए पोज देते हैं और उसी वक्त उनके पीछे बर्गर किंग का बिल बोर्ड लगा दिया जाता है। ऋतिक रोशन ने ये वीडियो ट्विटर पर पोस्ट करते हुए लिखा, ये तुमने अच्छा नहीं किया बर्गर किंग, जिसके जवाब में बर्गर किंग ने लिखा, सॉरी हमारे पास कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं था।
मुसीबत ता मर्दां ते पैंदी रहिंदी ऐ, दबी ना तू दुनिया स्वाद लैंदी ऐ, नाले किहड़े रास्ते ते तू तुरिया इत्थे बदलना।
सॉरी सर, लेकिन जब स्टनर मेन्यू का हर स्टनिंग आइटम सिर्फ 50 में मिलेगा तो आपको ऐड में लाने के लिए जुगाड़ तो ऋतिक सर थोड़ा लेफ्ट सर, थोड़ा लेफ्ट। यू आर द मैन सर।
So the way this worked was that we created a prank video where Hrithik was pranked, but for that 10-second prank video to look like a prank, we had to go to more than 100 micro influencers, less than 100K following, who in their own cheeky way said that Ritik ka popat hua, Burger King ne jugaad kiya. We got Ritik to tweet, but for people to know about it, we used the influencers, and this led to 3 days of UGC content. You had followers of those influencers saying what an amazing jugaad by Burger King. You know, this was really nothing but sensationalized PR, right? We couldn't have achieved this with advertising. We couldn't have, had the media money available to take that 10-second, 12-second prank video, where the Burger King was visible only in that outdoor. When Ritik turns, the outdoor was taken down. We couldn't have achieved this. It did not speak about 50 rupees mein stunner menu hai. So that sensationalization gave what we all love to brief our agencies and say, kuch viral kar do. This actually went viral, and the beauty was that influencers made that viral, right? So top funnel, bottom funnel, virality, sensationalization, bridging campaign assets. We eventually had proper 30-second ads where Ritik actually goes to the store. The employee who pranked him actually says, "Hame karna pada," and Ritik grabs a burger. But to bridge these two assets, there was 5 days of massive influencer push, which gave incredible media efficiencies, right? Again, not getting influencers to grab a burger, but doing a different objective and absolutely driving noise. HDFC Vigilante is the next case that I want to talk to you about. The case is self-explanatory. I'll just talk for a bit. After that,
financial fraud is the #1 form of cybercrime in India.
But in 2023, the scams are a lot more sophisticated than you may have realized.
Artificial intelligence के कारण जो एक नया संकट आ रहा है.
Deep fake videos pointing viewers to scams, and the worry is people are actually parting with their own money because they believe they're genuine.
India का largest bank, HDFC Bank, tried to scam the consumers.
Fashion won't ever be the same again.
Lululemon announced its first and biggest end-of-season sale in India with Bollywood actor, dancer and fashion icon Nora Fatehi. People got really excited for these unbelievable discounts, except they shouldn't have.
Welcome to Lululemon's end of scam sale. I am Vigilante, your protector against frauds.
Vigilante is HDFC Bank's fraud-fighting influencer who tries to protect people from all kinds of scams. But this time she tried to scam them.
One way to guarantee that a scam is successful is by using celebrity faces.
So Vigilante teamed up with Nora and plotted the most convincing scam. They matched Nora's voice and face on Vigilante using deepfake AI. Together they started a fake brand called Lululemon.
Lululemon.
Purchased multiple website domains and multiple accounts just like a scammer. Targeted ads offering too good to be true discounts, just like a scammer.
And people still clicked on it.
It's crazy how convincing this is, because from the people to the news, everyone got confused.
Even I didn't think the day would ever come where I'd be sharing my own deepfake video.
The Ministry of Communications applauded Vigilante's out-of-the-box thinking. Almost 2 million people visited the fake shopping website, where they instead learnt how to spot a deepfake video and fraudulent websites and ads.
Over 800,000 people volunteered to join us. There has never been a fraud awareness campaign at this scale.
No hard feelings, Lululemon. You know this was for a good cause.
So we created an IP here, right? There is Vigilante is HDFC's IP, and Vigilante is ours, right? She is the one who tells you to stay away from frauds. She's the one. She's into season 2, by the way. She's got a handle of her own. She's got followers, and we can use her in whichever way. Year 1, HDFC launched Vigilante as an influencer, and year 2, she used AI to dress up as Nora Fatehi to tell people that there are these amazing sites, amazing discounts on Lululemon. People still clicked on it. People still got scammed, despite all the fraud awareness which is out there, despite everyone, knowing people who have lost money to all sorts of scams. People went to that website where Nora Fatehi transformed into Vigilante and said, you shouldn't have clicked on this site, right? So it is beyond the funnel. Frankly, this fits neither at top of the funnel, mid funnel or bottom funnel. This is thought leadership from the brand. This is social economic impact for the consumers, right? So this is a tool that can be leveraged using all the creativity, muscle, technology that is at our disposal today. This is no better time than today to use influencer marketing in ways that it's not been imagined like this. Yeah. Lastly, Walk Talk Noodles. So India's Got Talent is a talent show by Samay Raina. Samay Raina is a comedian. This show has got 13 episodes. Each episode has got, I think, more than 10 million views. And Walk Talk Noodles is a sponsor in that show. I think what Walk Talk Noodles agreed with Samay Raina is unprecedented, because the basic premise of any influencer marketing, even if it is experimentative, is that the influencer promotes the product. In this case, he trashed the product, right? Take a look at it. I want to just apologize in advance. There are one or two areas where there is a Hindi expletive. I could have beeped it, but I'm not beeping it in this forum. We are all mature people, but if our consumers are watching it, brands are endorsing it, it's about time we look at the reality.
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू इंडियाज गॉट टैलेंट।
तो ये आपको अब एक चॉइस दे रहा हूं मैं आपको, ठीक है? आइदर यू गेट 1 लाख रुपीज फुल्ली और यू गेट 1 year वर्थ ऑफ नूडल्स। 2 years ऑफ वर्क। पैसा ही चाहिए। चुनाव नूडल just for you, so honest, I'll give you the whole cash prize plus 1 month free of Walk Talk. Yay! Either you get 1 lakh rupees fully, okay, या फिर you get 1 year worth of Walk Talk noodles.
1 lakh, 1 lakh, let's go baby.
Okay, 2 years unlimited supply.
नहीं.
We had one more winner.
Okay.
So we'll have to split that money.
Okay, we'll split it.
So you get 50,000 rupees.
Okay, that's
or 1 year of Walk Talk. So
we'll go 5-star, you know.
Achha, but this is also 5-star, bro.
Yeah.
It will add some spice to your relationship.
No.
You know what? I give it to you for free. Okay, you get 50,000 rupees plus 1 month unlimited Walk Talk, bhai. That's what we get it for. Congratulations, mere bhai.
Hello.
So really rewriting all the rules. He's throwing the pack of Walk Talk noodles. He's putting up content where people are rejecting it, but it looks so real. It looks so authentic, and memorability and stickiness for the brand. Once you see this, you're not going to forget Walk Talk noodles, right? And a very distinct personality. Brands are appreciating honesty. Nobody will give up 1 lakh rupees for Walk Talk noodles, right? So here is a self-deprecating new age humor, right? So wrapping up the session, I think the other part of the theme was that how influencer marketing has evolved and will evolve from hype to high impact strategies. The hype was set up by honest and candid product reviews, but I just showed that how product and brand reviews are not a prerequisite. If they are in the service of content, you can achieve unprecedented success, and that's a brave new way of approaching influencer marketing. Popular faces with large fan base, Ranveer Brar, and Beer Biceps, Biswa, Kusha Kapila, large fan base, are not the only influencers you need to go to. Anyone can be an influencer. You can create an influencer. There are AI influencers today, right? It has to suit the objectives of what you are trying to achieve for your brand. And not just mid-funnel, but across and beyond the funnel, right? And, at a headline level, for maximum influence, you need to look at influencer marketing as content marketing, right? Create meaningful content, create content that serves your objectives, create content that people see value in, entertainment in, meaningfulness in, influence will happen, right? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dudeja. That was a wonderful session. I would request Mr. Onub Basu, President, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to kindly come up on stage and hand over some small tokens of appreciation from our end. The video is amazing. We have a hamper from Shalimar as well.
I won't throw this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we have someone who is, as of today, leading an organization to deliver beyond influencer loyalty and focusing upon influencer equity, which becomes the bedrock of the brand-influencer relationship. Let's welcome Mr. Navarun Sen, Chief Operating Officer, Plywood and Panel, Century Ply India Limited, to deliver the address on the topic Beyond Loyalty Towards Influencer Equity. A professional with 34 years of industry experience, Mr. Sen has experience in multiple functional areas like sales, marketing, supply chain, overseeing manufacturing, customer service, telecom network operations in companies like United Spirits Limited, VST Industries, Pepsi, Mahindra Holidays, Telenor, and since 2013 has been with Century Plyboards India Limited. Mr. Sen also happens to be the co-chair of the Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber. Welcome, sir.
Thank you once again, and my thanks goes out to Mr. Arnab Basu, our president, and Mr. Anup Hoon, who's our chairman of the Branding and Marketing Committee, for giving me this opportunity to be here. And next one. And of course, very interesting talk from Mr. Gaurav Duneja. Very interesting in terms of the insights he carried for us and presented to us. Next to it, our presentation. So, the interesting part is that, after all this glitz and glamour that he presented to us, really exciting, adrenaline pumping kind of stuff, I'm going to come back to the basics and maybe talk about something at the bottom of the funnel. And I'm going to talk about the influence of the tradesmen in influencing customers. So let's get on with it. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to talk about, as I said, about the tradesmen. And what I'd like to impact and talk about is that, our loyalty programs have to move towards not just, loyalty, but actually building the equity with this set of tradespeople or the kind of end influencers. So, we have often heard of these kind of things, blessed are the hands of those who bring creation to life. And honestly, God is the biggest creator. But having said that, he's a fantastic tradesman in my opinion. But, it's the tradesmen that I'm talking about are these skilled professionals who come from the trade-related industries. People who actually work with their hands to create, services or products and, and solutions. And basically, I'm talking about typically these skilled professionals who, through their innate understanding and knowledge of the trade that they ply, they actually influence the customer's decisions. And, it's people like tradespeople are basically workers from the construction industry, plumbers, electricians, electricians, HVAC, and, various kinds of these kind of things. And, these are just a sampler. Essentially, they are influencers in situations where the customer's understanding of the category is either little less or probably, or most often actually we've seen, that the involvement with the category is very less. For example, if you're doing the interiors of a house and you're building some furniture, it's not every day that you interact with carpenters or think about creating your furniture. And therefore, for the moment where you are in the zone of making a decision or creating something for yourself, that's the time when you actually look out for information. And that's where these tradesmen come in and they are most important. So even when we look at tradesmen and influencers from a marketer's point of view, we could actually look at them in two buckets. One is, tradesmen who influence other tradesmen. And these are for, companies who are, who have products and, offerings for the tradesmen, which is something like, say, machine tools and things like that, where you can get a set of influencers who actually use your product and then they actually talk about your products with your peer group, with their peer group, and take your product forward amongst their entire peer group. For example, carpenters can talk about, sewing machines, cutters, things like that, with the rest of the community. So that's one set of, influencers, and for marketers who are actually creating products for them can actually use them. The other part, the other big chunk, is about the influencers who influence the customer's end decision, right? It's in a situation where the customer has to make a choice, and they lean very heavily on these influencers to help them take the right decision. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really because they have either very low involvement or absolutely no knowledge of that category for themselves. So, for these guys, we are talking about how can we build, from their loyalty to our equity, where they become our promoters. We get high NPS scores. And importantly, what happens is that almost every, marketing company worth their salt today have some kind of a influencer engagement program, some kind of a gratification or loyalty program. So here the attempt would be that, given this clutter where everybody has something to offer, how can you put forward a better proposition where you can engage with them to an extent, engage with these tradesmen to an extent that they actually are your promoters, they are your silent salesmen in the market. So anyway, I think before we even start our influencer engagement program for a marketer, it's very important to understand what are our objectives. And I'm just putting forward a sampler of some of the benefits that a marketer can gain. And obviously at the very beginning is I want to engage with my influencer community or these tradesmen so that I can increase my revenue, which is but natural and obviously has to be the prime most. But beyond this, there are many other benefits when we engage with loyalty programs. Essentially, it's like against a one-time customer versus a lifetime value of a customer. If your influencer is engaged with you over a period of time, they will deliver far more value. Customer acquisition in any business is far more expensive than retention of a customer. These are nuances. So this is of course, extracting a high lifetime value. Obviously, I talked about, amplified brand advocacy. They become a silent salesman. Deeper market penetration. You can reach out to segments and areas where possibly it's not that easy to get to. For example, we are talking about bottom of the funnel, influencing. While we can create advertising and get our, databases ready of people who are about to engage in a activity, for example, the interior of your house, or maybe getting the plumbing repaired or anything of that sort. But to catch the customer at the point of conversion or the point of decision making, when the intention to purchase is very high, these guys can actually reach out to them where a lot of personal selling effort is also required. So these are there. And of course, the other benefits are in terms of feedback and insights. Feedback not only in terms of your product performance, but in terms of your service, your availability, and even in terms of the latest consumer and customer trends and behavior. So this becomes a very quick fix. See, it's not always that we get on and commission a market research, but I have to quickly find out what's happening in a particular category or a new product that I've launched. All I need to do is to get to my 100 influencers who are already engaged with me and take a quick feedback. So these are very important, and they also help us in our market operations in terms of, availability and visibility and those kind of things. Improved, as I mentioned, improved product development. And it is a competitive edge that you can create through your loyalty program. And of course, new product adoption. There are plenty of cases where companies come up with upgraded products or higher value-based products that are there. And if you have a loyal set of influencers, it's fairly, your task becomes fairly easier to actually, get them to use a higher value product. So essentially, it's a strategic tool to build relationships, amplify the brand, and generate consistent growth. So these are the kind of benefits. So we must be very clear what we want to achieve. It cannot be everything, anything and everything. So basis what is the company's objective, basis that we can start designing the right loyalty program. On the other hand, it's not enough what we want. We need to basically understand what does the tradesman want, what are their needs. Reward and gratification is of course there, which is but natural, but there is a host of other needs that they have, and these are, it's a no-brainer when we start designing these kind of loyalty programs. Every marketer thinks, no, we must go beyond transaction. It has to be an emotional connect, and the emotional connect is in various forms. Whether it be convenience and support or increased business or professional development, we need to understand this. It cannot be a one solution fits all. And therefore, when you design your programs, and I will take you through a couple of examples and a couple of case studies, where it was not about just creating an engagement, but it was about creating the right engagement, which actually got the influencers engaged with us. Okay, but before I move on to that, there are some other issues that we must look at and some other important, inputs that we should look at when we plan these kind of programs. One is loyalty versus instant gratification. The objective is to engage them over a period of time. Another very important one is how do you engage with the big as well as the small customers. And typically when we run these kind of trade programs, we tend to focus on the big guys and have the gratification program around that, give them volume, schemes, discounts, gratification, trips, whatever it is, recognition. But how do you get the smaller guys involved? And this becomes very important. And just to throw a little light, for example, if you have a gratification program, say around, some machine parts for the auto industry. Now, you can actually accumulate points. The typical way all of them work is you accumulate points, you create a corpus, and you can actually redeem a gift against that. Now, suppose the aspiration is to, for that, mechanic, is to own a bike and get a bike. Now, the big guy can maybe, acquire the points and, get it done in 6 months. The small guy may require 3 years, but aspirationally, everybody can therefore actually participate in this program. So this big versus small is very important, and you need to engage them over a period of time. And of course, the last thing I said, gratification versus recognition, and we'll talk about it. Okay. So let me actually share a couple of case studies. This is about a company called Fleet Guard. They are the leaders in what we call the air filters for diesel engine. It's a auto OEM part, and this is what they do. Fleet Guard sells to both the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers like Tata's and Ashok Leyland and things like that, as well as they service on their own the aftermarket product, as well as to the OEMs. For example, the Tatas and the Ashok Leylands have their own branded OEM product, the same air filter. So they are selling to OEMs for the original production, they are selling to the OEMs for their aftermarket, and they are selling by themselves in the aftermarket with their own brand, which is Fleet Guard. So what they have done is that they have kind of enrolled more than 110,000 engine mechanics and fairly good activeness that they see. But what does Fleet Guard do differently? They have this entire program where people can actually just scan the carton and get their points. But what they've done differently is that they have made it very easy for the mechanics. Mechanics are not expected to actually upload the points. They have an entire group of 350 mechanic sales representatives, MSRs, who actually visit them on a week, 10-day basis and do the scan and uploading. And therefore, the effort of the mechanic is reduced. Secondly, they are able to provide a human touch, which seems to be very important. And of course, they get the real-time feedback, and there's all that is there. Apart from that, one of the programs that they run for these mechanics is a tetanus injection drive on a continuous basis through the year. And these people who work with their hands and tools actually, injure themselves. And this tetanus injection drive is something that they actually take it to the influencers, to the mechanics, to their workshops, and they do the injection. And not only people who are enrolled, but people who are the larger community who's there in that workshop. And this seems to have kind of given them a lot of traction, and they get the certificates of the injection, they get the, so it's a protection to them. So what has happened, actually, if you see, is that they enjoy pricing power because of their connect. They get a 3% premium over the OEM brands, despite the OEM themselves being the manufacturer of the original product, and they get a 10 to 15% higher than competition, and they have 65% share of the after sales market, right? Now, the important and key takeaway is that human connect is important for these guys. I have seen on and on. You may have the best integrated network, you may have the best app, people can actually, it's very easy for them to bank their points and, collect their rewards. But I have seen people, these guys saying, I give business to another company because that company's salesman comes to me. I have to give him. Poor guy is working so hard. So this human connect at this time, these kind of programs becomes important. And we tend to gloss over it, or we tend to say that technology will take care. Technology does take care, but human touch does not go away. So this is one of the key takeouts of this program that I've noticed. Let me tell you about those who are aware. It's the mother lode or the champion. It's the Fevicol Champions Club. It's the most regarded influencer loyalty program one can ever think of, at least in the building materials industry. So what have they done? So they have enrolled more than 200,000 carpenters. But important thing is they have done it a little differently. They have organized their carpenters into these clubs, which are not just clubs of, say, 50, 150 people, but they are also clubs based on communities. The Suthar community is one club. The Kutchi Muslims is one club. And they have built their clubs around communities. And the clubs operate like villages. They have their office bearers who are almost like sarpanches. And the sarpanch becomes a key influencer. So they have done this. And then they have a host of programs. For example, they do regular club meetings. Once a quarter, they do club meetings and things like that. And they have a lot of community programs. One of the most popular programs is something called a Shramdan, where all the members come together as a club, and the carpenters actually give 1 day free service to, for a cause where they are actually giving a dan or a Shramdan. For example, if furniture of a government school needs to be repaired, so all of them get together, the repair of the furniture of that place. And, similar such activities. And company, of course, supports with all the material and other stuff, but the influencers, the carpenters, actually give 1 day social service. Then, of course, they have Vriksharopan, which is tree planting. Then they have things like Amantran, where at a regional level, the best clubs, their club, presidents are called over, their office bearers are called over. They have quarterly family mela, where the families can come in. There's something to eat and drink. There's some entertainment. There are medical and health checkup camps. So all of that is there. And then, of course, Shiksha Sadan, which they have scholarships for the children and all that. So it's a community-based approach. And believe you me, this program ran for 10 years before the first iota of gratification was ever imagined. no gratification for the first 10 years. It's only now with the competitive pressures coming on that they've done it. And the other important thing is, again, they have a dedicated business development team who handles these influencers, and they don't have sales responsibility. They have only the engagement responsibility. Now, it's a very interesting thing that Fevicol did, because if you really see, Fevicol truly is not a very high value product in the scheme of things that they do when they make a furniture or something of that sort. And honestly, giving out a gratification would be like 10 rupees, 20 rupees, which is hardly anything. It's less than 2% of the cost of the entire furniture. And you give out a gratification on that, it doesn't help. So here, what did Fevicol do? They got into the community aspect, the community building part of it, and which has become the biggest glue for them. So what happens? Obviously, we know Fevicol has a dominant market share. I don't know, we talk about 70%, 80%. It's a dominant share of the category. They have pricing power, and they are able to upsell the higher value products, from the basic water-based glues to, high-techs and, poly glues and things like that. And again, the key takeaways is community development, non-transactional engagement, and social recognition of these people, right? I will now get on to the other one, which is the Century Plies Pro Club, which is the program for the contractors. So we have more than 80,000 contractors who are already enrolled, and when we say contractors, these are people who typically are people who lead a gang of carpenters, and they are the guys who are actually negotiating, and they lead the team, and they have the ability to influence the decision. And we actually call them DMIs, decision-making influencers. Now we went back and, we said, okay, we need non-transactional engagement. Let's go, what can we do? We can give them insurance. We can give them health insurance. Post-COVID, we gave them cash. And then we realized there's something else. We need to really understand what do these guys want. And we actually went and did a deep, DI with 3,000 such influencers. And what came up, their basic need, because they have many other companies running their loyalty program, what they wanted was an aspiration of being able to present themselves professionally. See, these guys are basically very simple people, not so sophisticated, probably without much education. They wanted to present themselves in a professional manner. And I think that was the biggest kick in life, that can I be seen as a guy who is polished, who is like not a contractor, but maybe an interior designer. And of course, the other aspects was, can we help him win more projects? And the other important thing came back is, I want to be digitally savvy. Can I market myself on internet? They're also learning. They're watching a lot of reels. So their requirement was not an insurance or not my child's education. Their requirement was this. So we actually worked on this, and we came up with some specific intervention. So what we did was created a plethora of solutions in our app, the standard app that we have by which we run the program. And there were things like creating the web profile of these people. Can they create their profile? How can they create their profile? And I'll take you through that. Then quotation maker, they said, "Arey, hum to parchi mein likh ke dete. Can I make a quotation like a architect or interior designer?" Of course, there were training and certification requirements, which we brought it online. They wanted as simple a thing as, can I have a good visiting card? And of course, furniture cost calculator, so that they can actually pitch for more business. So these were some of the menus that we created. And this is how we did it. For example, when we set the web profile creator, actually a person can create his profile over 5 different sections. And we made it a menu-driven kind of approach. So each of the section had pre-filled templates, 5 templates each. So a guy could actually pick up one template and put it which is most relevant for his profile. And there were little things like, I have, there's a blank 10 years of experience. I have a team of 30 people. You know, those are the kind of little points of information that they can put, but essentially it was a click and drag because these people are not terribly well educated, neither they are very tech savvy. Click and drag, and they create a profile which is over five paragraphs, which describes the work they did. They can attach photographs, and it becomes a profile which can actually be converted to a PDF, and they can send it out. Not only the work that they have done, the showcase of the work they have done, the photographs, we also have a system wherein that if they reach out to Century and they have done work with us, our executives actually go there, validate the site, and we give a watermark confirmation on that picture that it's a Century certified site, which gives more credibility that it is their site. So this is one of the things in terms of web profile. Then of course, it's like the quotation maker. It's a standardized format, and they just have to fill in a couple of things. And of course, the trick here was that when they make the quotation, as far as plywood is concerned, they cannot actually input any other brand of plywood but Century. But having said that, it still gives them an ability to create the quotation. And when they send out this quotation, actually the profile gets tagged to the quotation and goes out on its own. So that's how it works. Then of course, training and certification. There are some video-based training programs. They go through it, they answer the questions, whatever, etc. And they can have a level of certification which we actually, issue them in terms of a digital certificate, QR code visiting cards, and of course the furniture cost calculator. They can quickly give an estimate to their customers even before they give the formal estimate. So what has happened is that what we are noticing, as and when people have started using these little applications, they are really starting to become extremely loyal and becoming our promoters. So anyway, today we have more than 10,000 of our DMIs who have actually created, and these are some of the results that are there. But it's a slow burn. It has taken a lot of time to communicate, and it will take some more time, and a lot of education goes in. But it is extremely engaging, as we have realized. So, to actually end this entire thing about these three examples and case studies that I told you, I think some of the important things, key takeaways as I look at it, having run these programs, is firstly, we have to decide on objective, what we would like to do. It can't be everything. Most importantly, as I mentioned, like as I told you in the Century practice, research the needs and wants of the influencer. And I'll give you a simple example. As a part of engagement, natural thing was that, hey, why can't we give them a trip? We can engage, if I can call them over, some of the best guys on a certain volume of business, I can give them a trip somewhere and we can actually engage with them. You know what we realized? These guys, while they signed up, there was as high a 40% dropout. And when we, people didn't actually come for the trip. And then when we actually went back and questioned, we realized, hello, a trip is not part of their lifestyle. उनको घर जाना है तो गांव जाएंगे, शादी में जाएंगे. To go out for a trip is not part of the lifestyle. Rather, they felt that if I'm out for 4 days, मेरा धंधा का क्या होगा? So we must understand the needs. This is something we learned. So a trip doesn't work for this community. That's what we learned. So it's very important to research the needs of the influencer. Of course, the other things are profiling and onboarding. We must get the right guys in. We get a lot of fraud profiles in. We need technology support. It has to be seamless, it has to be easy, and it has to prevent fraud. There is a lot of ramping that can happen. We are today using definitely AI tools where we are actually finding out the fraud profiles, and actually it's helping us. We can, through some patterns of behavior, we can actually identify, who are the likely fraud profiles that are in our system. And lastly and most importantly is everything that we do, these set of people, these kind of trade influencers require face time. So we must invest in it. So those are the little two things that I wanted to say. And finally, whatever you're doing, it has to reach the end guys, the influencers. So we need to communicate, communicate, and communicate. So thank you guys. And
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Siddhartha Roy, CEO, Response India Limited, to hand over the mementos to Mr. Navarun Sen. We have gift hamper from Shalimar and some other mementos as well. It can be louder, I'm sure. Thank you, sirs. And before we go to the next panel discussion, an exciting panel discussion coming up, quickly, because if we can just once more inform the contest detail. We have some contests running on social media as well as from here. Vikas will just explain.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is finding this conclave both inspiring and insightful. While we are listening and learning, let's not miss out on some fun. Participate in the activities lined up and stand a chance to win exciting gift hampers. So before we begin, pull out your phones, share your key takeaways and insights from the conclave, tag your favorite speaker, and don't forget to tag Bengal Chamber. Be sure to use the hashtag BCCNI Influence of Influencers for a chance to shine and win exciting prizes. So let's start influencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. Now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day. Let us hear perspectives from content creators and examine the impact on consumers. The panel will be chaired by Ms. Peeta Roy Chaudhary, editor T2 The Telegraph. The topic of the panel discussion is the building a winning influencers marketing strategy. Ms. Meeta Roy Chaudhary is the editor of T2 and T2 Online, the fashion, lifestyle and entertainment vertical from the House of The Telegraph. She herself is a veteran journalist who has worked in various areas of journalism for the past 24 years and worked with the Times of India and Asian Edge before joining The Telegraph. She took over as the editor of T2 6 years back, and under her leadership, T2 has reached unprecedented heights. Welcome, ma'am, and she would be introducing the panelists today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the BCCI for, inviting me to chair this session on the very, very relevant topic of crafting winning strategies using influencer marketing. So as the gentleman who spoke before me made it amply clear that influencer marketing today is a very, very crucial component of the world of marketing. So teaming up with influencers is proving to be a big game changer for many brands across the world, and not just the big brands. I mean, brands of every size in every segment today are benefiting from influencer marketing. So, and while about a decade back, online endorsements were mostly restricted to celebrities, today it has evolved and, expanded beyond celebrities to include non-celebrities, who are social media influencers, who are using their influence to impact brand reputation and customer purchase decisions. Most of us know that what works for influencers is the kind of high trust that they are able to build with their followers over a period of time. And as a result, their recommendations become a very, a kind of a validation for brands. But as easy as it may sound or seem, influencer marketing or working with digital content creators requires a very, very well-planned and strategic approach. So in today's session, we are going to delve deeper into the world of influencer marketing and, understand, how to craft winning strategies in using influencer marketing. And with us today, we have some experts in the field who themselves, some of whom are themselves, very successful influencers who are impacting purchase decisions and brand reputation majorly. So before we start, I would like to introduce the panel and call them on stage. So our first speaker is a man who wears many hats, from a tutor to a course mentor to a YouTuber. He knows how to make his journey diverse. With an honors in physics, he discovered his love for computer science and mastered the subject. However, there was always an unquenched thirst in Shivaji Paul to make travel videos. An avid traveler and lover of adventure, he started making YouTube videos at the age of 47 and started posting travel vlogs on his YouTube channel Explorer Shivaji, which instantly attracted travel lovers' eyes and is today a super successful travel channel. So I would like to welcome Mr. Paul to the panel. So our next man is somebody I think all of us in the city knows. He loves to collect and share stories and likes to call himself a storyteller. He's a content creator, a published author, and a first-generation entrepreneur. So we all know Indrajit Lahiri as a co-founder of Foodka, a very successful food-themed web series on YouTube. He has published books on culinary experiences, is a speaker at Listfests and platforms like Josh Talks and TED Talk. He has also initiated a podcast channel by the name Ebong Indrajit. Welcome to the panel, Indrajit. Our next speaker is an engineer by profession with a B School degree. He has dabbled in the IT world before finding his calling in OTT. Shayantan Guha is now the General Manager, Brand Strategy at Hoichoi, where he handles branded content, communications, and partnerships. Welcome to the panel, Mr. Guha. We look forward to hearing from you the brand perspective on the topic. Okay, so our fourth and last speaker in the session is, again, somebody all of us know very well. A radio jockey by profession, he shot to fame with the super hit Oh Margo series where he tickled our funny bones and where he also got glimpses of the actor in him. And RJ with Ishq FM now, RJ Shomak is also a successful actor and acted in the famous Eken Babu series and films and also acted in films like Hami 2. Shomak is also making his mark as a content creator and influencer and is here to add value to our discussion today. Can we have you on stage, please? Thank you all of you for joining us here on the stage. And before we start the session, can we have a round of applause for all of them? Thank you. So, we would like to start with the fundamentals of influencer marketing. And I would first like to address my first question to Indrajit Lahiri. So, Mr. Lahiri, we would like you to take us through the fundamentals of influencer marketing. And, my question would be, why is influencer marketing essentially for brands today? And, how does it score over, conventional forms of marketing? And we also want to ask you that how do brands identify the right platforms for their target audience? And what are the key considerations for brands for finding and partnering with the right influencers?
Thank you, Smita. And I would first love to thank BCC and I for getting us so-called content creators or influencers. That's probably one of the most bastardized words to this serious business platform. We are supposed to be serious, but with all of us, I am not very sure how much we can attain. কতটা সিরিয়াস থাকা সম্ভব হবে আমি জানি না।
তুমি শুরু করবে যা বুঝতে পারছি। তুমি শুরু করবে যা বুঝতে পারছি।
এই বাজে ইয়ার কি পারবে না একদম। Okay, so influencer marketing. আচ্ছা, how many of you in this room do not understand Bengali? Fine, then you have to manage with my broken English. You don't have any other option, I guess. Okay, so influencer marketing works when probably a person believes in another person. It's not about what he or she is promoting, whether I am holding a beer or a tea or a coffee or something, but how you believe in that person that it's supposed to be true. That is called micro-influencer marketing, where many of us fall in, at least in different platforms. For example, technically micro-influencer is supposed to be, correct me if I'm wrong, it's less than 100K subscribers or followers. My Insta handle is around, I think, what, 35, 36K odd. Shivaji Das, Shomox are much, much higher. My YouTube is slightly better, LinkedIn is definitely better. The challenge depends on which brands wants to work on which platform. আমি যদি দু তিনটে ক্যাম্পেইনের কথা বলি, let's go start with a campaign called Jagore. Have any of you heard that name, Jagore by Tata Tea? Okay, so that ad was designed as Mr. Tripathi moving in as a political leader, asking for vote, and one normal, regular mango people roasting him. But when it went on to the YouTube, they brought in Rahul Dravid, who is supposedly known as one of the most gentle, caring Bhodrolok on the playground, obviously the wall of the cricket. He was projected as Indira Nagar ka Gunda. I don't know whether you guys have watched that video or not. On YouTube, on Instagram, he was projected as Indira Nagar ka Gunda. He was projected in bullying people. And somebody introducing that there's another side of Rahul Dravid, which we may not have seen. Jagore was a pretty successful campaign. On the second hand, I would like to talk on a campaign. So, why Jagore and Indira Nagar Gunda? Two storylines with two different people on two different platforms. On ad, it was one with the celebrity, with an actor, with Mr. Tripathi. On the second hand, when it went on to YouTube, it was on an entirely different thing, on a storytelling, how multiple personalities can come on a people. Then on Instagram, with the same thing, there was Rahul Dravid BTS, where he is doing what he is not supposed to do, where he doesn't do it normally. If I take on to Cred, I think many of you have used the brand. We love spinning those coins, which we don't have any damn idea what we are going to do. But somehow we love spinning that. So they went on to a LinkedIn campaign with Infosys, where they went on to have CEOs or CTOs sharing his experiences or her experiences, and then moving on with the things. Anyway, the bottom line is, first, for an influencer marketing campaign to be successful, I think Shayantan will agree with me, the brands need to be very clear on what they are looking at. If myself, I'm a fashion disaster, I'll come to tell you why. So if I am supposed to represent a clothing brand, that would be a oitihashik bhul. Now, why I am coming to that? When I was coming to this session in today's platform, my son who's there, he told me, Baba, dekh, ekhane shobai na coat fort pore esche, and you are wearing this thing. I'm not very sure toke kotha bolte debe kina. But theek hai, so this is an oitihashik bhul maybe. This is something which every brand needs to be very clear. I look like a fat foodie, maybe somebody who's in my mid-40s, maybe somebody who has traveled a lot, who loves to travel, but I'm fit for food, travel, storytelling, may not be somebody for a clothing brand. So that's how it works probably.
Thank you, Indrajit. We don't mind your clothing choices at all.
Coming from a beautiful lady, satisfied my midlife ego.
Okay, so now from that we would like to get a little deeper into, influencer campaigns, how they are strategized and how they are designed and created. So I would like to direct my question to Mr. Shivaji Paul. What are the key factors for the success of an influencer campaign? And what would be your tips for co-creating content that resonates with audiences? We would like to know about the importance of storytelling in influencer campaigns.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. First of all, identifying the right influencer is a must-doing thing for the right product. That's the first thing I would like to put on here. And the second thing is that for what product you are campaigning, is it a launch product or it is already there in the market, you are actually increasing the sensation, or for that you are looking for the influencers? কিসের জন্য আপনি করছেন সেটা কিন্তু খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফর দ্য টপ অফ দ্য ফানেল, বটম অফ দ্য ফানেল, লো অফ দ্য ফানেল। কিসের জন্য আপনি করছেন সেটাকে আগে আপনাকে আইডেন্টিফাই করতে হবে। ইউ নিড টু আইডেন্টিফাই দ্যাট থিং ফার্স্ট। দ্য সেকেন্ড থিং ইজ দ্যাট while getting engaged, while you are actually making a contract with the influencers, what are the parameters that you are going to look out for? How you are going to find out the right influencer for your product? What are the parameters in the analytics you are going to look out? First is the number of views, of course. Number of views the influencers are getting. It's not the number of subscribers. Most of the time, it is the wrongdoing, okay? People are actually going after the views. Going after the number of subscribers, not the number of views. Even an influencer with number of subscribers, say 30K, may have views of 2 million per month. So while you guys, the brands, are looking after for the influencers for your brand, you need to actually track down the influencers by the number of views, not by the number of subscribers. Number 2 parameter. From which countries most of the views are coming from? That is the thing. So whenever you are actually looking out for the influencer, this is the second parameter that you should look for. কোন দেশ থেকে, যেমন ধরুন আমার ক্ষেত্রে I am having 4 to 5 million views per month, but 25% of those views are coming from Bangladesh. So if you are having a product in India, that may not work, or you are actually going to calculate in that way, je, 25% is not there among 4 million, 5 million views. The third parameter is the age group that you must consider. একজন রোস্টিং যে করছে তার ক্ষেত্রে এজ গ্রুপ মে বি ফ্রম 16 to 22. That's the maximum density of the viewers. এবার আপনার প্রোডাক্ট যদি এরকম হয়, সে you are actually selling a car. So the decision maker to purchase a car is the head of the family. He might be in the age group of 35 to 50 or maybe in that category. So finding the right influencer is actually wrong there if you are finding a person who is actually having density in the age group, say 14 to 24. That may be wrong. So the age group is the other factor. The retention is the other factor that you need to look after. কতক্ষণ একটা ভিডিওর মধ্যে একজন ইনফ্লুয়েন্সার এঙ্গেজ করে রাখছেন। So these are the factors primarily that the brand should look after while making the contract or finding the right influencer. Now the next thing, if it is the top of the funnel, then of course, as Mr. Dude just said, the reels are there. They are the most influencing factors right now. You can actually engage, say, 100 of influencers in on Instagram or Facebook, maybe on any other platform like LinkedIn or Twitter, in order to launch the reels or short videos, short form of videos. This is proved that এটা can actually take the message to the large number of audiences. সুতরাং এখানে যদি এরকম হয় যে you are actually looking for the final conversions, the bottom, ঠিক আছে, সেক্ষেত্রে the long format video যাদের ক্ষেত্রে বেশি পপুলার তাদেরকে এঙ্গেজ করতে হবে। But if you want to actually make it big, just মেসেজটা পৌঁছাতে হবে, short format video. So these are the strategies that you may actually adopt in order to reach out to your customers.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
And one more thing, it has to be a continuous process. Once you are actually engaging yourself with the influencer, instantly you may get some bell-shaped curve, sharp rise hobe, engagement ashbe, conversion hobe, but it has to be a continuous process. Brand এটা অনেক সময় ভুলে যায়। হ্যাঁ, সিজনাল যদি হয় কোনো প্রোডাক্ট যে একটা সিজনের জন্য, সেই সিজনের আগের থেকে যখন থেকে শুরু করা উচিত তখন থেকেই শুরু করতে হবে এবং এটা কন্টিনিউয়াসলি থ্রু আউট দ্য সিজন, যেটা মিস্টার দুদেজাও তখন বললেন, হ্যাজ টু বি ডান। দিস আর দ্য স্ট্র্যাটেজিস।
একটা জিনিস অ্যাড করতে চাইবো, শিবাজিদের সহজ ভাষায় শেষকালে বলছে, আপনারা যদি আমাদেরকে হায়ার করেন না, অনেকগুলো ভিডিওর জন্য হায়ার করবেন, রেটটাও কম আসবে, রিটেনশনটাও বেটার হয়।
Let me give you an example. আমার ক্ষেত্রে বসুমতি চাল, we are representing Basmati rice right now. They have made a contract with us for 11 months. So আমরা যেখানে বেড়াতে যাচ্ছি সেখানে যখন আমি কোথাও চাল ভালো পাচ্ছি, সে আমি প্লেনেই খাই কি ট্রেনেই খাই বা কোথাও খাই, আই এম কম্পেয়ারিং যে বসুমতির চাল হলে ভালো হতো, জাস্ট এটুকু। আরও একটা কথা বলতে চাইবো এখানে, যে ইনফ্লুয়েন্সিং ব্যাপারটা কিন্তু অনেক আগের থেকেও ছিল। যে মান্তি পিসি পুরীর থেকে গিয়ে এসে বললো ওই হোটেলটা ভালো, তো আমরা কিন্তু ইনফ্লুয়েন্সড হলাম। ইয়েস, okay, no problem, I'm sorry. Yeah, so actually we are digital, we are actually have a contract with the Bosumuti Rice, and they have made a contract for 11 months. So we are actually comparing everywhere when we are traveling, since we are travel video makers. So when we are traveling, eating is part of our travel as well. So when we are having rice, we are always comparing how this rice is in comparison with the Bosumuti. So people get to know that that is there, Bosumuti rice is there, the brand is there. So this is how it works. So when you are actually keeping the contract for many months or many days, then it's more impactful. That's the other strategy.
What Mr. Paul also said was like that influencer marketing was always there. Like, you know, in the sense of word of mouth, somebody has gone somewhere, visited somewhere, they come and tell you that if you go to, say, Puri, you stay in this particular hotel. So that's influencing, and we get influence. So it was always there. So now it's there in a more structured and organized manner, and it's kind of an industry now.
With the phone and the internet, it's a big bang, we know. The connection has been made with the general audience. Now let me tell you, Mr. Bachchan, he endorses Muthoot Finance, but he never actually took a loan from Muthoot Finance, right? But I, myself, I'm eating that rice, which I'm endorsing, and I'm actually, it's trustworthy for the viewers. We are actually taking them to the place where we visit. They trust us. They actually think that we are their family. When we meet some of our subscribers on road, now I was talking to one of the prominent actor in the Tollywood industry last week. I told him, acha tomar songe, if you meet someone who knows you, do they ask your phone number? He said, no, not at all, but they do for us. If I meet with my subscriber, on first of all, they will take a selfie, and the second thing is that they will ask for my phone number. The third thing is that they will invite us to their home for dinner or lunch. So this is the kind of bonding that we are having, influencers are having with the viewers. It's so deep. It's not fake, or it's not stardom-like thing that we traditionally have with the silver screen or the playground or the stars from the playground. It's different. They think that we are their family. So whatever we are talking, that's real, or that's not fake, or that's not something manipulated. So this is how it works. So it's having deep impact in the mind of the consumer. So that is how it works.
Thank you. I think you highlighted the familiarity and the relatability factor of the consumers. Thank you. So I would like to go to Mr. Shantanu Guha. So since you represent, one of the most successful OTT brands in India, so then you take us how you track the success of influencer marketing, as in their like the reach and the engagement and the conversions and all that. And do you have any tools to measure the performance or results of influencer marketing?
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to thank BCCNI for this. And so before going into the tools and metrics of it, I'd like to tell that how I personally or brands look at influencers. So we are living in a wonderful time now, as Mr. Paul was saying, that influencers were there from long back. Some positive, some negative. Growing up, influencer term was used in a negative connotation personally, because parents used to say that don't actually meet with that guy, you are being influenced by him or her. So that's how it was earlier. But now in this digital context, what's happening is influencers are more of a distribution channel for us. So when I look at Shomok or a Futka or Explorer Shivaji, they are media channels for a brand. So what they're giving me is a reach to a new audience. Which
I thought I was your friend.
Yeah, but bad influence too. But
Yeah. कहाँ आ गए दोस्ती यार, दोस्त मतलब.
so these are distribution channels for a brand. So I know if I have to do something in a travel niche, if I just spend mindlessly, I may not reach my target audience, the intended target audience. Instead, if I collaborate with Mr. Paul, I get his subscribers on board to come with me. So that's the wonderful thing that's happening nowadays. And I think, so distribution is very important. And to that, there's a guy called Derek Thompson. He had said one thing which stuck with me. He said that if content is king today, distribution is the kingdom. And we are all trying to just live by those words. Now coming to the metrics of it. So it depends on what the brand's objective is. It can be just, as it was discussed earlier, top of the mind awareness, top funnel. If that is the thing, then probably I would only look at engagement and the number of mentions I'm getting, what I'm talking about, how many people are talking about me, and what kind of engagement I'm getting. My other objective can be sales or conversion. So for a brand like, say, Hoi Choi, personally, what I'd like to focus on in most of the campaigns would be of people talking about it. It's for generating buzz, but maybe for a brand who is into baiting or say something like a khata book, they would want installs. So they would want their influencers to talk to people in such a way that they drive installs for them, because they do not really care about that if 100 people are talking about khata book or not. They would rather go for 20 people talking about it and installing the app. Similarly, the Fevicol was discussed a little while earlier. For them, the objective would be, say, lead generation, Fevicol or any automobile brands, which then they would use to market and remarket their campaigns again. So these are some of the objectives that brands usually run after. And to track those, obviously, I can use UTM links. So whenever someone is posting, I can give them a unique link and see that how many people are actually visiting my site from that link. Or if I am running a discount campaign, I can give them a unique promo code. If I'm running a 20% off campaign, I'll give a Showmock 20 off as a code there. And we'll see that how effective it was, how many people actually use that code to land on my site and actually subscribe. And along with that, there are other ways too, like there are tools like we generally use, say, Google Analytics Firebase for this UTM tracking and all this. And also the other way would be to, so it's a little, measurement is still a little vague today because we cannot really attribute 100% of it. But there are ways we use it, like say we are running a campaign with influencers and I know that the usual traffic on my website is 100 people per day. And during the campaign, I see it has crossed my baseline and there's a spike. I'm getting 115, 120 people per day without doing anything extra other than the influencer campaign. So that's how we usually go about measuring it. And yep, so I think.
Thank you, Mr. Goa. That was quite informative. Shomok, I would like to ask you about the challenges of being an influencer. You know, what are the challenges of influencer marketing? Like, you know, like fake followers, brand misalignment and controversies. And how would one, you know, what would you advise people to deal with them, the challenges of influencer marketing?
That's a very deep question. Firstly, like everybody said, thank you for inviting me here. I think one question that we are not really asking is, what is an influencer? What do you mean by that? Somebody with a lot of followers. Because followers are an end product. The followers come last. Your engagement, your views, they come last. If I try to put it very simply, an influencer is an artist, a creator. Somebody who one day woke up and thought that let's do something, kuch karte hain, video banate hain kuch. Let's do something. In the previous session, there was a discussion point that the influencer is doing something for their followers. It's actually the other way around. The influencer or the artist or the creator is doing something for his or her own personal fulfillment. And that is resonating with people across a demographic. And it is not just people with followers. I think I come from a profession which is pretty old now. It's old and dated. It used to be one of the most hip jobs back in the 90s, that of a radio jockey. But this is what I still do, and this is what we have done. Let's say an RJ or a presenter or an anchor. In today's context, a podcaster, somebody who has a microphone and is saying that, hey, something great happened with me last night. I went to this place and it was great. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I saw this, I met these people. And while I was going there, I had the opportunity to travel by this app cab, for example, I'm saying. So what it essentially is, this person who doesn't fit the blocks of society always, like Steve Jobs wrote that it's the square pegs in the round hole. And a creator or an artist or an influencer is essentially that. 2 sessions back, we took the example of Samarana. Samarana has the most vulgar content that you will come across. But he's still not getting cancelled because there are so many people who resonates with the language that he speaks. Yes, it is abusive. There are expletives. But I think we've moved past that, and we are in a time wherein we have accepted that even for some great shows and OTT content, we have seen that all of that has been brought into the stride. But Samay is not doing that to impress anybody. Samay is doing that because Samay is that person. So I think the identification begins with who is that person? What does that person do? Not the followers, not the views or engagement. What does that person do? I'll give you a small example with this very recent association with Hoichoi that we've done. We've done this travel show where an actor, a celebrity, goes out with me on a certain destination. We travel, we talk about life, we have some food, and there is a spices partner, and all the cooking happens and all of that. It's a very regular format. What sets it apart in my, it's our baby. I'm just saying about it. I'm very proud of it, but I'm not trying to be pompous about it. But what in my head sets it apart is the conversation, is the quality of being casual with a person. It's not, hey, come try, test, taste our food. It's not that. The food is happening in the background.
It's a storytelling.
Yes, absolutely. We will talk about storytelling. But also this person is very important. A lot of, I think, I am nobody to share an expertise. I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to do what I feel speaks to me. And a lot of people like me who have no clue what they are doing in life have got a little bit of fame because they are good at what they want to do. It is important to keep that space. A person who's a good speaker should be allowed to speak in an environment wherein the brand can associate, wherein there can be synergy, wherein there can be simultaneous growth for the brand and the influencer per se. I would rest till now. I think I've given you an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomak. So I'll come back to Mr. Guha again. So I would like to ask you, like, how can brands ensure authenticity in influencer collaborations? Like, what do you keep in mind to ensure authenticity?
So nowadays the problem with, I think, most brands is they have like rules set in stone, which doesn't really work for influencer marketing. Samay Rayana was a very good example, and most brands are very demanding that way, that, okay, you have to talk about my product. This is the tone of voice we use, and this. So the good thing is nowadays people are a little relaxed about it, brands are a little relaxed, but still it's there. So if I have to take an example, I remember there was a campaign by Tata Tea when they launched their beverage. I think it was named Fruski. And they had used Biswa Kalyan Rath as the face of the campaign. And Biswa Kalyan's tweet and videos, they were speaking like, so I have tried this new variant of Tata Tea and it's good. I have tried this new green tea by Tata Tea and it's good. So that did not resonate with the audience at all, and it faced a lot of backlash. I mean, knowing Bishwa Kalyan Rath, people who know him, he would probably say, "Hey, green tea, tera naam kya hai?" But that did not happen. So it's very important for brands to give the creators that space. So now, if I am, say, collabing with someone like Unmesh Ganguly in West Bengal and ask him to make a content only in English and in a refined language, that won't probably work. Not with my audience, not with his audience. He needs to speak Bakri. he needs to, I mean, step out and do something. So that is one. So brands need to understand that space, and they need to give them the freedom to make a content that resonates with the influencers' audiences. Because that is the reason in the first place why we are using the influencer, why that influencer is onboarded. Otherwise, it could have just been any normal ad, and we would have spent money on that. So what that does, it also, that's the reason things go viral. I mean, I may run my ad on a TV channel and 1 lakh people can see it in one day, but that's a broadcast. It's not virality. So that is one thing that we should keep in mind. Secondly, to be authentic, I think another problem that there is in this industry is, so not all influencers are like robots, they are humans. So we need to take cognizance of that. They will have their own opinions, they will have their own views. So probably one is endorsing a brand today and endorsing a competitor brand tomorrow. So that check needs to be done by one. So like, and they may have other views as well. So I may want to use an influencer who has very radical political views, but I have to think beforehand that will that work for my brand or not. So I might as well not use the influencer there. So those calls have to be taken beforehand. And there are other things, and there are some things which are still lazily done. Like I am using 500 influencers and I give them one piece of copy, which happens during a lot of launch campaigns. That it's the same hashtags and the same caption that goes around there. So now people know, people are smart enough to find out, okay, so this is just a normal ad. So the thing with people nowadays is, all the brands wants to play on novelty, but people like familiarity more, and that's why influencers work nowadays. So what happens is, people do not know what they like. That I have realized in my small career. But people like what they know. So there has to be an element of surprise if the product is not familiar, and that influencers bring to the table. So, yeah.
So two key points from what it is that, one is it boils down to finding the right guy for the right job. Yeah, and the second is like relatability and familiarity, which Mr. Paul had also highlighted. So now, I would like to move on to the future of influencer marketing. And for that, I would like to go to Mr. Lyrie. Why don't you take us to the trends and the future of influencer marketing? What are the emerging trends? And also you spoke briefly about micro-influence and macro-influence. So if you could elaborate a little more on that, and if, what's the future of that going forward?
So, trends in influencers is something, there's only one trend, that we do not know what it's going to be by the next year. Number one. Number two, short format contents are virals. They are the instant things. Even my son, who always watches this YouTube shorts or some shorts somewhere, and I try to scold him, whatever, but they are the future. The problem with shorts is you can never go back and find them. If you are, say, you are talking from the perspective of a brand, let's put it as a Shalimar, because I saw those Shalimar bag. So, say, Shumak or Shibajida puts up a Shalimar reel, it goes viral, couple of millions, billions views. The challenge is, after 7 days, you cannot just go back and find that same reel again. Wherein, in the long format content, there's a searchability thing. It's a backlink thing. It gets tracked to your brand. It gets tracked to the backlinks. These are the technical aspects of what it's going to be. So it's going to be a mix and match method. It's going to be short format contents generating enough curiosity so somebody goes to the long format content and probably watches it. It's a mix and match. Secondly, and honestly, as per my perspective, if we talk on the future of influencer marketing, it's going to be a non-human approach. Probably in next 5 years' time, we would be watching Foodka in the metaverse, doing somewhere, maybe exploring food in Mars or exploring food in Iceland, wherein I'm actually sitting in Calcutta. I don't know. Maybe Shivajita would be traveling to space, traveling to sun to do something, selling basmati chawal over there. I'm not very sure on that part, but maybe metaverse is going to be the future, which we do not have much idea as of now. The only thing that we know that we normally do not know anything and we are able to learn. That's it. Learn, adapt. The age that we both come from, we have watched the TVs with windows where we actually shut the TVs and with some laced nice white cloth on top of that so it doesn't get dusted.
And the flowers on top.
Correct. And the flower was on top. We used to go on to shift the antenna so that we get a better picture. I don't know how many of you can relate to that, but it's a fact. And we have come to a platform where we are using auto captions, we are using generative AIs, we are using Google Trends. We, both of us, all of us, Shomak and everybody, we use that. It's been a long journey. Pre-COVID, even 7 days back, 7 days before COVID lockdown, if somebody told us that the world will get on wearing masks and the world will be shut down, we'll be seeing dolphins in Ganga, I would have asked, boss, jo tu fook raha hai, mere ko thoda de de, kam aayega. Honestly, I would have just asked that. But we have witnessed that. So I'm not very sure what can be the trend. The trend is that we have to adapt. We have to adapt very, very quickly to cater to an audience who's probably below my son's or daughter's age. That's what I can say. I'm not very sure.
So like, in like every other area of our life, you would expect AI to play a much, much bigger role.
Without any doubt.
AI will be the future based on a human being. What AI can do is it can crawl data, it can gather data in a very, very short time. If I write something that give me 5 very successful Indian influencer campaigns, it can gather that data. It can generate ideas based on past campaigns, but it cannot create something which is very original. For example, when say Unmesh, Makura memes, they got that Bakri factor. It was created by them. No AI could have generated that. When Shumak got onto that mother on OMG, many people still know him as that, oh, acha, OMG Mata, na? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, we'll discuss it later. Some people might relate Shivajita to that guy who just travels. Ponchasher pore purusher songha palte dobo and stuff like that. For me, who is having a booze, a mohua or a bangla on screen with parallel to some very fancy wines? So these are the human beings where people trust on a human. We love to talk to a human. We love to believe a human rather than some AI image or AI creation who will actually be a part of that human being. This is personally what I feel.
Yeah, so that's very heartening to hear that, we will all be around to do our jobs.
Yeah, so there are niche-based AIs coming up right now. So there are AI influencers nowadays. And the most recent one was, I think, it's an Indian AI influencer called Kavya. And her niche is motherhood. So more niche and subcultures are going to be there. So we don't know there's a hip-hop subculture there. There's maybe a subculture for only Jivanmukhi Gan. So small niches will come around and AI would be helping that as well because that's the way the world is moving to.
Yeah, Shoma?
I would completely go against what is being discussed. And I would...
Shesh.
Sheshab kichu na.
Shuru.
I would go out and say that I think everybody will go back to the fundamentals. I think everybody will go back to, one day they will go back to a square screen I'll give you a few examples. Let's look at popular Indian music, Bollywood and Bollywood Plus. A lot has happened. We've gone from traditional Indian beats in Jatin Lalit's composition to EDM music where Badshah is composing. Now we have Anuv Jain who gets up on the stage with just one guitar. But what works for Anuv Jain is what he's talking about in his song. He's talking about the angst that affects a 16-year-old. A 16-year-old is not too messed up about gadgets. That person is messed up about suppressed feelings. If we look at consuming music, I'm starting with music because I think that speaks to me very personally. We are seeing that LP records are coming back. People are, yes, digitally produced, of course.
And in a super premium way.
Yes, super premium. And now, like Shayantan said, the niche of AI, it has been an old concept. For example, if you have seen this Arijit Singh's video, Arijit went to a podcast where he's talking about auto-tune. He says very clearly, the auto-tune sab istemal karte hain. What it does is, it corrects your pitch at certain places. Because when the artist or when the singer is singing with passion, your note will move. And that is the human element. One of the biggest advocates for what I'm saying is today's conference. This could have been done on Zoom. But why have you hired this auditorium and why have you brought people? Because human connection. There is no alternative. There is no technology we can beat that can beat that. If you ask, thank you. See, this applause, this will come only when there is a physical environment where their energy is being transmitted directly. On Zoom, we will probably mute that. So, more focus needs to be there on going back to fundamentals. One last thing, let's look at fashion trends. I'm a 90s kid, I'm a millennial kid. When I was growing up, I was born in 88 and say I got my senses in about 93, 94. I understood what fashion is and what jeans meant. We were wearing baggy stuff. We were wearing jeans which was one size bigger. Then we went to college, everything became skinny. Now it has again gone back to oversized clothes. So I think this whole trend business is a cycle that will keep going on and on. वो मैं समय हूँ, रायना नहीं, पर मैं समय हूँ, जो चलता जाएगा. It will keep going, it will keep coming back. Even food habits. There was a time when coffee shops came up and restaurants came up. And suddenly, after COVID, thanks to COVID, maybe, people have discovered the joy of cooking at home. Wherein a generation, our generation, a generation before that, they have grown up on home-cooked food. So now, I think it's the only way we can go is back. We have gone forward enough. Of course, things which need to go forward is perspective, mentality, tolerance, equality, and a space for difference of opinion, which rare to find in our immediate society these days. But technology-wise, content-wise, storytelling-wise, I think we have done our best work. And sometimes we need to look back over our shoulders to reference, kya kiya tha bhai? Let's do that again.
Tech companies won't be very happy with you, Shomak.
I don't have a problem. But I think tech companies will also understand that at the end of the day, technology facilitates and not creates or leads. That is my opinion. Of course, people might disagree. But technology will facilitate. I will give you an example. So I am a very recent user of the iOS universe. And there is this thing on Apple Music called spatial audio, wherein they take the entire track and they make it feel it as if the musicians are playing it around you. And I listened to a very old track made in the 70s, but care has been taken to restore it to this format. This is what I'm talking about. Something which was recorded in a studio in an analog format has been digitized so well, keeping the soul of the creation same. See, there is a reason why Kal Ho Na Ho released and is running to full theaters for over 3 weeks. It's a movie everybody has seen. But why do you want to go back to the theater and see SRK in his 40s, coming out on the screen and doing the whole thing? SRK has, now Jawan has been a bigger film in terms of revenue and business. But what is that thing which is making people look back again? I think we're living in a time where we were promised a lot of things and that did not happen. There is a reason why people are looking back. There is a reason why nostalgia always works. I'm not saying that go back. I'm not saying that regress in your way of life. But what I'm saying is that going back to fundamentals is essentially important. Thank you.
And using technology to your benefit and not
Absolutely.
the other way around. Not being a
Absolutely.
slave to technology is what you're talking about.
Shomak, probably fundamentals have always worked. Maybe
Yeah.
with technology we have fine-tuned it.
Yeah.
We have brought it to our home. But fundamentals like storytelling, like music, like human touch, these are the basics.
Yes,
They have always worked for us. I don't know anything
Yeah,
else.
and they will be there always.
Hopefully, fingers
Yeah.
crossed.
But the fact is that as far as the influencer marketing is concerned, in near future,
Yeah.
it's
No,
going to be
again, influencer marketing is a term that we are using because, well, we've kept this topic, but I think this word in itself doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Marketing in itself is very vague to define.
Yeah.
Let's look at what Zomato is doing. The CEO goes out and delivers his own product. Which company's CEO is going out and selling his own product? Nobody did that. Zomato CEO did that. Maybe he did that because he thought that this would be a good PR stunt. Maybe he did that because he just wanted to. We don't know. We saw something that worked. Only that, see, what will work is only retrospective. Maybe except somebody like Steve Jobs who had the insight to think that someday people will listen to 1,000 songs in their pocket. But not everybody can be Steve Jobs. But again, insight and foresight, all of these things have to come together. There will be a gut feeling, there will be data to tell you that we can go this way, but there has to be a space to understand that we might be wrong. Because we are dealing with people, we're dealing with human beings, and human beings are the most fickle-minded yet very united organisms in this world. And that is the beauty of human beings, the human brain, that I'm agreeing with you. For the first 6 months, I agree with you. On the 7th month, I hate you so much that I don't want to see your face. On the 11th month, I come back. The duty of the product, of the artist, of the creator is to be there when that person comes back.
Of course, of course.
That's what I'm trying to say. It too complicated, but I just spoke from my heart. Thank you.
No, deep philosophy.
So, while we're talking about a future, I would want to ask Mr. Paul, do you think going forward, influencers will play a much bigger role in shaping consumer behavior?
Yeah, of course. Of course. The traditional way of marketing is going to be there. It's not going to be discarded. It will be always there. But the share of influencer marketing is going to grow as well. As I said earlier, people are having a faith on the influencers and they're spending more and more time with the content creators' content. That is what is the affecting factor or deciding factor. Earlier it was TV, it was newspaper or the billboards, but nowadays more time is being consumed on handheld devices. So the way you can get into the mind of the consumer is through the handheld devices, and it's going to increase in near future. And that's my view. That's my take. Of course, the brands are going to create separate desk for analyzing this thing and getting into this thing. So that's the thing.
Just adding on to Shivaji, what he said, that's a great thing to say. But you know what? Marketers will know this. Billboards still work.
Yeah, of course. I'm not discarding that. Billboards are there. But in future, the influence of the contents are going to increase in near future. That is what I am telling. Billboards will be always there.
Probably
always.
influencer marketing is one of those four wheels of a car.
Yes.
The fifth wheel.
You cannot discard the traditional one.
Not the Stepney.
Not the Stepney. The one wheel that works. But where the gear is, the wheel which moves.
Yeah.
But the billboard, if you put up a billboard or a traditional thing, people take you till date, at least India, more seriously. Let me take an example of the campaign for Hoicho's brand, where Shomak worked. The food
Bhojan
brand.
Bilashi.
So Bhojan Bilashi, when it was launched with an offline campaign.
Right.
Then went on to the online brand. So it's like managing two wheels together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Offline moved the viewers to that online, that something is coming. People thought, acha, hoichoi to arekhana food blogging channel khullo. It was like that. But somehow it worked. Somehow it got people hooked. Whether it was 1 season, 10 season, 100 season, forget about that. But it worked. So influencer marketing is emerging as one of the most powerful wheel. For example, if I talk of this guy called Ranveer Allahabadi, I don't know how many of you know him or follow him, Dear Biceps. So when he collaborated with a brand called Adidas, Ranveer Allahabadi used to be a fitness freak before this Beer Biceps and podcast thing. When he went on to this fitness journey, he plugged in Adidas. That I work with Adidas, I use Adidas and stuff, nice shoes, nice of shots of his physique or whatever. But it worked. When Kariminati worked with this bag brand called Arctic X, in spite of the numbers, it was done long back. Last week when my son was looking for a school bag, he said me, Baba, oi, Arctic X brand ache na Kariminati korechilo. So somehow he doesn't know the features of Arctic X bags. What comes to his mind is this guy called Kariminati did something with this thing. So this is probably how it works.
Yeah. So basically, influencer marketing cannot only be the standalone thing. So it's among the marketing mix that we are generally using, and it's because the consumer behavior has changed and the consumption pattern has changed. Today, I might not go out for a drive, but I am still scrolling my reels.
Yeah.
So if I miss seeing it on the road, I have it on my reels. And we are like scrolling innumerable content, and the people we are following are also very diverse. I mean, the new example is I see reels of this truck driver from Jamtara called Rajesh. I don't know if any of you watched it. Yeah. He goes on his trips and he makes food there, and now brands are collaborating with him. But they're also making sure that it's not a luxury product. It's something that Rajesh's subscribers would actually want to see. So that's what is happening, and
So I think we're talking about a synergy between the two, like offline and online,
course,
working in tandem.
And one more thing, the generation which are coming up now, as he said and Indrajit said, that billboard are still having relevance, but the generations which are coming up, the new generation, how many of them are actually out of the world, out of this handheld devices world? I mean, most of the time they are not reading the text that we read. They have not seen the movies that we did. They're actually in the virtual world. They're growing up there. So looking into the billboard may become a lesser activity. And if you want to go into the mind of this new generation, I guess this will, I mean, as mentioned, the influencer marketing will is going to be more relevance going ahead. It's going to take over the others. That's my take.
That's an interesting point, because
going ahead
if you look
is
at
going
the
to be
generation, they're glued to the phones.
Yes.
They're not even noticing.
So
the
they are going to
billboards
grow up in next 5 years. You are going to have a generation. Most of them have not read a book. If they had, then that's also on their phone or on iPad. So if you want,
they don't look out of the car windows.
No. So that's what I'm concerned
think
of.
That's a bit of an overgeneralization.
Now, there was this movie called Ready Player One. I don't know how many of you have watched it on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant movie of a dystopian world where
Right.
everybody's aim is to just play and win one single game. Whoever wins the game gets that game, is the owner of that game. It's a movie by Steven Spielberg. It was the same thing. Everybody is having some VR device, playing some game, one game, where everybody is trying to kill the other. Probably, I don't know, it's an exaggeration. I don't know whether Skynet will come or not. But I didn't even know that someday the entire world will move out with a mask. I don't know. What?
I just wanted to make this point. I think that's a bit of an overgeneralization when we talk about the youngest generation or the young generations completely.
No, Shomang, they are still creative, but the percentage. Yes, please go on.
No, my observation is again, this overgeneralization will always be there from an older generation. যে
Right.
हमारे समय हमरा हमारे ज़माने में हम ये किया करते थे.
mostly true.
It's mostly true, but you know, this generation that you're talking about, that they are glued on their phones, when there was a heinous incident in Kolkata, it is this generation that went out on the streets first.
Absolutely.
But they saw it on
Absolutely.
social media first. That's how they came to
this
know
is where-
about
this
it.
Is where, this is where I'm coming to my next point. So, if you think of social media or internet or video, it's a tool. You can take a knife and cut an apple or kill a person. It's about the person who's using that tool. Yes, of course, the internet penetration and digital usage and device usage is very high among youngsters. But it is wrong to assume that they do not look out or call out or talk about things which are important. They do not have important discussions. I just think that what they deem to be important is something we don't understand. For example, Dua Lipa came and did this huge concert in Mumbai, wherein she did this mashup of her song Levitating and a song from Shah Rukh Khan's movie Badshah. Wo ladki jo sabse alag hai. And the youngsters lapped it up. And you know who didn't like it? The singer of the song, Abhijit. He had a lot to say. Who is Dua Lipa?
Oh, this gentleman doesn't like most of the things. Let's not go
So
there.
now I can say that he represents a generation. তাহলে কি আমি গোটা জেনারেশন কে খারাপ বলবো যে these people don't appreciate.
This is
It's
like
not
Rajesh
that.
Khanna and Amitabh Bachchan.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not that. It's basically, if I think, in my experience, I see younger people more appreciative of work that has happened before. Like again, I go back to the re-releases. Veer Zara released. I went inside the hall. You won't believe how many college goers and how many school students were there because they wanted to see that movie on the bigger screen. So that is there. I'm harping on this and I'm speaking very passionately because I really work with youngsters. I talk to these people, and it is wrong to assume, to brand an entire generation that this generation will not go anywhere. This has happened before. Again, people who were growing up in the 60s, in the 70s, when during the age of rock and roll, where people grew their hair out and they were smoking weed, and their fathers would say, "The age generation er kichu hobe na." Those
No.
people.
No, we're not saying kichu hobe na. It's just
No,
we're
no,
talking
no.
about the
I'm saying,
digital,
no, but that thought has
I'm
been
saying
there.
that it's growing. I mean, it's growing.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But see,
Let-
again, like I said, these things keep coming back. Every generation is
Of course,
criticized.
the human
by the
touch will be
previous.
always there.
Every generation is criticized by the previous generation because we don't understand what they represent.
No, I'm not criticizing. It's okay. It's
it's
all
good to
practical.
criticize also.
But
No,
the
I think
fact is that in near future, if you calculate the way or the strategy of marketing, so it's going to grow. I mean,
Yeah, I think.
now one example I would like to give you guys. Kishore Kumarer je গানগুলো পরবর্তীকালে on YouTube you can go ahead and see someone named I cannot remember, but nowadays young generation से एक पॉपुलर गाना जो किशोर दा ने गाया था वो हमने सुना कि ये गाना कौन गाया भाई उसने वो नए बंदे का नाम लिया
Yeah. That has happened.
किशोर कुमार का नाम नहीं लिया उसने
No, Shivaida, that's the beauty. The song is living.
The song is
Forget
living,
about the
but
singer.
that is regenerated, recreated. So that is how the social media is dealing with the new generation, or the influence of social media on the new generation. In
Shivaji da,
fact,
this has happened before. When Indranil Sen and Srikanto Archaju did Shurer Bolaka, everybody thought that the old song by Gauri Prasanna Majumdar is their song.
there, right.
So again, like I tell you, this keeps
It's
happening
fine.
in
The
loop.
song is living.
The song lives.
Okay.
The music lives.
So, we are all adopters of the digital age, and the new generation are the natives. So they're born there. I mean, as I think Bain said that you merely adopted the darkness, I was born in it.
Yes.
It's very similar now. We adopted it, they're born in it.
So we are talking about the young generation, and I'll come to my last question now. We're running out of time. So, Shomak, you are, I assume, the youngest in the panel. So I would like to ask you
True, I'm true.
about, if somebody a youngster aspires to be a influencer today, what are the key skills that one should acquire?
Don't aspire
Also-
to be an influencer. First of all.
No, also like you have done or like Indrajit has done, is it important to choose a niche segment right at the beginning?
I think there are three things which are very important. First is figure out what is that thing that you do very well and at ease. You are very good at, you are better than your peers, and you can do it consistently. The only thing that matters is consistency. Number one. Number two is aspiration should not be views, and this is also for brands and marketers. Aspirations should not be for views or engagement or anything. Aspiration should be for shelf life. We can still go on YouTube and search for the old Hamara Bajaj ad, which speaks to our heart, wherein the old generation and the new generation, badal rahe hain hum yahan, where there are a couple of bikers in leather jackets, but they avoid the rangoli that is there. The new and the old come together and preserve what is modern India. Modern India is a mix of the traditional values and the new age development. That ad will still speak to you. Shalimar is a partner today. Every time we, before Pujo, you can hear everybody on their phone going, "Ei pran dhala utshave bar bar, alo asha bhalobasha mishe ekakar." That happened 30 years back. Why is it still speaking to people? Because there is love in that. There is a thought in that. There is an idea to talk about something which means so close to my heart. That's number two. And number three is, actually there's no number three, that's just it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, we have about 5 minutes, so I would invite some audience questions. So if anybody has a question, can we get the mics passed around, please?
Sir, you can just speak it out. I guess we have a...
Do we have a mic that can be passed around?
I can take the mic.
Very pertinent question. I'm not from marketing, I'm an economics. As per statistics, and Swam can also add, 44% to 55% of the contents in social media are fake.
Yeah.
You agree?
Well,
just 1 minute.
Yeah.
55% is USA, and in India it is around 44%. That is what the latest statistics you can check up from AI also. Under these circumstances, the credibility of the influencers are certainly at stake. Whatever we find in the social media today, particularly in the political area, social area, economic area, 90% are fake. You will see Mr. Murthy is giving an advice how to make 10,000 to 10 billion. Mukesh Ambani is giving how to make money in 1 week of few billions. These are very, very common. So in that case, credibility of anything being contained in the social media is at big stake. Until and unless, so how you are going to deal with this? And second question is that in marketing, whatever I understand little bit, whatever differentiation you take through influencer, through contents, it is short-lived. Because you have a competitor, if you come out with any differentiation in terms of predictability or appearance, it will be copied by your competitor. Maybe could be a gap of 1 to 2 months. It is short-lived. There is no lasting impact. What you adopt, it doesn't have any lasting impact. Under these circumstances,
would anybody like to answer that, please?
Can I take it? Can I take
Sir,
it?
Shomak, and then I'll have
Take the first one.
Thank you so much, sir, for your question.
Sorry.
No, absolutely. It's a very pertinent question. I think the first question, to answer your first question, what is important, like I said, is consistency. You deliver the truth every time in terms of your product. Let's not look at social media. Let's look at a bank. A new bank comes up. I will not go and open an account. But the bank year on year starts giving better returns, better products. I hear about it word of mouth. If the bank shut shop in 5 years, then we know that that did not work. But were they not honest about it? Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. There were real estate companies in this state who promised a lot of things and they turned out to be a chit fund. Numerous village people invested their money in that because they thought that, so it's not just social media, sir. There are cheats everywhere. In every industry, in every office, in every company, there are cheats everywhere. What we need to do whether it's social media or you have a stall. I'll give you a small example. There's this roadside cart on Rashbiari Avenue. I will not take their name. There's this one woman who finishes her work, comes and sits there and sells deep fried, completely unhygienic stuff. But she ensures quality. And there are people from Behala, people from Newtown coming just to take a taste of that. I am not advertising unhealthy food. I am a lifestyle. I'm changing my lifestyle. I am advocating healthy food myself. But the point I'm trying to make is whether you sell bananas on the road or you're the top creator in this world, you have to deliver the truth. The truth, if you are a journalist, the truth of information. If you are a lifestyle creator, the truth of what product you're having. If you're having whey protein every day, you have to tell your audience that, bhai, isme 24 gram protein hai. I do not have this on an empty stomach, and I have been advised by these are examples I'm giving you. That's number one. And number two is, I think where there are so many products, so many creations and IPs which do not last, there are some which have lasted way more than people expected it to be. People in Bengal, let's look at, see, I belong from the world of audio and audiobooks and broadcast. Audiobooks are in Bengal, audiobooks are growing like how. But all of this was started by this radio show called Sunday Suspense. Everybody thought it would die out in 3 months. It's been 15 years. It is still going strong. Because for every week, that show has delivered quality. It is about quality, the consistency of quality, the truth of quality. And if 1 week your influencer cannot come up with a video, the influencer or the artist should go on a live and say, "Je, bhai, aaj to nahi ho paya because I have a crisis at home. My aunt is not well or there's something happening. Please forgive me. I'll come back next week." You see what that does to your brand. You see what honesty does to your brand. It's not about making money. It's not about the salary. Like Fort Minor wrote, it's not about the salary. It's all about reality and making some noise. Make that noise, make the true noise, and see what that does for you. Thank you.
Secondly, sir, I would like to talk on something else. So what is truth? For example, I run a humble food blog channel. Last week, one of my videos got a comment which was done 5 years back. Dada, yesterday we went there, the food was rubbish, maybe you were paid. So, do I call that person a nonsense? Because that video was published 5 years back. What we experienced then cannot be judged in today's perspective. What was the reality then might have changed. So, the viewer, there is an ownership on the viewer's part as well. You choose what you get. So, there is garbage in, garbage out. Every dependency cannot be on the content creator. It cannot be and it should never be.
And eventually people understands what is fake and what is not fake. Eventually, with time, if we are having the, as Somak said, consistency, then eventually people understands. Filtered out.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time today, so I'm really sorry I will not be able to take any more audience question. Thank you to all the speakers for this extremely engaging and entertaining. Thanks largely to Shoma on the session. Thank you.
Extremely entertaining and engaging, as expected, very heavy, discussions, but done in a very simple way. Thank you so much. So I would now like to welcome Mr. Shomnath Banerjee, Establishment Head, Shalimar Chemical Works, and Mr. Shantanu Mukherjee, Director, Internet Technologies, to hand over our tokens of appreciation to the session chair and the esteemed panelists. Welcome on stage, sirs. Can we put our hands together for this lovely session that we had? I know we are running a little behind time, but still we'll manage. Shalimar has given us some wonderful, gifts to be handed over to the speakers, to the panelists. So we can maybe clap a little louder. There's a MacBook here. Who's this? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We have just one more session to go before we break for lunch. The world has migrated from the knowledge era to the data era, making data the king. We all know what does not get measured does not improve. Our next expert speaker is a person who is, as the name says, is an expert in data analytics. Please welcome Mr. Deepak Singh, Director Data and Analytics, IndusNet Technologies INT, who will speak on leveraging data to revolutionize influencer marketing from selection to impact management. A seasoned professional with expertise in data analytics, forensic accounting, and chartered accountancy, Mr. Singh is currently the Director of Data and Analytics at IndusNet Technologies, spearheading strategic initiatives to deliver innovative, data-driven solutions. Welcome, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us be true, right? Let us not be fake. How many of us are eagerly waiting for lunch? Okay. How many of us want this session to be 30 minutes as scheduled? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. For the 10 and 20 minutes, it's a disappointment. Okay. Influencer marketing, leveraging data from selection to impact measurement. Last session, boy, it started with a influencer marketing kind of a session, but it ended influencer marketing of 1970s, 80s versus influencer marketing of 1990s with Shomok and Santhan representing the 1990s and Mr. Indrajit and Shivaji representing 70s or 80s, correct? In this session till now, I have captured certain facts and figures. जो अभी speakers लोगों ने जो बोला है उसी को मैंने अभी capture किया है. The word data has been used 10 times. Okay, the word data has been used 10 times. KPI, which is key performance indicator, once. Artificial intelligence 13 times. Measurable 1. Deep fake 1. NPS 1, Insight 1, Analysis 1, and Gen AI 1 time. Now we can understand the importance of the data in the marketing world. Okay? How many of us are influencers or content creators here? Raise your hand. Okay? How many from the organizations, corporate world, enterprise? What percentage of your marketing initiatives is being backed by data? We understood just now in a span of 2.5 hours, so many times we have had a word around data, around artificial intelligence, but rarely do we see the use of data or leveraging data for your marketing needs. So we as a company, we serve to BFSI domain, pharma life sciences domain, retail domain, e-commerce domain, real estate domain, education domain. We have a dedicated marketing team, but very seldom the organizations leverage the power of data. So the entire 30 minutes of talk would be how we leverage use of data for the purpose of effective influencer marketing, as the topic is. A small disclaimer. My name is Deepak and I am not a marketing guy. Okay? कहीं से भी मेरे लाइफ में मार्केटिंग बोल के कोई चीज नहीं है. And I was feeling fish out of water when others are hearing those marketing jargons, those words, terminologies, and I thought that my session would be worth listening to or not. Okay, so big disclaimer, agar worth listening nahi hai, it's not my fault. Some quick stats which I think most of us have seen. We have influencers everywhere. Okay, you go on YouTube, you go on Instagram, you go on LinkedIn. It's filled with influencer blogs, influencer contents. Okay, and they are boasting of it. It's a very kind of a big deal for them that people know them. Okay, and they are on the verge of finding each and every consumer in this world and trying to influence. Right? Is this true or not? Correct? A real life example which brought me to a very big tussle with my family members since yesterday evening. So I was kind of preparing this presentation, how to go about it. How many of us know these brands? Very few. These brands? Very few. And these brands are being used in my house by my wife. So I said that, and each and every product has been purchased when she has seen those content creators advertise for these products. And trust me, मेरे घर में मेरे सामान से ज़्यादा ये सब products है, right? And yesterday when I sent the picture of these content to my wife, she said, भाई मेरे पास कोई बड़े brand के भी products हैं I purchase, why not use that? Then I said that look, मेरे को यहाँ पे ये establish करना है कि how influencers can be beneficial even promoting a smaller brand or a mediocre brand. Okay? And till today morning when I was about to leave, she was hell-bent, replace this content, these two pictures and put the other ones. Okay? But I did not do that. I don't know, शाम को घर पे जाने के बाद क्या होगा. Influencers are important. Influencers, they say, I have many people who ask for, and these are the many peoples. Right? Now, to the corporate world, people, to the corporate, the clients, the organization representatives that have come in, how are you identifying a true influencer who can resonate your product, your values, your thought process? Someone from the audience. The content, right? Anything else? Story? Anything else? So this came from the influencer, right? Corporates, companies, how are you evaluating when selecting an influencer? Target audience? Engagement rate, right? Most of them are true. Now, we will see how in this ocean of influencers, the data or an artificial intelligence solution can help all of us, okay? Whether it's the influencer or the organizations. So, let us sit, relax for the next 15 minutes and go through it. Influencers, they boast every time, correct? I have so many followers, I have so many people who subscribe to my channel, so many views, right? So at the end of the day, they boast that mera jalwa hai. I have so many people in my account. Is this also one of the factor which you take into account selecting an influencer? minus the Angrezi word. I am emphasizing the communication skills here. The first was number of reach, number of subscribers, followers. The second is the communication skills. Is this also one of the factor which the organizations or influencer भी मेरे को support करेंगे, the corporates are taking into account on board them, correct? Or do they have this convincing skills? I might not use a product or service, but I have my convincing skills. जैसे अमिताभ बच्चन ने मुथूट का ad किया, right? He might not use the product, but he has that convincing skills. Okay? So, apart from these three, there can be n number of areas or n number of ways how and why the influencers are onboarded. Some of the key factors we discussed, right? Many a times why the influencer marketing fails is because there is no three-way matching. Now, when I say three-way matching, the product persona, right? The influencer persona and the target audience persona. How many of us feel that in the absence of any one of these, your marketing efforts or influencer marketing is going to give you beneficial result? How many of us feel? So you have to have these three persona mapped in order to have a beneficial result. Okay? Lot of marketing efforts, marketing expenses, whether it's be influencer marketing or traditional marketing, fails because absence of this persona matching. So customer 360 persona, influencer 360 persona, product 360 persona is what the organizations need to align in order to have the influencer marketing done. Customer journey mapping, right? How many of us really measure the effectiveness or the performance of engaging with an influencer? How many of us? Hand raise. It's open for both, I mean influencers as well as the corporates. How many of us measure? If we are not measuring, how are we able to understand that a respective influencer or the content that they are creating is beneficial for us? How? It's a question for all of us. How are we measuring? No one? I think we are feeling little more hungry. If we are not measuring, it's high time we up the ante and start measuring. Correct? So in terms of what sort of engagement rates they are bringing in terms of how the audiences are engaging with them, at what level, okay, what is the demography that they are targeting, right? What is the persona of the demography, right? So each and every matrix needs to be identified, the KPIs need to be identified, and start a discussion with the influencers, getting those data and analyzed. How many of us even take, basic data from influencers? Basic data regarding their reach, their impressions, their views. कितने लोग लेते हैं? And how authentic? मतलब we ask for them and they provide, or is it that they give us the access to their system, to limited access to for us to go and see on a live basis or a real time basis what is their engagement, what is their subscriber values and everything.
That is a very, very important thing. If
Absolutely.
Your video is 4 minutes, and if you see your average is 60 seconds or 40 seconds, 50 seconds, then you can understand the quality of your video is not that
and it will
strong.
be And you will be shocked to understand and hear that almost more than 75% of the companies, they don't bother collect these nitty-gritty information from their influencers. They are simply relying on the YouTube channel subscriber numbers. भैया 1 million subscriber है या 0.5 million subscriber है, right? Not understanding the demography around those subscribers, okay? The interest of those subscribers, and just a subscriber के basis पे the influencers are getting picked and given the contract, right? So the data is available, the usage of data has been very limited, okay, either from the influencer side or from the corporate side as well. What does this simplifies? I hope everyone has seen Panchayat web series or Mirzapur series. I just wanted to take this clip so that it becomes little engaging. What is the theme around this picture or this meme? What is Bhushan Bhai trying to say? He is targeting, right? He is targeting Pradhan Ji's lifestyle of sitting under a tree at night and having beer with his peers, right? So he is targeting the way of life which Pradhan Ji is having. And that is where we should be understanding that why these marketing efforts fail, even if we include influencer marketing. As sir said, we have data, but we are not using it, okay? So the organizations, they are spending tons and tons of their effort and millions and millions of their expense budget. But at the end of the day, the acquisition, the retention, the growth from the customers are very limited. Okay, why? Because in majority of the cases, these targeting are not done effectively. Okay, ask for the data from the influencers. Okay, slice and dice that based on your requirement, based on your organizational goals and vision. Map those organizational goals with the data that you receive from them influencers. Okay, create those personas and then go out and select those influencers. I'll give a real life example. So I stay in a complex जहाँ पे शाम को 6-7 बजे करीब में all the ladies they go to the Zumba classes, okay, और वहाँ पे discussion होता है, सब अगल बगल इधर उधर का सारा discussion होता है. So one day my wife comes and says that a lady resides in a tower just in front of us, or she has a 5-year-old kid, okay, and she has created an Instagram profile for that kid, और उसके छोटे छोटे videos वगैरह Instagrams पे हैं, okay, and she says, दीपक, आज से 2 महीने पहले उसने create किया था और आज उसके 7,500-8 हज़ार followers हो गए, okay, and she was like, how can that be possible, right? And after every 2 days, 3 days, she would come up to me and literally in a cribbing manner say कि इसके इतने followers कैसे हो रहे हैं? And being a finance guy and an auditor guy and a fraud guy, I said, look, let us today, मतलब रात को OTT नहीं देख के, let us go and do an audit of the profile, okay, number of subscribers और क्या subscribers है. You will be amazed to understand and hear that more than 90% of the subscribers were from a country जिसका हम नाम ही नहीं सुने थे, और a city जिसका नाम ही नहीं सुने थे. So how can a 5-year-old kid get so many subscribers, okay, from a region which nobody knows? And that is where there are, paid subscriber kind of a thing that is coming up in order to lure the organization. So what are some of the things that you as a corporate can do to avoid these kinds of fraud? The influencers wants the subscriber to grow as quickly as possible, not slowly, right? But you as an organization needs to be cautious enough that whether I am getting onboarded, I'm onboarding someone who is genuine and not fake. What are some of the KPIs that you can measure from the corporates or influencer? आप लोग बोल सकते हैं. What are some of the areas that you can see and analyze to understand whether the subscribers list that they are showing or the views that they are showing is relevant for me, or it's genuine, or it's fraud? A small example, जैसे हमने देखा था कि region analysis आपने कर लिया, अब आप कीजिए कि peak analysis, time series analysis we say, कि at what period of the time the subscribers are getting, are viewing the videos, number one, okay, they are getting subscribed to a respective channel, okay. These 3 or 4 simple analysis will give you a pattern, will give you a trend that whether the subscribers that are getting hooked to a respective channel, they are genuine or not, okay. Any other pointers which you as a corporate can see? I mean, it's a learning session for all of us. Anyone in the house? As a corporate or as a content creator? Anyone?
Followers. So it might be a random sampling of the accounts that are following this handle.
Absolutely. But it is very sad to see that majority of the organizations are not doing this. Okay. They have data. The influencers are willing to share their subscriber list, their details with the organization, but the organizations are not leveraging the data. Okay, that's very sad. And at the end of the day, once we have the marketing performance projected on the board, there is low acquisition, high CAC, low retention, right? So understanding influencer persona, understanding the subscriber persona becomes very much important in order to decode these fraudulent activities which are being prevalent now. This is very near and dear to me. There are posts, right? Influencers, they post and they get tons and tons of reviews unke post pe, right? How are you as an influencer or organization as an influencer analyzing those content? आप लोग करते ही होंगे, right? And they should come from you, you people. How are you analyzing this content? Anyone? These feedbacks. अभी सर ने बोला था कि 5 साल पहले के उनके एक पोस्ट के ऊपर अभी एक आया.
Quality of the comment. Suppose I run an educational channel. So from the content, I just go to the comments, and from the comments you will be able to know whether he is within our group or he is outside the group. So
what if there are 1,000 comments and reviews in one of the posts, in one of the posts that influencers have put up? Whether we will go line by line to all those posts. I'll give a very apt example. So there is one FMCG company for whom we did something called feedback analysis or sentiment analysis, right? So whatever consumer complaints or feedbacks they were receiving on social media, on their Instagram post or on their hashtags, we were basically extracting those information, scraping those information and analyzing them using natural language processing and using generative AI. Okay. अगर मेरे पास 100 comment है, I would have time to go and scroll through all those comments. But what if I have 1000 comments? What if I have 1 lakh comments? And what if I want to understand the intensity of the comments? Okay. So that company problem statement was, for me, a foreign body contamination in my product is much severe complaint than my biscuit being soggy and discolored, right? Or वो specific content might be residing 560th line पे, 1000th comment, right? Or that comment might be in descriptive form in 10 lines of feedback. How as an individual, by reading those content, you will be able to decode the intensity of the comment which may hamper your brand value in the minds of the consumers. Okay? Not only corporates, the influencers. Influencers need to go through their comment, okay, understand the people's sentiment, curate their future contents accordingly. Okay, this is where the power of generative AI, the power of natural language processing is helping organizations or influencers to carve these contents, create meaningful insights, okay, prioritize or deprioritize them based on their severity, based on their criticality, so that it can be acted upon. So it's not about just selecting or onboarding an influencer or creating a content or creating a campaign. It's all about how the data that is getting generated at each of these pivotal points, you as an organization or you as an influencer, you are analyzing that data, right? There's another one content solution that we built for one of the foreign companies. So they are marketing agencies. Now, can anyone tell me what Nike sells or what Adidas sell? Passion. Fashion. Passion. Anyone else? Lifestyle. Sorry? Status. So what emotion is attached to that content that these companies create? Inspiration. So Nike create contents with an idea of being fit, okay? So whatever content they would create, it would revolve around the consumers becoming more and more aware about their health, about their fitness, okay? Now, how does analytics and AI create these contents for influencers or for that matter corporates? Okay. So we created something called emotion analysis system, okay, that look, if I am to target people from age group 20 to 30 having certain salary bracket in a specific demography, what are some of the emotions that can be targeted, okay, for a specific product, right? So the system would give you 10 different emotions, and out of those 10 different emotions, you can cherry pick 3 of the emotions or 4 of the emotions and can leverage generative AI, create those content for you. For content creation, or for that matter any content creation, what is the most difficult part? What is the most difficult part? इतने सारे content creators हैं, what is the most difficult part? कोई भी अगर content आप बनाते हैं as a video content or a textual content, what is the most difficult part? Summarization, sir? Absolutely. So that takes care of the emotion through which you are connecting with the brand, right? So along with the emotion, one of the most critical part while writing a content is jotting the first few lines of the content. because that is going to set the tone of your content. Correct? पहला 2 line में अगर that interest does not get generated, I as a user will not go and read the entire content. Correct? So writing those first few contents or the headline of the content becomes very much critical. So generative AI, these applications are helping influencers and corporates create this meaningful and engaging content directly connecting with the users. Okay. So this is the power of analytics, the power of AI that we are talking about. Okay. In the comment, we see a lot of rubbish talks which you want to filter out. You want to concentrate on the quality comment, quality feedback. Okay. So you need to use the power of analytics and generative AI to streamline the analysis for the feedback that you are receiving. So this is what I was talking about. So using AI and using analytics to understand the criticality of your feedbacks, to prioritize your feedback so that your future contents are created in a much better way. What does this signifies? What does this signifies? Or for that matter, this tagline. Emphasize on the word Doordarshi, this far-sightedness. How many of us as an organization, we are doing something called predictive analytics? How many? None. So we have tons and tons of historical data, engaging with an influencer, driving engagement, driving impressions, incurring expenses, which can be leveraged to create predictive models so that future में कोई अगर influencer आता है तो you put in the persona of the incoming influencer in the AI model that you create, and you can have a visibility as to what sort of revenue or engagement or clicks this gentleman can drive. Very rarely organizations are doing this predictive analytics, very rarely. Okay. I'm reiterating the fact that we have data, we know the importance of data, we talked a lot about data, but we are not doing anything and everything around data. Okay. This is what I was talking about. How analytics can be more predictive in nature, okay, rather than being descriptive and diagnostic. Start leveraging your data, start using your data, okay. Before onboarding any influencer, run this predictive model to understand whether he or she will be beneficial to you, right? And last but not the least is the influencer performance benchmarking. There are tons and tons of KPIs and matrices that are available online, which you can use, which you can leverage for the purpose of understanding the efficiency of an influencer, you as an influencer or you as a corporate, which you can see. There are ways of getting those data in your system, there are ways of cleaning those data, there are ways of making insightful decision from the data. So start using the same. Last but not the least, I would say today the real king in the modern era is the influencers. One of the kings, I would say, right? Because they have the reach, they have the content, they have the creativity. And in the very first slide, there were some facts and figures which said almost 68% of the marketers, they feel that once they go with influencer marketing way, the conversions are predominantly on a higher side. Okay. And that is why, based on this historic thing, okay, influencers will always boast of having people behind them, having janta behind them. With this, I come to the end of this session. Thank you, BCCNI, giving me this opportunity, getting to learn about marketing, okay, getting to learn about how influencer world works, Okay, and now I can speak a little in front of my wife. Thank you. Any question? I think there would be none since the lunch has been served, right? The hot and piping lunch. Yeah.
Right? I'm certainly not going to go into that. But as a person who's been selling products all my life, my own belief is that I need to be transparent as to what my product can deliver. I need to answer all questions, right, before they are put to me by my customer.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, if I'm an influencer, right, I think as an influencer, I must be there to tell them this is what I deliver, right?
Absolutely.
This is exactly the kind of subscribers I have,
Absolutely.
right? And you should be associating with me, provided, right, the basic denominators are being met. Otherwise, we should not be getting married to
Absolutely.
each other.
Absolutely.
So it's a bad marriage.
Absolutely.
And it hurts both.
Absolutely.
It not only hurts the brand, but it also hurts the influencer. So I think, we've got to look at this whole thing in two buckets. A bucket which the brand must be conscious of and the
Yes.
analytics thereof. I completely respect what you're saying. But the other side, I think influencers themselves also ought to be presenting themselves in that kind of manner.
Absolutely.
I have dealt with one or two who actually do that.
Out of how much?
No, that
is the question, sir. Out of how much?
So maybe 2%, 3%, 4%, as low as that. But then the example which you gave of that 5-year-old kid, right, where you might have a subscriber coming in from Rwanda, and it's meaningless to you sitting here in Salt Lake or in Calcutta.
Absolutely.
Right.
Correct.
But then I have to always be careful about the fake which is there, right? And I think, influencers also, right, are sitting up to say, we want to also associate because I've got to protect my brand of being an influencer.
And you would be astonished to hear this, sir, that in majority of the, posts that she had done, she had tagged Mama Earth, okay? Because Mama Earth, they create these products which are child friendly. They tell that eco-friendly products for the kids and all. So she was literally shouting to Mama Earth that, look, I have some subscriber, okay, which you can be, which can be used for your products or your services, right? So this should come from both sides. One from the corporates, from the due diligence side, and from the influencer side, saying that, look, I am genuine, okay, and this is going to be a long-term relationship. We just talked about continuity and the long-term. So in order to have a good marriage, you need to have trust and transparency, right?
I'm sure you'll have a good marriage.
Hope so.
Can we put our hands together for this lovely and fantastic analysis? And I loved the Panchayat examples, something we all relate to. May I now request Mr. Shotrik Shorkar, Manager Digital Communications, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, to hand over the tokens of appreciation to Mr. Singh. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. And before we break for lunch, I know you're all hungry, so am I. But after we come back, we have something very interesting. The session is very interesting. I'm not disclosing the session. And we will also ask the first round of audience questions, for which we have some fantastic gift hampers from Fortune, and that will be given out towards the end of the program. So kindly come back on time. It is almost 2. We'll try and be back in the room by 2:30 so that you don't miss out on the audience questions and get the prizes. Also, to listen to somebody which is a little different from the regular sessions. Thank you. Hope to see you by 2:30. Thank you very much. We'll have to start now. Now, post-lunch sessions are always challenging for the speaker as well as for the participants or the audience, whatever we may call. And we are aware of this peril. And therefore, now I'm going to invite a storyteller. A storyteller whose profile, if you see, is something very interesting. So he wanted the presentation to be like this. And I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Gautam Banerjee. I can tell his name, I'm sure, but the storytelling that he'll do, that is something surprising and we need to wait to listen to him. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's always an enterprising situation for a speaker after lunch. And I chose to speak like this. And now, with about 15 minutes in hand and a wonderful audience like this, I'd like to do as much justice possible to the storytelling session. Why I call this a storytelling session is primarily because these are stories that I've gathered in my career spanning over 4 decades in various fields. And at the end of it, it occurred to me that these were stories that influenced me, and I've seen many of these filtering into our daily life in retail, in consumerism, in products and services that we see. So, gentlemen, here we go with the in my experience, there are actually an outer lining of influence and an inner lining of influence. The outer line of influence are various aspects that you pick up in your lifetime, in your work, and as you go down in life. And later on, they form an inner layer of influence. But I can assure you, I don't have too many slides. It's after lunch. I have just about 4 slides and a couple of stories to tell you. So, as we look at the outer, as we look at the outer layer, the first most important thing I believe is the art of storytelling. Whoever is telling you a story, it could be a figment of imagination, it could be a real story, but it leaves a lasting influence in your mind. So let's look at a story which someone told me many, many years back, and years down the line, I found the meaning of that story. So the story is like this, that somewhere in the North Pacific, here's a ship with sailing with lots of people, and they're on a cruise. Suddenly, there's a huge storm, and that storm is so very severe that it's going to sink the ship any minute. So the captain's running around, people are trying to save, they're launching the boats, and it's absolute chaos. And in a situation like this, what would you do? Look for the end which is nearing you. But here was this 10-year-old boy, very excited and happy with life, playing with his dog, playing with a ball, and they're extremely happy with life. So people got confused. They said, what makes you so very happy? So this boy said, why aren't you be happy? He said, look, you're going to perish in the icy waters of the Pacific. He says, but why do you think so? He said, look at the ship, look at the weather, look at the sea. So this boy turned around and said, let me tell you one thing. The ship is not going to sink. So people said, why? He said, the ship is not going to sink because the captain of the ship is my father. Now look at that influence. 3 layers of influence. The boy, the role of the captain, and the role of the father eventually brings out the immense value of trust, of confidence. Isn't that something that you look at in today's world? Whatever you're doing, the bottom line is always trust. And That boy's only influence that the ship is not going to sink made everybody resolve that the ship is not going to sink. We're going to save the ship, and the ship gets saved. That's the story. But that left a very large influence in our mind. And years down the line, I saw in that story the element of trust. Relevance, response, and retrospective. Relevance, why it is relevant. See, somebody goes to buy a car. It's the car that he wanted to buy all his life. And what does he do? He goes to the showroom, and the guy sells him the car with several condiments. It's got this feature, it's got vegan leather seats, it's got crash-proof windshield, it's got tires made out of this. Ultimately, when you're buying the car, what happens? The only concern that comes to your mind whenever you're buying an expensive car, the car of your dream, is how powerful is the car? How strong is the car? How fast the car can move? And that brings you to a time of Alexander, or maybe Genghis Khan. When you do an invasion, you do what? You don't come in rockets, you come on horsebacks in those days. And horses were seen as tough, powerful, strong animals. And there was symbol of power, influence of power, so much so that in 2024, we are calling it the horsepower. The influence of an animal. It doesn't have to be a human being. It doesn't have to be an inanimate. So it can be an animal. So the relevance, the response to a horsepower defines how powerful the Ferrari is, how powerful that car is. And you say that, look, this is the condiment to a car. I'm sorry, I'm rushing with time. Transactional. So what is transactional in my case of influence? Now look, let's look at another story here. Here is this boy who goes and tells his warden in the hostel, says, look, sir, would you please change my hostel room? So the warden looks at him and says, Shonali, please let me know when I'm getting close. Where is it? Oh, I can see it. Okay. So 8 minutes. So he goes and tells the warden that, look, please change my room. So warden asks, of course I'll change your room. But tell me, why do you need to change the room? He says, you know what? I have to reach my goal. I have to do this in life. But you know, there are elder boarders who are playing cricket on the corridor. There are other guys who are making fun of me. There are other boys who are playing music very loudly. And they're doing all kinds of things. I'm getting disturbed. So the warden says, wow, this is quite an issue. I will certainly change your room. But before that, you'll have to do a small exercise for me. He says, anything, sir. He said, here is a spoon. Here is a marble. Please make a round of the entire campus and come to me. There will be somebody following you to see that you've not dropped the marble. So this boy goes around the campus absolutely with his attention on the marble and the spoon. The marble doesn't fall. The spoon is in place. He takes a walk, goes around the campus, comes to the warden and says, sir, I've done it. So the warden says, brilliant. Wonderful. You've done a great job. So I will change your hostel room. But before that, let me tell you something. How could you walk with the marble not falling, the spoon not falling off? He said, sir, I was kind of concentrating on that job. It was my goal to do it. He says, do that in life. There will be clutters in influence. Cut them off. If you have a goal set, the marble will not fall. Did you hear people shouting, screaming, talking, pulling your leg? None of that. Why? Because you are concentrating on that marble, the influence of a transactional and a topical situation. I feel like the last over of a cricket match, 5 runs to go, and the scoreboard is ticking away. Systems and semantics and simulations. Look, we are a generation like me and many in the room. We've transitioned from an analog situation to a digital situation. We got the OTT, the telephones, the mobiles. But the content in the analog and the content in the digital, if you really see to the depth of it, there aren't much of difference. A product which was advertised on the digital is no less than the ones that were advertised or talked about in the analog plane. So, to do this, you have to understand that anything that you look at is a transactional or a system that you have followed. And once you've done that, you've arrived at the next platform. So, a small story here. You know why I tell these stories is because I could have shown 25 slides, but I wouldn't have been talking to you from my heart. So I've taken the privilege of doing so. So this man dies and goes up, and he meets the Lord. And the Lord says, welcome. Let me show you your life spent on earth. So the guy goes for a walk, and he says, and the Lord shows him on the sea beach 4 pair of legs. He said, look, those are yours and these are mine. You know those good times you had, the brilliant times, you were doing so well in life. I was walking by you. I was walking, holding your hand, and you're doing so good. Remember the factory you set up, the products you've launched, the customers you enterprised, you're all there. So they walked for a long time, and they suddenly see that 2 footsteps are missing. So Lord says, look, that is the time when you had bad time. You know, your factories were in trouble, you're not keeping good health, your wife was not keeping good health, and so on and so forth. So this guy turned around and said, so when I had good times, you walked by me, and when I had bad times, you deserted me. He said, I haven't deserted you. He said, why? Where are your footsteps? It's mine. He said, watch carefully. Those are my footsteps. And he said, where was I? He said, you were in my laps. I carried you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reached the good time that's coming up. That's the circle of influence that we have in our days. In anything that we do, as I said, trust, confidence, holding hand, that is a great influencer in our lives. It can be from any segment. And having said all that, let's come to, that's the outer circle. Let's come to the inner circle. The inner circle is an experience that you have created through your influential journey in the outer circle. And what does that give you? It gives you trust. We've spoken about stories that give you elements of trust. Emotion. You're emotive about things. You're influenced. Your emotions get influenced. You are a part of an emotive situation. An attitude and moments, because moments can change every time. So I will end up with a small story. There was a tree and about 5 cats were standing under the tree. So one cat was trying to climb up and the other cats were holding and telling him, don't do it. It's a tough job. How can you climb up? But this cat kept on climbing, but then he fell, but again he tried and finally he climbed the tree. And why did he do it? He found out that the cat couldn't hear. So in order to do this, you have to set your goals, cut the clutter in, and then the right influence will rightly influence you and your journey continues. With this, I come to the end of my session. I'm well within time. And this is the last one. In 15 minutes, I could give you just 1 GB. That's my initials of my name. Maybe later on, I'll keep on increasing to 4 or 5 GBs with more time. Thank you very much, Bengal Chamber, for giving me this, this opportunity. To the sponsors, my good friend, Mr. Praveen Hegde, and colleague for several years, Mr. Anup Hoon, my good friend, Mr. Mahesh Motwani, Madam Sharnali, and Oindrila, thank you very much. If you have been with me, thank you very much.
That was amazing. And that too within time. Awesome. So I would request Mr. Mahesh Motwani, Executive Vice President, Initiative Media India Private Limited, to hand over our tokens of appreciation to GB, as he said. He has had leadership roles in Tata Steel, Tata Hitachi, and Ambuja Neotia. He loves calling himself a storyteller. Sir, welcome on stage and hand over the tokens to your friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Nishant Gupta, Head Marketing, Berger Paints India Limited, who will speak on building partnerships that resonate, sharing his insights from personal experiences and in FMCG sectors and to the paints. Mr. Nishant Gupta has over 17 years of experience in consumer goods industry across multiple sectors. He has worked in both traditional and new age businesses. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering and has done his MBA from IIM Mumbai. Prior to his current stint, he has worked in companies like Marico and Urban Ladder. Welcome, Mr. Gupta.
Great. First of all, thank you to Bengal Chambers of Commerce for giving me an opportunity to present my perspective on this topic, influence of influencers, right? And specifically on this one, building partnership that resonates. My belief is that if you build a partnership that resonates, that will endure as well, right? And that's what I think I'm going to talk about in the next 20 minutes. If you look at the first thing, I think in the first session, the first slide, which I think Mr. Gaurav Dudeja had shared, was about Ganji Chodel, right? Do you remember Ganji Chodel? Is everybody awake? Yeah, great. So Ganji Chodel, right? Now what was Ganji Chodel? That's the narrative today when we talk about influencers, right? That's the narrative. You build some social media campaign and do a topical content, a social media campaign and try and build brand awareness or advocacy through that, right? That's the narrative around influencers. And I'm sure that works. But what I'm going to present to you is a very different perspective. A perspective where probably we can leverage influencers which are more structural to the business and in a more long-term perspective, right? So what you will see is some examples that I will share from both offline as well as online businesses where they have used influencers to really build long-term business objectives. How do you build an influencer network, right? 3 basic steps. You need to identify a partner, right? Now, how do you do that? Basically, look at when I'm thinking about a category, who are the people who I'm engaging with? Now, this could be a shop owner. This could be, for example, if you're thinking about, toothpaste, it could be a dentist. If you're thinking about paints, it could be a contractor. If you're thinking about, going to a place, you're looking at reviews on TripAdvisor. So these are all the people that you're possibly looking at. So you need to identify what kind of a partner you need to work with, right? Secondly, and I mean, it's easier said than done. Once you identify the partner, you need to figure out what's the right program, what's the right messaging, how do I engage, which is a win-win for both. It's very easy to create a program which is, it's very transactional or one time, but you need to create content or program which is long-term and it is a win-win for both, right? And the third thing which I keep talking about is that we need to build influencer partnerships which are long-term, consistent work on that, right? It's short-term does help in advocacy and awareness, but real benefits to the business start accruing when you have these relationships going at a long-term level. So here I come with my first example, first case study, which is from an FMCG industry. How many of you have gone to, for hair, cutting your hair, and you would have worn a cape on which L'Oreal is written? How many have experienced that, right? Where there is L'Oreal written on the cape that they put when you cut your hair. L'Oreal has run a brilliant influencer program with all the hairstylists, salon owners, and they've been doing it for ages, this program. But before I talk about the program, I want to first talk about what's the relationship that a hairstylist has with its consumer. Now, one would typically go to a hairstylist, a beautician, a salon, at least once a month, right, for a haircut or some hairstyling and all. And in one sitting, you will be there with that person for 30 to 35 minutes minimum, right? And for those 30 to 35 minutes, you are actually his captive audience, really his captive audience. And what does he do in that? While he is cutting your hair, he will just seed in, sir, ये आपका बाल थोड़ा सफेद हो रहा है सर. सर ये बालों में ना आपका थोड़ा यहाँ पे थोड़ा ड्राइनेस आ रहा है. और मैम आपका ये स्किन में प्रॉब्लम है. This is what he seeds in during that thing. And what happens is that while you are interacting with him, you tend to see that person as a quasi-dermatologist or a trichologist. कि हाँ इसको सब पता है. So the whole expert, you start to see him as more of an expert rather than just a person who's cutting my hair, right? And this is what L'Oreal felt. This is a great opportunity for us, for them to build a whole brand and a program around these influencers. So what did they do? What did they do, L'Oreal? I mean, a simplistic approach here could be that they could have gone and pitched the products to these salon owners, right? And made it very transactional. Please sell these products, right? But that probably would not have built what people call as influencer equity or relationship, a long-term relationship with those salon owners or the stylists, right? If you look at their program, it was a very, very holistic program. It had, if you see any program, when you look at influencer, it has to have educate and reward, and not only reward. So what they did, they would reach out to any stylist, the first thing that they will tell them about was, okay, what's the chemistry of hair? What's the chemistry of skin? Right? What are the problems that your typical hair has, or what are the problems that a skin thing has? And then they try and tell them about the treatments, right? Now, one would wonder, what's the value of telling a hairstylist about chemistry of hair or about products or about problems? The value is that when a stylist talks to his consumer, he can obviously talk in this language, right? Which builds credentials and expertise for that person. So they just don't go and pitch the products. They tell you about they tell you about regimens which are required to improve the quality, and then they go about treatments, right? So that's the way they have kind of educated, built them on their own side. So that's on the part of education. What do they do else? They have launched complete, so what you can see is L'Oreal Paris. But when you go to a professional, right, or to a salon, what you will find is L'Oreal Professional. So they have launched a full series of products which are only available, which can be only used at a beauty parlor or a salon, right? That's what they have done. Now, great, they have launched something for the channel, but where is the innovation? I'll tell you where the innovation and where the big wow in this game is. I don't know how many of you wondered, I mean, my wife had gone for coloring her hair, right? And the stylist told her that, ma'am, ye color kar liya hai, this will stay with you for a year, but you cannot use regular shampoo now, or you cannot use a hair oil now. What you will have to use is this special product. I think a lot of people are nodding, right? This is what they do. So they'll say, kuch special product hai, and this product is not available in the market. This product is only available with me, right? And that's the L'Oreal Professional products they have. So how does the salon owner makes money in this? He basically starts selling these products, right? So imagine what's the wow. It's not only the product that they're using at the time of treatment or at coloring, but for one full year, they have kind of wedded the consumer with the L'Oreal Professional products, right? This is the power of how a strong influencer program has been built. Estimates suggest that they have right now reached out to 40,000 of such salons and hairstylists and beauticians. They have gone and talked and engaged with them, right? So fundamentally, if you see a great program, you identify what's the right influencer that you want to talk to, build a program which is just not based on monetary benefits. There has to be much more value, and value has to be what does the influencer get, and then kind of do it consistently over a period of time. I'm going to share another example, which is from the industry that I represent, paint industry, right? Now, paint industry, if you see, it's a relatively low frequency kind of an industry where people will get their house painted in, at least maybe once in 5 years, once in 6 years, right? So a category where there is a relatively low understanding. And so the consumer depends on a lot of influencers, actually seeks out a lot of recommendations, right? And there are a host of influencers which are there. There are dealers, there are architects, there are interior designers. But I think the most important of all is your painter contractor, right? He's obviously seen as an expert. Not many consumers would know about the whole system ki putti ke baad kaun sa primer lagna hai, fir kaun sa paint lagna hai. Yes, they may have a point of view on you know what kind of color I might want, but really the understanding of the product is relatively, and this is where the consumer sees contractor as an expert, right? Now, as Berger, what we could have done, we could have simply said, yes, we do run a reward program for these contractors, right? There is definitely a monetary reward program that we run for contractors, but that would have made this very, very transactional. What, as Berger, what we have done is taken this one step ahead, in fact, 2 steps ahead. There is a whole component of educate, right? We started something called as I-Train centers. Now, I-Train centers are places where painters could come, right, and be there for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and they are basically taught everything about painting. It's just not about telling our products. It starts from where they can understand what kind of, you know, wall surfaces are there, what kind of challenges are there, what are the right painting practices, and then we try and tell about our products, right? So it's much more than just selling our products. In fact, if you come to one of our I-Train centers, there is also training that we do about how can you grow your business, right? So imagine that's the kind of relationship that we are trying to build. Now this is where, as I said, you have, and I'm very happy to share that, you know, I think we started this in 2014-15, and till now we have at Berger trained more than 10 lakh painters, contractors through this initiative, right? So imagine we identified, yes, contractor is a core person who is a core influencer. Then we said, okay, we need to build a program which is monetary is important, but obviously what else apart from the monetary thing that we built. And then we have been doing it consistently. It's a very, very similar template. And now I'm possibly going to move to online examples, but the template stays same if you have to really build those enduring relationships. Moving from offline to online, right? I think there is one structural difference that we all need to understand when we look at any content, you know, influencer partnerships, right? When you move from offline to online, you're basically moving from practitioners to content creators, right? That's the big difference. Now, who are practitioners? Practitioners were the contractors, practitioners were the stylists, practitioner is a dentist which Colgate engages with, or a shop owner or a dealer. So they are there, their credibility stays on account of the practice they're doing, right? On the vocation they have. In terms of online, it's more content creators, right? And as somebody said, with content creation, it's another media channel which is available to us, right? These content creators that we have, they have gained popularity, and obviously because they've been posting a certain content, we get credibility as well. But fundamentally, viewed more as a media channel. But how can we leverage, and in fact, a lot of companies are really using this as a media channel, but probably what I'm going to share is that how do we leverage this more than just as a media channel, more as something where it can really start to impact your business. So what do we have? This is a grid. I think this is only 10%, but this is the grid. If you go online today, you will find content on everything, on anything, right? From travel to health, to finance, to pets, to alcohol, to how to date a girl. Everything is available, right? And targeted toward men, women, children, everything. So you have content everywhere. And you know, somebody was saying that we keep scrolling, right? We keep scrolling, and at one point in time, you're probably following, if not 15, 20 content guys, right? Maybe somebody you're following more religiously, somebody you're following maybe temporarily, but you're following 15 to 20 content creators. So it's a big challenge for marketers, which guy to pick, right? Because everybody is getting views. So that's one big challenge. And again, selection of the right partner, as I said, that was in offline, same holds true in online. Selection of the right partner is very, very important, right? And as I said, we'll give you examples of how people have gone about it. I think this is something which I've alluded earlier also. When you look at any in online influencers or online content creators, there is model 1, which is the current narrative, where you leverage a content creator to create awareness, engagement, right? Again, somehow this Ganji Chodel is not going from my mind. So that Ganji Chodel, right? You use that to create awareness for Nykaa or some engagement, right? Or what Mahindra did, right? So it's You do short, topical, creative campaigns and leverage influencers or content creators as media channels and try and ramp up my brand. So advocacy, short-term engagement, short-term awareness, definitely there is much scope. But the second model, which I think I have two clear examples where influencer is actually at the core of the business, right? How it actually adds you and measurably adds to your top line and to your bottom line, right? The first one which I want to talk about is Myntra Studio. I'm sure all of you have shopped from Myntra. Have you? Can I show of hands? How many of you shop from Myntra? Great. I see all the young ones shopping from Myntra. The rest are possibly going to maybe Louis Phillips or somebody to buy, right? Now, what does Myntra do? Myntra said that Myntra had a business problem, that today there was Myntra, there was Ajio, and then there is Amazon Fashion, there is Flipkart Fashion, and everybody started to have very similar kind of assortment, right? It's very easy to create a category. Everybody can create the same assortment, build in the brands on board, and you have the assortment. And they wanted to really differentiate themselves, right? And so thought, how can we do that differently? So they said, can we leverage fashion influencers? Now, before I get into the model, let me talk about what's the relationship of the fashion influencer with this Gen Z consumer, right? Now, I would typically go to a shop and buy clothes from there, right? So I will go to a trial room, try 10 clothes and then buy 2 clothes, right? But that doesn't work with Gen Z audience. They are not going to any shop. What they're doing is constantly looking, as I said, people are scrolling, they're constantly looking at inspirations, right? So they're following a lot of these fashion influencers, mini celebs for fashion choices. What's the new, what's trending, what's interesting, what will go with what is that coordinated set that I can wear, right? So they keep looking at these kind of inspirations, right? Now, Myntra said, fine, this is great. Now, can I leverage that? So these fashion influencers provide inspiration. What they said, let me create a property, and this is in fact embedded in their app, something called as Myntra Studio, where you have fashion influencers on board their app, right? Now, what does fundamentally the model is? The model is that Myntra invites fashion influencers to come and onboard. And if you see this lady in the image, it comes across like an Instagram scroll. So that any fashion influencer can come and pick up products from the Myntra catalog, put it on, see how it looks, and then kind of post it on Myntra. They have some 15,000 such fashion influencers on board, right? Now, she posted, what you see on the bottom right is that there is also a small place where they kind of put in icon saying, this is what she's wearing and this is the price, right? So consumers can actually buy. So what's the consumer behavior now? The consumer behavior is that I'm looking for inspirations. I start scrolling on Myntra Studio where there are some fashion influencers, and they have already, the kind of fashion influencer that I am following is already posted on his handle that, I've just recently put something on Myntra. Then I come to Myntra, I start scrolling, I find this fashion influencer, and I'm scrolling like an Instagram. We all scroll all the time, right? And I find this something very interesting. And then I go, okay, wow, this is looking nice. This is good to my body type. This is coordinated. This is trendy. And then I go and actually buy from there, right? This is where, if you see, this is where fashion influencers are now core to the business. It's not fundamentally saying, okay, what they could have easily done is maybe engage with few fashion influencers, what maybe Nykaa did, and do a Ganji Chodel, right? But they've not done that. They've brought it back into their business model. And I think this is where Myntra kind of differentiates itself, right? So influencers, but structurally part of the business, not really the other one. The second example that I want to talk about, again, a D2C brand. How many of you are aware of this brand called as Mamaearth? Hansa Consumer, they just went for the IPO, right? Mamaearth. So Mamaearth came up with this whole series of products which was targeted towards kids, right? And they came with products targeted towards kids, and these were basically paraben-free, organic platform and everything. And being a D2C brand, what their challenge was that, we don't want to do traditional marketing. So how should we go and talk to our consumer? How should we go and market this? And market in a way that it kind of resonates. So they found that a lot of these millennial moms, they are actually today, if you look at the whole, because of the setup, they are now actually reading a lot online about parenting, about, right ways to take care of the kids. They are leading a lot about this, right? What are the right products? How do I care of my kids? If my kid throws tantrum, what should I do? All of that. So it's today parenting is also second hand in some sense, right? Because fundamentally you're drawing a lot from these influencers and you said, okay, ye bolta hai to main aise karti hu. So they felt that if these millennial moms, which is the core TG, right? Because that was the person who was online and this brand was also online. They felt with this millennial moms could be a great brand fit, right? And what they did, and in fact they are doing it till now, is that through these millennial moms, so you this honest mom, scary mummy, all these 500, 600 bloggers, they got to start to seed in content through these on specifically on what is the right products to use for your kids, what's the right product to use for the thing, and then slowly started seeding in, about Mama Earth products. And the part is that, yes, while they have moved to their traditional advertising on this, but they still continue to work and engage with them. So structurally, a brand which is an online D2C brand targeted towards millennial moms and their kids, they have built a very, very strong relationship with these mom bloggers and how they are trying to build business. Basically, this brand was built from scratch through millennial moms. So there is a clear ROI that one can see, right? So again, an example where once you get the right, your brand task, you got the right influencer on board, you build the right content and the program strategy and do it consistently, it starts to give returns, actual measurable business returns, right? So that's what I think. You have to find the right fit and consistency. I think what generally gets passed is, yes, I have a great influencer, great story, but I think finding the right guy, which is the right fit in terms of the audience and in terms of my communication, and doing it consistently is really the key to building strong influencer partnerships. That's what I had to say, so thank you. And I think I have done exactly on time.
Thank you so much. Yes, exactly. It's 0, 0. Thank you. So I would now request Mr. Trideep Mojumdar, Managing Director, Quaker Chemicals Private Limited, to kindly come up on stage. So kindly hand over the tokens of appreciation from our end. Mr. Trideep Mojumdar, Managing Director, Quaker Chemical India Private Limited. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Gupta. That was an indeed insightful session. It is a pleasure to invite Mr. Orijit Basu, Managing Director, Vidol, who's our next expert speaker. Mr. Orijit Basu, Managing Director of Vidol Corporation Limited, is a seasoned business leader with over 25 years of experience. And IIM Calcutta alumnus, he progressed from sales trainee to leadership roles, including Managing Director at Sika India, before joining Vidol in 2020. Welcome, sir.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be here. And I think on a very hectic day for me, I am speaking about influencers, marketing, gives me a little bit of respite because it's very close to my heart. So what I have heard so far from the speakers, and genuinely very entertaining and very unique way of the first speaker's presentation on storytelling, and the next speaker spoke about very fundamental but very important areas of influencing marketing and influencers as such in today's marketing world. So what I will try to do is I will like to give my perspective, but at the same time I think it will resonate a lot with majority of the speakers' views and perspectives. So to begin with, I think we must address the elephant in the room when it comes to marketing, when it comes to influencers. and the elephant in the room, in my view, is the consumer, is the customer. So let's understand, or let's possibly look into how the consumers are changing in today's constantly evolving marketing landscape. So I think if we see in India specifically, the consumers are very hyper connected nowadays. They are very highly information rich, and of course Internet of Things have given that power to our consumers. I still remember when I started my career in sales and marketing as a trainee, I used to go to the customer, and my boss told me that don't worry, you know you are a trainee, but does your customer know you are a trainee? So that was the level of confidence I got. But when I went out there, I found that there is a lot which I can actually learn about my products and pass on to the customer, because there was a need in customer side to learn. But in today's context, when a sales or marketing person reach out to a consumer or a customer, the customer is already rich with information about the subject, products, technology. So it is very important to understand in that kind of a context, how do marketeers look at things? It cannot be in the exactly same way like a couple of decades back. So yes, the consumers of today are information rich, very well aware, and they are also seeking authentic, personalized experiences. So they are not any more happy with only a product or a good service, but they are looking for good experiences. They are looking for something which connects to their mind, to their choices, and it is like taking back a memory, At the same time, they are also quite skeptical about traditional way of brands reaching out and trying to entice. What does that mean is, I can give you one example. Very recently it went very viral. One shop in I think Lindsay Street called Sultan. Every one of us must have seen that print ad where they gave a first page ad of a missing boy called Majnu, and then the parents say that I accept both your demands. If you remember that ad, it was a very innovative way of communicating about sherwanis and kurtas for marriage. Same way, if you remember again in the recent past, the Zomato ad for fastest delivery, blah blah, which went or got severe flack from the consumers, because they felt that there was an ignorance from the brand part in terms of safety and in terms of the safety of the delivery boys as well, when they were pushing for a communication where speed was something which they were trying to project as their USP. What I'm trying to say here is, the consumers of today are very skeptical. They look at things in a much more, I would say, skeptical and much more critical manner when it comes to any consumer accepting a brand communication. So in our aspiration to be innovative, we need to keep a balance between the risk of communication as well, and I'll come a little bit later about the AI side of the thing as well, which I think is relevant in today's context. So the speaker spoke about the choice the brand has to make in terms of selecting the influencer, right? I think the previous speaker touched upon it, and I really like that point, that it cannot be transactional. There has to be a strategic element, there has to be a long-term thought process when you are selecting a particular influencer. And in that aspect, I think there are few things which a brand or an organization needs to keep in mind when the selection is happening. Because an effective influencer is not merely a talking point or a communication mode or a megaphone for your brand. They are actually a strategic partner who can humanize your brand, who can provide relatable memories, narratives, create an emotional connection, extend your brand reach. So I can share one example. I did not want to play the video because it is from my own company and this is not a platform where I would like to share that. But of course, anybody can later check it on YouTube or on the net. Recently, Vidal, which is a lubricant company, we launched a campaign which was called hashtag Rakhe Saaf Dil Se. And if you see the campaign online, the videos, you can relate that when it comes to a product like lubricants, which goes into your automotive engine, which is not a very fancy, jazzy product, the real influencer is the mechanic. The consumer depends a lot on the professional who is a garage mechanic, right? But when it comes to a communication, if you would see that video, you would realize how Vidal as a brand connects the influencer, giving him a position of purity, transparency, honesty, and through that creates a connection with the consumer. And that's what is Rakhe Saaf Dil Se. You know, it is basically talking about keeping your vehicle clean, but then the narrative is from the dil. So I think the choice needs to be in line with the value of the brand. How you can associate with a strategic partner to communicate the brand value is very, very critical in my view. And if you don't, then you run the risk of getting your communication misread, misinterpreted, and at times not accepted by your customer. Last but not the least, I think I need to speak a bit about AI because everybody talks about AI. But in my view, I don't believe that in the game of marketing, human angle will ever die. This is my firm belief. And what technology, AI, including big data, everything can help you create is enhance and make you more capable of that human connection. So do not have this fancy when you are thinking of a brand marketing influencer strategy that if I have AI into my plan of things, things can get better. It can actually get non-human, stale, very mechanical, and hence it will possibly do less than what your even traditional campaign could. So my earnest suggestion is, when it comes to, in today's context, being ahead or in the game of marketing, game of influencing, I think I'll possibly just share because storytelling was part of today's sessions, and it's a very, very I mean, I like this story a lot. I heard this from one of my bosses long back at the beginning of my career. I think all of us know, Johnson and Johnson and the great Sherlock Holmes, right? So Sherlock Holmes had a very popular partner called Mr. Watson, we all know. So once Sherlock Holmes and Watson, they were on a trekking trip, and they were going on trekking, came by a riverside. It was, day was, kind of coming to an end. Night was approaching. So they decided that they should put up their tent, take rest for the night, and start next day. So the tent was made, and it was a very beautiful, clear sky, moonlight, stars, nice breeze. Both of them were lying down inside the tent, side by side. And after a few minutes, Sherlock Holmes asks Watson, that Watson, what do you think this year the cultivation would be? How do you think the farming would be? Watson was very excited. Boss has asked me such an intelligent question, and I must reply in a best possible, creative and best way. So he thought for some time, looked around here, there, while lying down, and then he started saying to Sherlock Holmes that looking at this clear sky, star full of and moonlight and everything, I think the weather will be great going forward. We should get also good rains, and I think the crops will be great this year. Sherlock Holmes said, wow, Watson, great reply. But I think you are missing the basic. What's that? Somebody has stolen our tent. So, I think when it comes to marketing, influencing, the most simple advice I would like to share from my experience is that staying and sticking to basics is the most difficult job. Don't get carried away. Understand your own value proposition, your own brands and companies' value. And at the end of the day, communicate honestly. Thank you very much, everyone. And I wish I could have stayed long back here, but I have to make a move. So I seek your permission today, and enjoy the sessions rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now request Mr. Obhijit Roy, President Designate, Bengal Chamber, and Managing Director and CEO, Berger Paints India Limited, to hand over the mementos to Mr. Arijit Basu. Can we have a big round of applause for sir? We have gift hamper from Shalimar's. Thank you very much, sirs. Now, as we move on to the last session of the day, which is a very, very interesting panel discussion, the future of influencer marketing, what's next for content creators and brands. And to chair the session, may I call upon stage Mr. Deborshi Chakraborty, VP Interactive Avenues, who is also a member of the Bengal Chamber Marketing and Brand team. With over 20 years of experience in advertising and media, Deborshi Chakraborty, popularly known as Deb, holds a commerce graduate and a postgraduate qualification in marketing. He has extensive expertise in loyalty marketing, B2B and digital marketing. Deb's career include roles at renowned agencies such as Draft FCB, Wonderman, JWT, Bates 141, and Interactive Avenues. So, Mr. Chakraborty, over to you to introduce the panelists as well. Thank you very much.
It's sometimes it does sound odd when so much is spoken about you on stage. but it's also heartening to see that we still have a reasonably packed house, as much packed as it was in the morning. So thank you for staying back for this interesting panel that's going to start in a short while. So we have been, hearing some truly inspiring industry leaders. We had some great influential voices, that some that I follow personally onto Insta and YouTube, and they have given some really valuable insights through the day. And this actually sets this panel apart in the sense that we are going to talk about, now that we have heard a lot of perspectives from the industry leaders, but going into the future, how does all of these insights hold, these examples hold, and some of the keywords that we have heard today, be it authenticity, transparency, communication with heart, passion, technology, how much of these hold going into the future? I'm honored to be chairing this session. And what is also unique is this entire blend of perspectives that you will have in this panel, where we have seasoned marketeers from very diverse industries, and a very young entrepreneur from the agency side, who's going to talk about how they really manage brands, how they really manage collaborations, and how it's all coming together apart from the brand. We will also be, the panel will also delve into the evolving landscape of brand influencers, because what we have heard since morning is a very distinct perspective of how an influencer feels about marketing, some of the marketeers. But this panel will also talk about their examples, real examples that they have used in their marketing calendar. So that's very interesting. So having said that, let me also take the honor to introduce my panelists. This is not in any particular order, but first and foremost, Ms. Kavita Mahato, who heads the Tata Steel Ashiana, right? And she has been leading this platform for Tata Steel, and we all know that it's a flagship company for Tatas. She's also in charge of building and scaling up new solutions businesses for the company. And in the range of customer segments, she brings a significant expertise in consumer, trade, marketing, and of course, influencer marketing, right? So welcome, Kavita, to the panel, right? Let me please come aboard. Next up, Prashant Pandey. He's a group product manager for Adani Wilmar for over 2 decades of expertise. And he drives the entire brand management for the fresh produce, the FMCG, part of the entire Adani group. And his specialist portfolio is the Fortune and the King's Oil. So welcome, Prashant, as part of the panelists as well. Then we have Mr. Amit Srivastav. Amit is the sales and marketing professional with 20 years of work experience. He is the GM East for Gulf Oil, and previously he worked with Castrol, Apollo Tires, and he has again expertise in sales management, channel marketing, business strategy, and of course digital transformation. And last but not the least, Abhishek Pratap Singh, a young entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur as he likes to call himself, right, whose career is anything but conventional, right? He has got 12 years of experience in managing digital marketing, skills around data analytics, trends, influencer marketing, and he now runs his own digital agency called Digital Abhiyan, right? So Abhishek, please come aboard. All right, so the panel is set, so let's get going, please. All right. I think one challenge of having a panel at the last is that all the points that we made first thing in the morning is already being said. So we have to again scratch and start, new inputs. But however, one of the key things about marketing, right? It's a very famous quote by Tom Fishburne. He's a founder and CEO of a interesting company called Marketune. He creates cartoons for corporate world, right? And he said a very interesting thing that, the best marketing does not feel like marketing, right? And that's a very, very simplistic yet a very powerful statement. And this quote, if you see, really captures the essence of what we have been hearing, this entire day since morning, right? Where the consumers, kind of become wary of the traditional way. Yes, we have heard about funnel marketing, we have heard about frameworks, but today consumers, right? Because they have got access to so much information, they have got access to so much knowledge that before they reach a brand, a certain opinion is already made, right? And therefore, they are the consumers that we are talking about, they are more prone to the natural process of kind of processing information, looking at products, looking at brand authenticity, and then making the choice. It is not the way of, making a broadcast and then you raise your hands for the brand. So therefore, the messaging is getting more personalized, right? We have talked about, personalized messaging, that how data, big data, the first party data, they are all making it all together. So therefore, to kickstart this session, I would want to ask each one of you, right, having heard this session, because all of you were there since morning, that having heard the perspective, what is one most impactful thing that all of you feel on your individual perspective is going to come in the next 2 to 3 years? Though I know that somebody made a point that he didn't even know within a week that he has to wear a mask. But still, it would be great to hear your perspective. Prashant, let me just go with you.
So, I wish the panel from the influencers community, the first discussion which happened was there, because brands have a very different perspective. Because Fortune as a brand, we have Akshay Kumar. Probably 5 years down the line, we would need 1,000 Akshay Kumars. So that, our brand story has been told. Having said that, but there are challenges. So I would like to take upon those challenges that as of now, the challenge which as a brand manager, what we feel, that whenever it comes to the digital part or the social part or the influencer part, this is partly left behind, especially in FMCG. The kind of budgets which we operate are very limited for digital. Now you can ask that why those budgets are so limited? Because the clear metrics are not seen. Whenever we compared it with our ATL kind of spends and the kind of results which we get from our ATL spends, the same results and the same cost deliveries are not there. So we are not very gung-ho about it, especially the FMCG brands, because I am dealing with a brand which has a penetration of 100% households. Edible oil and commodities are consumed in 100% households of this country. So those are the challenges, and whenever this influencer thing comes to us, whenever we analyze things, somebody is having X number of followers, somebody is having some kind of views. And whenever we compare the costs and the deliveries, I think one gentleman also asked the same panel that what are the metrics, what are the things that this influencer is actually having that kind of impact. There is no, neutral agency who can guide us for this. So that is the challenge as a brand which we face, that internally, like for media we have Bark, but for social, for having a clear matrix for influencers, I don't see any neutral agency who is guiding us that this influencer has done wonderfully well in travel. This influencer is done wonderfully well in the food space. Nobody is there to tell us or guide us. And somebody said, I think that radio jockey, I don't remember his name, he said that truth cannot be, I am truthful. Your truth and my truth can differ. Right? So you need a neutral person, probably, organization like yours, BCI. That, okay, I have a list of these influencers in Eastern region. I know that these are the top 10, these are the top 15, these are the top 50s. But you should be neutral. You are neither on the influencer side, neither on the client side. So that's my bit.
Sure, Prashant. So in a way, if there is any influencers or content creators sitting, as per you, their future is slightly bleak as it.
I'm saying we need. I stated that we need 100 Akshay Kumars. I clearly stated that we need very potent ones.
Sure. Yeah, Kavita, coming to you again, the same question, but a different perspective from what? Yeah, I think it's all
right.
No, so thanks, Dave, for that question. In fact, you shared that question in advance. Thank you for that, because that got me thinking. And one of the things I just wanted to share with the audience before
Sure.
I venture to answer your question is, what's the market size of influencers globally?
Yeah.
It's US dollar 24 billion, which is 20% larger than Zimbabwe's GDP. It's larger than a country like Zimbabwe's GDP. So that puts things in perspective, right? So all of a sudden, influencer marketing is not something you're doing just something which is good to do, and you're doing because you're following a trend.
Sure.
It is something you must do if you want to connect with your consumers
Got it.
going forward, because that's where the consumer's head is at. And for a multitude of reasons, I will not get into that. Of course, you did mention authenticity and trust, and I think many speakers today also have talked about it. So
Absolutely,
that's
yeah.
one of the primary reasons, but we'll come to that probably later. But the two or three things which I see as clearly emerging as the trend for the on the horizon. You asked what is single biggest thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to pinpoint a single biggest thing, but I can share two or three things. One, I think, taking a cue from what Prashant said, uh, this micro influencer is really getting really big, because and it rides on the same trend that the marketers have been talking for about, I guess, 6 7 half a decade at least, which is personalization. When influencer marketing really started, it was all about mega influencers with like 10 lakh and more followers, 100,000, much more than that. But then it moved to macro influencers, which is about, let's say, 1 lakh followers. But now it is coming to even 10,000 followers and small ones, because our consumers today are not really, I mean, they're not really so much enamored by big pull, but what the creator is really talking about, right? So basically, you don't need, like Prashant said, you don't need one big influencer, you need several of them speaking to different cohorts, right? And technology can really enable this, especially AI, which can connect the right consumer cohort with the right influencer. Of course, that means the job of the marketer gets much tougher, because you're not looking for like 10 big influencers, you're looking for several of them, and you have to engage. And it comes with its own set of challenges, which we can discuss later, because we really don't have that much time. So that's one. Second, I believe omni-channel experience, it is not so much about, and I think it's really heartening to see that many people today have talked about offline as well, because, the entire glitz and glamour is not just online. Especially after pandemic, we have seen experience marketing, it has come back with a bang, right? And it's really growing. So we see many brands. We see brands like Nika, Tanishq, who are organizing these small hyper local events, which really helps connect the consumers with creators, with influencers, but also with each other. So it is now the offline, the brick and mortar, the real life version of the online communities which the brands are trying to create. And in fact, we're also trying to do that at Ashiana and Tata Tiscon. Tata Tiscon is our biggest brand partner
Sure.
at Ashiana, and they do these apna home meets across the country, where they invite 100 80 100 consumers who come and then share their experiences with each other. And for those who don't know, so Tiscon and Ashiana both are in home building space, so people who are building their homes are consumers, and they have a lot to share, they have a lot to ask. So bringing that community together, but at the same time also bringing niche experts like Vastu expert and architects and engineers from that community to talk to them, because then the consumers really feel that they get them, they get their challenges, they get their problems, etc. That has got a lot of traction, and that makes me convinced, looking at the how the industry is moving, but also my personal experience is that that's really going to be the next big thing, where you curate not just very glamorous glitzy experiences, but also very true to the core sort of experiences for consumers offline, and make it an omni-channel thing, not just one versus another. Because at the same time, we are also creating at this point in WIP one of the largest influencer community on our platform, just like what the gentleman before me spoke about for Myntra. So that's the second one. And third, and very quickly, the last one is strategic partnership. It is earlier it used to be one and done for the brands, right? But I can see, and especially not so much in India, but globally, and it's catching up in India now, is that brands are getting into long-term strategic partnership with influencers. It is not so much about here is my brand, these are the features, and talk about them, because brands need to also understand, and they've started to understand that influencers, in fact, represent the consumers. They have a really very strong grip on the culture. The reason why they are influencers is because they get their consumers very well, and the consumers feel that their thoughts, their feelings are resonated in whatever the creator is talking about, right? And therefore, getting these to partner with a brand, getting the influencers, the creators to partner and create and curate not just experiences but also products and services for the consumer will be the next big thing. And in fact, I can share my personal experience. We are currently engaging with two experts, two influencers, to curate content for our consumers in the home building space, because we truly feel that that's the next big thing where the curators can actually be the strategists on the panel, much more than what the big four consultants used to.
Yeah.
So those are my three things. Dave.
Yeah, great points, Kavita. In fact, one of the standout points that you made was omni-channel, right? Because what is happening in the influencer space, I'm sure Abhishek will agree when I come to you, that today consumers are also getting lured by a platform-first algorithm more than anything else. So if you're already into Insta and you follow that algorithm, then your expectation and your ecosystem for influencers is very different. But it was great that since the first, Mr. Sen talked about the century ply, where it is again about influencing the influencers. Then you're talking about some of your initiatives, and of course Vidal is also talking about that, because that community level influencer sometimes get lost behind the platform algorithm, but as consumers they are equally important part of the ecosystem, right? So coming to that, talking about that ecosystem, Amit, you are from again automotive services, etc. How important is that ecosystem when you talk about the future of influencers, and how do you really place them in the center of your marketing?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So since morning we have been hearing about many keywords like truth, human truth, then trustworthiness, then consistency. So many good words that have come, which are very much relevant. Unlike FMCG or any other category where we can touch and feel the product, the automotive, in case of Gulf Oil, I represent Gulf Oil. We can't touch the product, we can't feel the product immediately, so it goes into your engine. Therefore, it becomes a real a complex situation wherein we have to, the task in hand for the marketeer is to really associate with the consumers and create that functional and emotional benefits. If I were to tell you the relatability, which is also a keyword which we heard today. So when we roped in MS Dhoni as a brand ambassador a decade back, why we roped in Mahendra Singh Dhoni? Of course, he's a mega influencer with millions and millions of fan following across India, but he's also an avid biker. He is known for having and owning so many premium bikes and cars, and he's a passionate enthusiast as far as biking and car racing is concerned. So that way we resonated with the celebrity, who in turn has a huge fan following across India, and that has really given us a result. So the choice of influencer in that context is really important, number one. So at that level, we also ensured that there is a consistency because it's a decade-long partnership, so that relationship continues on and on. On the other hand, this particular association actually helped us create a better TOM, we call it TOM, and the better consideration score. But as we move down into the category sub-segments and the categories which are niche, which are premium, which are futuristic, we then tend to sway with the micro and the nano influencers. Of late, the various association with the biker groups, like India Bike Week, for example, which is happening today in Goa. There are 15,000 bikers from India and from around the world, different countries. They have assembled there in Goa today, and they are having a carnival. It's an annual fest which happens. Now, some of those bikers who really resonate again the brand value, which is about together we are unstoppable. That's the promise that brand makes. So we have hand picked up with the help of certain agencies, like Denso is working with us. Those few top 20, 25 bikers who are the influencer on various social media platforms. Now, for that matter, there are bikers which have been to Europe, India to Europe. So they are known for their adventure. They are known for their enthusiastic, personality. The bike for them is more than mobility. It's like, their heart is sitting in that machine. So their recommendation, their fan following, everything is helping us really, go well. So one of the other things which I would like to make is that the traditional brand communication strategy using the traditional media, which is billboard, newspaper, or the TVC, that remains there. Because if the brand is touching such a diverse, population of India, which is 1.4 billion, and having to deal with such a diverse population, having different, localized preferences and vernacular languages. So one size fits all is possibly not going to happen if we boil down on the brand pyramid. So as far as consideration and the recall piece is concerned, ATL and the stuffs like that will help. But then the advent of the social media and the micro or the nano influencers is really, really important to leverage on as far as brand building is concerned and to generate the real trial. But on the other side, in case of automotive, there are some other important factors like mechanics, which Mr. Basu spoke about. Just to give you a context, how important they are and what's their size and scale in India. There are 500,000 of mechanics in India. Repairing and...
Sorry to cut you there, Amit. You're answering your second question first, so you will run out of topic. So give me some I think, but you made three very important points. That going into the future for our automotive, service a product that is inside the tank, you really don't kind of feel. So relativity is very important. Consistency is very important, and also the observation that influencer marketing, while it's new into the system, new into the marketing mix, but it will always complement traditional media. It's not one against another. That's a very, very, very important point, right? So that's good. So the future for influencers, as far as Gulf Oil is concerned, is in the right track, if I may say so, right? Coming to you, Abhishek, that you represent the agency partner side. You are a kind of an influencer in your own way, right? You interact with brands, you interact with influencers. So what is those one or two areas that you believe in the next 2 to 3 years will literally transform from where we are, or as somebody said in the other thing, we are actually going back to fundamentals?
Yeah. Thanks, Dave. So yes, he rightly said that I come from the agency's side, so I'll try to put agency's POV that where influencer marketing is heading actually in next couple of years. So primarily there are many trends which is actually changing the landscape of influencer marketing, but I would like to throw upon light on 3 specific trends. 2 being the tech front, from the tech side, and 1 being from the business side. So first and foremost, I think virtual influencers are going to be very big in next couple of years. So how many of you all have heard about Nana or Kyra here? Are you all following Nana and Kyra? So just to put the context, they are now virtual influencers. So if you see, go to Instagram and kind of open Nana's account, Nana/AVTR, you will at a first glance you will not know that she is an virtual influencer. You will have that hang that ye to ek original girl hai. So that is the future of influencer marketing. Why I say that? Primarily because of couple of reasons. First being they have already showcased a very authentic engagement level. That's one. Second is, as AI is evolving, what is happening is they are becoming more life-alike, more human-like, and most importantly, because of the AI, they are able to connect with the audience and engage with the audience and create personalized interaction at scale. So just to give you an example is, just to understand, say suppose MS Dhoni, if he was a virtual influencer and if he posts a video and say around a million, say a lakh comments come in, he's not able to respond, or his team is not able to respond individually to all the queries. Now suppose fast forward 2-3 years, you see a virtual influencer replying, because the influencer through AI actually understands each of their followers very closely. So at a very personal level, the engagement happens and the reply is happening, and the virtual influencers knows all the FAQs of the brand and understand individual customers. So this is going to be a very disruptive phenomenon in next couple of years. That's one. Second, which we believe is that the entire influencer marketing ecosystem is going to be now AI driven. When I say AI driven, means from the time you identify which influencers, micro, macro, nano, whichever influencer you want to use, at the moment how it happens is when the clients gives us a brief, we share it with our team and we say, okay, itne followers chahiye, itne engagement rate hai, and probably this should be the male-female ratio of their audience. That's it. But in near future, there are, kind of platforms which are being designed, developed, and already are in use, which will, sir, actually, kind of help you to realize authenticity of the data which they give. And the micro and the nano influencers, yes, rightly said, they are the future, where brands would want to use, kind of, say, not 1-2 influencer for a campaign, but say 500,000 influencers. So the entire ecosystem would be driven by AI. Second in this point is a predictive analytics will start coming in, which means as a brand owners, when you reach out to us and you say that give me 100 names of influencers who would be effective for my campaign, we can actually run down a predictive analysis and figure out, okay, these are people who will be giving you successful ROIs based on the KPIs which you share. Let's select them. So you save on time, you save on budget allocation, and the entire experience of all the stakeholders in the entire ecosystem, which is brand owners, agencies, influencers, and the audience. The entire experience actually increases because you get to send tailor-made contents specific to pockets of audience which you want to showcase. So these two things, I believe, from the technology side is going to be disruptive. It will change the influencer industry. From business point of view, what we have already started seeing in last couple of months is now brands want long-term relationship with the influencers. So now what we have started seeing is influencers turning out to be brand ambassadors. So recently a plywood brand came to us and said that we want to hire a brand ambassador for us. And for the 3 months, we gave them Sonu Sood name, ABC names and all that stuff. And then as, if I'm right, Mr. Nishan pointed out to bring out influencers at the core of the business. So we thought that why not, kind of make a solid, architectural influencers as a brand ambassador. And when we did the entire auditing and we figured out, yes, that's the best way, most cost-effective way, relevant. And then when we started doing advertisement through them, what we saw that we got a better ROI in terms of CPV, the engagement ratios, all were good. So that is one area where we will see in near future that a lot of small brands which may not afford big names but would want ROI-driven campaigns will start hiring, kind of influencers supported by many nano and micro influencers.
Right, Abhishek. So in a way, what you're saying is that, technology will actually enable, not really disrupt. Well, disrupt is one part of enablement as well. And
True.
what you're also saying that maybe 1 year, 1.5 years down the line, Prashant will actually write a check for influencer marketing. Currently,
Absolutely.
right?
I have a question for Abhishek.
All right.
So I wanted to ask the way, our Uber drivers and Ola drivers have rating. Why can't influencers also have ratings? So I have a 1 lakh follower. I have itna views. I should have a rating also, so that at least I'm a 3-star rater, 4-star rating. I know that, probably I am looking in chef segment or a home chef segment. So I would get my top 10, top 100. These things are not coming up. Probably, to make decisions, these are the these are the things which are hindering, to work and collaborate more with influencers.
So, Prashant, let me just answer, and then we have to just move to the next segment. So, you have platforms like Clear, etc., which gives this kind of authoritative ranking, etc., right? Sometimes, the marketeers look at a certain objectives, which is reach, where it is not so much important in terms of authority or thing. It is more about how we can have the largest possible reach in a certain point. But do you have such platforms? And like Abhishek said, that more platforms are coming with data.
Like Barks in media, we have Bark.
Bark took
so
some
a kind of a
evolution,
Bark,
yeah, but
at
like I
least
said,
whatever good, bad, ugly is there, the data is there, and he's a neutral guy.
absolutely, it's
He's
already
neither
on
with
the
the client
works.
side, neither to the media side.
Yeah, so we'll speak 6 months later. Yeah, it's there. Now, coming back to certain specifics. Now, I would like to go individually to the panelists. Starting with you, Kavita. I think one buzzword that reverberated across the room since morning is this entire story of authenticity and trust, right? And you coming from a group company that is embedded authenticity and trust. So, how do you really evaluate that when you engage influencer marketing in your marketing programs?
So they, yes, Tata, whenever one says that trust is one of our core values, but I think, when it comes to influencer marketing or in any way brands engaging with people today, trust is very, very important. If you look at Edelman barometer,
Yeah.
which comes every year, trust is identified as like there is trust deficit and it's not coming down in consumers. In influencer marketing, it becomes doubly important, and that's because influencers are very unique in their makeup. So, we may call them channel, we may call them medium to reach their consumers, but the fact remains that they are entrepreneurs in their own right. And you have control as a brand, you have control only to the extent of content where you're collaborating with the influencer, not beyond that. Beyond that, they're humans, they think, behave the way they want, and that's why they are very unpredictable, right? And therefore, authenticity and trust. Now, that takes a huge, larger proportion in this scenario because, like Abhishek was saying, it's about engaging for the long term. It's about making sure that your brand is represented by that person, but then you don't have that much control with that on that person. So how do you manage that? So there are 2-3 ways in which you can do that, and I agree with Abhishek. Technology is going to play a big role because gone are the days when agencies used to come and tell you, here are the 1,000 influencers we've shifted, these are the characteristics, this is the reach, etc., etc. No, the AI engines are being developed. So, because what happens is then AI is able to not just look at hard statistics, but also the kind of content influencers have put out there. They can pick out keywords, they can, do a mood boarding, they can tell you how sensitive the content could be, etc., etc. Because the fact remains, today the consumers expect the brands to be front and center of any conversation that is happening. You cannot choose to be neutral today because neutral, again, referring to the Edelman report, which I go through religiously every year, neutral is considered negative. Actually, it adds a negative connotation. So a brand has to play a role in the conversation. So then if you're going to play a role in the conversation, you must make sure that whoever are your influencers are also having similar conversation. You cannot be at divergence. And to make sure that that happens, one of the things you have to do is to make sure you know yourself very well as a brand.
Sure.
You need to be self-aware as to what your values are. You cannot be swayed by every marketing trend. And it's true that things like sustainability and gender equality are today also marketing trend. But if you do that, if you're not true to who at the core you are, then you will, anyway, any of your marketing efforts will not be successful. Least of that will be influencer marketing. So to be able to select the right influencer so that your authenticity and trust is built up further and not diminished, you need to know who you are. That is number one.
Sure.
Now, of course, you use technology to identify the right influencer. You also need to make sure that you put transparency and regulation front and center in your relationship with the influencer. So because unless you're following regulation, because influencers will say whatever they have to say, you need to make sure that that is within the realm of whatever the law of the land allows, and also it is fully 100% transparent, right? So that's one part of
Sure,
the conversation.
sure.
The
Yeah.
second part, Deb, is about what is really, to be authentic and to come across as authentic and trustworthy, you also need to decide what is it that you really want to gain out of this relationship with the influencer, right? So it is about selling versus storytelling, right? And selling is one and done. But as many of us pointed out throughout the day today, it's also getting, slightly petering out. And what's coming across is storytelling is at the heart of strategic influencer marketing, right? So you're not just looking at rupees crore as the KPI. I think Prashant referred to KPIs and metrics being very important. Brands need to really take a hard look at what could be the right KPIs, because rupees crore is very short term. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's very short term. When it comes to strategic engagement, you need to look at more strategic KPIs also, like engagement, loyalty, stickiness, consumer advocacy, etc. And their storytelling play a big role. I'll share my own example. So we have, like with Tata Discount, we do this story of joy with our
Right.
consumers, and that's another way of building building trust and building authentic content, is bring your real consumers to tell their stories. So UGC, user generated and employee generated content, these are becoming really big as a trend. Going back to a previous question, is so these story of joy is from the consumers, and we focus not on our product or our platform, but what are their dreams, hopes, wishes, etc. How are they building their home? So it is about their story, and we've seen that resonates. And when you do that, when you do this strategic planning, actually results follow automatically. You don't have to plan separately for that, right? So because we've seen that we also use these videos for performance marketing, for awareness creation, and these videos, the stories of our authentic real consumers, they consistently perform better than any content that as brand we put out there. So that's another way in which you can build authenticity and trust, by leveraging who is with you already as a customer or as a partner. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Kavita, in terms of the the real purpose of the brand, and for which I am really putting that the influencer marketing in place, so that parameters of authenticity and trust comes up. In fact, when we go and pitch to our different marketeers, our clients for influencer, we just, while you have spoken about selling versus storytelling, we say it slightly different. We say, do you need fireworks or do you need bushfire? Right? So fireworks does dazzle, but for that 5 seconds, but you get attention. And then you have those bushfires, which might not dazzle you, but you have those corner discussions all throughout, right? So glad that, as a marketeer, you're also thinking in that direction. Now, setting this up, Prashant, coming to you, and this is something that, some of the influencers that were in the earlier session also touched upon. Brand has a certain narrative, right? Brand has a certain, they're custodian of what they are, their values, etc. And the influencers also bring a lot of their charm into their process. So as a FMCG brand, where you currently have one Akshay Kumar, right? So how do you really balance your story with that, what the influencers bring, with their, for what they are known for, their authenticity, if I may say so?
Sure. This is a very interesting question, and I will explain this. using my product portfolio example only from my company. See, we have different set of products, different commodities like oils, flour, soya nuggets, sugar, etc., etc. And all products, some are like they are going through their own product life cycle stage. Some are 20 years old, some are 18 years old, some are 9 years old. What we did that on one hand, each product or each brand has its own individual positioning. Like mustard oil. Mustard oil is known for our pungency and it's the #1 Indian oil. And what we thought, it has been done in the last 6-7 years only. We separated the mother brand positioning and the product positioning and we made a cut. For Fortune, we invented or we curated Ghar ka khana ghar ka hota hai. You might have seen many ads,
Yeah, sure.
which are product agnostic ads, wherein Akshay Kumar is propagating the entire portfolio of Fortune and saying that ghar ka khana ghar ka hota hai. Home cooked food is a best food. So that gives us an edge whenever we are dealing with any influencer. So we say, because if I am saying to that influencer, tell more about my mustard oil, tell more about, I just tell him, you just say ghar ka khana ghar ka hota hai, which is very, very neutral. And since the brand stands for the same positioning, so my problem gets solved. So that creative liberty comes, he can do whatever he wants to do without compromising on the brand values. But this comes as a challenge when it is a product centric requirement. Then I need to go back and forth, rehearse more, because he doesn't have any director, he doesn't have any DOP, he will shoot by himself.
Right.
He will not deliver on the brand values. I will again send the video, I'll again tell him something, then he'll again, the back and forth happens. But such back and forth doesn't happen with my Ghar Ka Khana, the central positioning. So that's how we are combating, but this remains a challenge again with the influencers, that how do I do not compromise on the brand as well as that creative liberty. That is a big, I can say, a conflict which always happens. So there is no straightforward answer, but as a brand, we are solving this problem as of now like this.
All right, great. Just out of curiosity, in the morning there was this example of India Got Latent, and this young startup brand Yok Noodles. I think I got the name right, hopefully, and they had used Samir Raina in an interesting way, right? So again, is that something that would resonate with you? I mean, not in context of Ghar Ka Khana, but again, as a FMCG brand.
Those kind of things definitely help. That was a very creative thing. I think that gels.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming back to you, Amit, again, you have talked about this biking community, right? And that community is actually thinks and acts like a community, right? They look up to the pro bikers. They look up to the terrains that they go, the gear that they wear, even the riding gear, etc., the kind of attachments they do to the bike, etc. So when you look at influencers, that how important is engaging with a community? It is not slightly different from brands who are engaging perhaps with an individual versus in your case, right? Interacting with a bunch of influencers in the form of community. Can you share some examples around that?
So of course, see, there are biking communities, there
Right.
are many assets in India who are really instrumental in driving brand preferences, and they actually lead to the expectation, and they are sort of mirroring the consumer expectation as well.
Sure.
So it's always good to have those associations. However, the important key here is to build a synergy between the value of the brand and the purpose of the brand and the belief of the brand, making sure that the targeted influencers are actually falling in line with that expectation, just to make sure there is no dilution in the communication. That's a very key aspect to the strategy when we look at this piece of influencer. But on the larger context, the point I was making in my earlier response,
Yes.
that in India, which is a hugely populated country, with about 150 million bikes plying on roads and about 50 million cars plying on the road. So that development of Indian context has led to the mechanic universe, who are basically the service and maintenance partner. And they are the key influencer in our context, in the context of the automotive. They are the real influencer because that's where the consumption is actually happening, and they are the ones who are driving the brand preference to the extent of 50%, right? 50%. Why it may vary between the categories. When it comes to bikes, it's higher. Cars might be slightly on the lower side, but these people are really important. I think over last 1 decade, with the advent of tech and the information flowing around, with the urbanization kicking off in India, and we are on the development spree as a country, these people have evolved. Their expectations have gone up. So earlier, the brands in this category used to put some gratification, some promos, some coupons. Those were the things which is now a baseline expectation, right? This is something, sort of sanity factor to stay in the game. Now, what is that which makes some sort of differentiation, which is a key marketing challenge today?
Sure.
That as to how I stand out in the crowd. Why should I, if my, say, equity score is 60%, then in ideal scenario in a modern trade, my market share should be 60% because there is no intermediary in between. But the complexity goes up in the retail market when there are people like mechanics who are, who might sway away with a variety of factors, and therefore we have identified some of the key levers which could act as a differentiator, and we have run many programs in the recent past. And that is more to do with some buckets like skill development, for example, right? Now, just to relate the skill development, like the BS6, which is the emission norms at this point in time as a policy matter. Now the conventional technology, the way they used to service the bikes, no longer hold true. There are sensors, there are diagnostics tools, they require a very sort of contemporary knowledge to really be able to service those bikes. So how can we as a brand or any competitor for that matter help these people catch up with the expectation, catch up with the requirement? Similarly, the people, these 5 lakhs people, traditionally, if you look at the strata in the society, the way they are placed, they were not that much privileged in terms of being able to really get into the digital ecosystem for that matter, right? So we have enabled them in a way like Google Mapping, for example. Today, if you search here in the hotel, Gulf bike stop near me, that will come. So we've been able to map thousands and thousands of mechanics garages just to give them a sort of fillip to really catch up with the consumer expectations, the way consumers are searching out, the way they are shopping. So how do I ensure that the traffic goes into those outlets, the loyal outlets? So there are many platforms like recognition, skill build up, community build up. For example, Facebook page. We created a specific Facebook page for these people and run a mechanic idol contest a few years back. We saw massive representation, massive engagement to the extent of 35-40,000 mechanics joining that contest, and the top 100 people actually went to Mumbai, and they had been put to test in the real life scenario in the OEM's service centers, where there were cuts and sections, and they were to prove their capability. And finally, there are people who actually won it. So that way, we were able to sort of create a feeling of community with some 40-50,000 odd people, and it's a dated story. Now these platforms have really helped us inch up to the extent that today, out of these 5 lakhs mechanics, about 2.5 lakhs mechanics are scanning and associated with us every month, right? So that's where the game is shifting. So my point is that for any brand, that differentiation remains a challenge. And why so? Because we all as a consumer have evolved, right? Our requirements have changed. We are fully aware as to where to go, what to buy, and the reason to believe. Okay, reason to believe is most critical. The brands which are able to really, seamlessly communicate the CVP, the brand communication, the value proposition. That's where the game is. Now, the choice of media, the choice of influencer would vary between the industries. The choice of social media also. For example, YouTube, more of a product discovery. When I wanted to buy a car last year, I really went through multiple reviews and banged on that this is the car, basis certain review. But when I have to buy a cloth, for example, Facebook is the first option. When I had to go for a food and travel and some lifestyle kind of thing, Insta is the preferred choice. So the communication channels that are there, I think there is a fair degree of, I would say, distinction between the media consumption, the way we are consuming those media and the content. So that's where the understanding is.
Yeah, so great. I think hearing your narrative and some of the narratives earlier, where it's talking about influencing the influencers. So no, in a way, are you saying that that perspective of influencing the influencers is also in a way building loyalty for the brand? Is that what you're actually seeing?
Yeah, that's quite imperative in that context, because off and on cannot be the game changer. When we are putting in a strategy, when I call a strategy, we are making a, let's say, 5-year plan, if these people are instrumental, critical, then I have to think of sustainability, long-term view, and something which is we are capable of doing for long term. Of course, this tech advancement, everything will come handy in terms of executing those plans. But yes, that's true. That's how it has to be thought through.
All right, great. Abhishek, coming to you. All right, it's absolutely evident. It's absolutely clear. Everybody has been talking since morning. We have been talking for the last half an hour on this. That technology is there, right? Technology is given, right? It's how we really nurture that technology to give us the more valuable extract, either in terms of data measurement or identification or authenticity, etc. So from your experience in working with influencers as brand, is there one example that you can share where technology actually enabled you to deliver something which you didn't actually think about in the first place, right? Of course, maintaining the confidentiality if there is any.
Sure. So I'll actually give you two examples of how we integrated different technologies. So before I get into that, I'll take you through the chronology of influencers. So in terms of as an agency, our first influencer campaign was in 2000.
Chronology is also a very influencing term in the last 10 years. Yeah.
So 2015, there was an international food brand which was entering into India, and that was the first time they came up to us and said that we want to, use influencers for our campaigns. And we explored few names and we gave to them. And at that time, I could say it with confidence that influencers never contributed even 0.5% of my company's revenue. And from there, 2017-18 was the time when we started seeing, tsunamis of influencer campaigns started coming in. All the brands wanted to, kind of explore influencers and stuff like that. And by the time we came to 2021, most of the brands started telling us, अरे ये तो वही है पुराना घिसा पिटा influencers है, वो video बना रहे हैं, डाल रहे हैं reel and all that stuff. There was no actually technology embedment in influencer activity. And that was the time actually AR came in, augmented reality came in and stuff. And that created a perfect marriage between physical and digital. Whereas the physical aspect was taken care by the influencers and the digital technology AR brought in and stuff. So when I say that, for example, is as simple as, AR filters started being, branded filters started coming in. So for one of the hosiery brands, which were using very aggressively influencer campaign thrice in a year, that was summertime, they used to activate 30-35 influencers, festive time close to 50 influencers, and again during winters 30 influencers. We said this time let's utilize AR, so we created a branded filter for them with influencers doing a hook step, and with 35 influencers, by spending close to 40 lakh, and the augmented reality development of that augmented reality is part of that cost, we were able to generate UCG of close to 34,000 people who have used those filters, did that hook step, and that gave us close to 700 million video views. So the numbers was exponential. And then suddenly the next 2 years, that is from 2021 to 2023, it became, that 0.5% of our revenue in 2015 transformed into close to 40% of our total revenue was coming through influencer marketing. And all the brands started coming to us and said that, okay, we want to use AR filters, we want to use tryout videos where, product was being showcased, and, kind of through AR, you could actually, get that immersive experience, audience were connecting, and you could try different new products, just through AR and stuff. And we were all happy that, yes, come on, AR is doing great and stuff. That's when again, brands started coming to us and said that, "Arey yaar, ye bhi ab purana ho raha hai. There is no, kind of data understanding. We want more deeper data and stuff." And second challenge that came to us, especially during this festive, because of the Arjikar issues and stuff, suddenly what we saw was a lot of national brands never wanted to do traditional digital stuff, which is gave us the video Bengali mein and said, yeah, let's promote it and stuff. Kind of, that was one space, I guess. Even Adani, Fortune faced some flack of, those
Yeah.
stuff and started going back. And we thought, shit, man, ye Durga Puja hamara kharab ho gaya kya? But, kind of every problem as an entrepreneur is an opportunity for us. We suddenly saw, kind of brands started coming to us and said that, let's do influencer in a bigger way. And suddenly what happened is around 18 brands coming to you and stating, we want to do influencer campaign where 5 to 10 would be macro influencer, that is followers 1 million plus, but we want 50, 60 nano and micro influencers. Multiplied by say around 20 brands, we are talking about managing 1200 nano and micro influencers. It's a huge challenge with regards to influencer as an agency. Why? How would you identify them? That's the biggest challenge. From those segment of close to, Bengal has close to 32,000 nano and micro influencers, means people above 10,000 plus followers, identifying them, curating them for the brand specific that yes, ye genre ka hona chahiye. On top of that, there were national beverage brand which was very clear that we want influencers. In last 2 years, they shouldn't have posted anything political. And that left us scratching our head that, oh, so we have to go and audit now the last 2 years videos of each of them individually. That's where, sir, actually I'll suggest, why don't you just go and, explore. There are a lot of platforms which have already come in. One is Hype Auditor, a beautiful platform that helps you to, kind of get into very DNAs of all the influencers, very detailing, and just not the peripheral aspect of engagement ratios and stuff like that you can easily get from a lot of tools and stuff. But there are a lot of AI tools which helps you identify influencers which resonates with your brand communication. You identify that. That's one. So our challenge of identifying was solved. Then came the second challenge was, utna sara content bhi to banana padega, copies bhi to banana padega. Especially in Calcutta, what happens is influencers are good at videos, but I'm sure agencies or brand will agree with me, they are not good at writing. Copies and content and stuff, and usually agencies needs to do that. So we have chat GPTs and copy AI coming to our help there, and we are generating, copies and content. Now what happens is, another challenge is national brands, especially, they want script in advance. So they want to go to individual influencers, check the scripts for brand safety guidelines, and then approve. Now, who will write scripts for 1200, 1300 odd influencers? It's Herculean challenging task, especially when Durga Puja is just 15 days, 20 days away. So again, AI tools came in very handy to us. We created, and the turnaround time was phenomenal. We could execute as massive as, 50, 60 influencers, activation in span of, 5 to 7 days. That includes content approvals, script approvals, video development, and taking it live. So again, AI was again very, very helpful in that aspect. And with time, as I'm sure brands, they would want to explore influencers, both technology comes in handy for both of us from agency front of point of view, where it helps us to scale, and with terms of brand, it gives you that authentic and trust which you all are actually looking for.
Great, Abhishek. I think you actually articulated not as a chronology, but the top funnel, middle funnel, and lower funnel of how to approach influencer marketing. Thank you so much. So we have been having a great conversation around brand, around our experience, the brand experience. Now, on a lighter note, it's all the zeros are visible, but do we have our own personal influencer that we follow, and why do we follow? Let's start with you, in the reverse order, Abhishek. This has nothing to do with what you do, but any influencer that really.
So yes, so usually see people follow the genre which you are from, or which kind of excites you and like. So yes, I follow a lot of entrepreneurs, for that matter, kind of influencers, entrepreneurs, content and stuff. That's something that I used to follow, but now I don't follow, because primarily my thing is, kind of these things excites you for a very small period of time, and then it goes away also very fast and stuff. So yes, but I do follow a lot of especially from entrepreneur front, and a lot of comedy genre influencers that I follow, because that makes you light, kind of. So
all right, Amit, what about you?
Yeah, so there is a biking group which deals with women motorcyclists in India. In recent past, that one more trend which I forget to mention is the social change, wherein people are now appreciating the brands which are connected with the ESG or sustainability or ethics or diversity, those who are promoting. So that particular group has got 37,000 followers, and there are wishing the name Daya. Yeah, so this lady has driven thousands and thousands of kilometers outside Europe. I follow that just to get a trend, keeping myself updated how things are happening in that space, and the adventure which even women folks are now enjoying equally, and they are doing it something. When I go to northeastern states, that day I found a couple of women riders traveling from Shillong to Cherrapunji, and on the way I could see their gears and their sort of preparations and their audacity and the courage, and this was really inspiring. So those are the things possibly excite us, apart from Dhoni, of course. Yeah.
Kavita, what about you?
So like what you said, and like what Abhishek also said, I don't think I have anybody who I follow very strongly, but couple of them, and I don't know whether the right word is that influencer actually, because they are probably bigger than being an influencer. So follow Yuval Noah Harari from literature, or rather anthropology. Dr. Meena from quantum technology. She's one of the known consumer inciting person in India. And likewise, I follow Dr. Zamil Jaki from Stanford University, who writes about human behavior especially in the perspective of human kindness and empathy.
All right, that's a very interesting list. Prashant, what about you?
I don't have any likings as so, but I do consume content, so I get certain similar faces, but I don't follow anyone. But I start getting similar faces automatically, so I don't care. So I don't follow.
All right, so just to end up and summarize with my choice, the kind of influencer I follow. I mean, it's nothing to do with the corporate world, but he does speak to a lot of corporate and session. That's Mr. Gaur Gopal Das, right? We all know him, and then of late he's very active on LinkedIn, of all the platforms, right? So that's about it. I think this panel was all about looking into the future of content and brand, and I hope you had a great session hearing all the experts out here. I don't know if you have time for audience questions, but that's all from our end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we come towards the end of the session, I would request Mr. Obhijit Dotto, member of the Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber and Manager Marketing, Berger Paints India Limited, to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists as well as the session chair. Sir, request you to kindly come up on stage, please. Also would request you not to leave. We have some exciting hampers to be given out. Request you not to leave. Please stay back. We'll have the audience questions and the hampers. Vikash, hope you're ready with the question so that we can immediately start the next round. Yes, we can clap. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Vikash, quickly over to you for the audience questions and the hampers to be won. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It was definitely an enlightening session. Now, as we wrap up this enlightening conclave, it's time to put our knowledge to test. Get ready to flex your expertise and showcase what you have learned. Now, you have to raise your hand. There's certain rules here. You have to raise your hand, be the first one to reply with the answer, and you'll get rewarded for your speedy and knowledge. Yeah. Microphone? All right. I think this is an easy one. I think everybody who's here since morning would be able to relate to this question. And I want to see maximum hands coming up. So the first question, name the virtual influencer character that the legendary actor Neena Gupta has recently enacted. Can we have the mic here, please? Can we have the mic there? Please, we request no prompting. And the answer is correct, absolutely correct. Thank you so much. May I have your name, sir? Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the second question. What is more important, choosing a right influencer? Any guesses? What is more important, choosing a right influencer?
Creativity and bravery.
I would rather ask somebody to please raise your hand and
number of views, whatever content he or she is sharing.
Sorry?
Number of views rather than the number of followers.
And that's absolutely bang on. It's the views rather than subscribers. We should be looking at the views rather than subscribers. Thank you so much for the correct answer. May I know your good name, sir, please?
My name is Ram Kinkar.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Our sponsorship partners here for gifts are Fortune. Okay, moving on to question number 3. What's one factor for influencer marketing that brands should ideally avoid? I'll give you the options. Please hear the options carefully. Again, repeating the question, what one factor for influencer marketing the brand should ideally avoid? Number 1, matching influencer expertise with the right product. one-off campaign with an influencer, transparency and authenticity. And we have. Could you please introduce yourself first, please?
Yeah, hi, this is Aditi Dhar.
Hi, Aditi.
Yeah, so the second one.
And that is?
You spell it out once.
One of the campaigns with an influencer.
Yeah, correct.
All right, and the answer is absolutely correct. Thank you so much for the correct answer. So this shows us people were really attentive in the first half before lunch. Now the questions come round back to post lunch, and we want to see how many were you actually attentive. So the first question is, what is art in storytelling? ART. It was also showcased on the screen. Art into storytelling. We have. So your introduction, please.
So Subhangshu. So ARTS, Art of Storytelling, is a relevance, response, and retrospective, translational and tropical, and systematic and simulating, I think.
Absolutely, bang on 100%. And this shows, yeah, people were actually listening. Thank you so much for your correct answer. And this is a gift hamper for you from Fortune. All right. Now this is one of very important question which I found intriguing, and so what are the 3 key pillars for building an influencer network? This was again displayed by discussed by one of our prominent speaker, and it was also showcased on the screen. So what are the 3 key pillars for building on influencer network? I'll give you the first one, and if you can answer the rest too. The first one is identifying right partners. All right. Yes, sir. Please. Your introduction, please, first.
My name is Somnath Banerjee from Shalimar.
Oh, yes, Mr.
Identity
Banerjee.
partner, design program, and long term.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, come on. Give them a big hand of applause, please. And your Shalimar is taking Fortune gifts. Come on. Another round of applause, please. And Fortune giving to Shalimar. Yes, awesome. That's the kind of collaboration we're looking forward for. Okay, last but not the least, which is not one of these emerging trends in influencer marketing? I'll give you all the options. Again, I'm repeating the question. Which is not one of these emerging trends in influencer marketing? Number 1, micro influencers. Number 2, omni-channel experience. Number 3, hyperlocal. Number 4, tie-up exclusively with celebrities. And number 5, strategic partnership. The man in the black shirt, yes. Your introduction, please.
My name is Kaushal Agarwal.
Hi, Kaushal.
So the answer will be tie up exclusive with celebrities.
And that's absolutely correct. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you. Okay. So we have another question. Okay. Now, this is one random question. We all heard about this term during a discussion called "If content is king, distribution is kingdom." So before getting into that, I just want to understand from the audience. I think we all have heard this term called "content is king." So who is the famous personality who said content is king? Any wild guesses? It's a very famous personality. No.
From Hoi Choi. Yeah, Santanu.
No, no.
Yeah.
It's a very old saying called "content is king," and it's.
No, in the session he said.
He said about content is king and distribution is the kingdom. I'm just asking who said content is king?
Hello?
And we have Google's answering the questions. Come on.
Bill Gates.
Yes, and that's sir, may I know your nname, please?
Aviksana.
Mr.
From
Aviksana,
IIT.
and that's absolutely right. Thank you so much. Okay, can we move on to the mega question? Okay, there was another challenge which was celebrity-like influencer pose, and we have it. She has taken it very diligently and also posted it on social media, tagging BCCNI and with the relevant hashtag BCCNI influence of influencer, and she is Ipshita Moitra. She isn't here, but she is one of the prominent winner because she has taken it very diligently by posing like an influencer. So she's not here. In her absence, please give it up for Ipshita Moitra. Absolutely. So here is a post. We would like to share it. Please. He also shared his insights and learnings from today's conclave. So that means he was attentively, listening. Please give it up for Mr. Mukherjee. Anybody who's active on LinkedIn, I'm sure we must be active on LinkedIn and must have written something about today's conclave. Yeah, I see there. Yes, people. So, yes, sir. And the ma'am there behind, please, could you just stand? Please come up on stage and share your thoughts. What have you posted on LinkedIn? Come up. There's no, sorry? Yeah. And that is a mega prize. We would like to hear from you. And guys, come on. Come up, ma'am, please. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kanishka Kumar, and I must say I'm really thankful to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing such a fantastic event. And I learned a lot of things today. The first thing was about influential marketing and the powerful strategy that influence every stage of this funnel, from awareness to conversion. The right influencers can turn casual browsers into the loyal customers. That's the real power of influencers. The second thing was about crafting digital content with a purpose. In today's fast-paced digital landscape, content is king, but only if it's crafted strategically. Storytelling is of importance value, and that is what will keep your audience coming back for more and more. And finally, we talked a little bit about the future. It's just not about numbers, it's about finding the right fit that speaks to the target audience. We discussed AI approaches that will dominate influencer marketing, and especially about the conversations around metaverse that will be one of the most key importance of influencer marketing going forward. So let us keep the conversation going and hope next year we'll all be back with more discussions about technology and the impact that is going to make in the future. Thank you. Yeah, I put. Thank you.
Awesome. There was one more lady who was here. Yeah, please come up on stage. Yes, please come up. Yeah. Please. Yeah, you can just give some insight. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Meghna Jaiswal, and I just posted on LinkedIn that I was very excited to be on this event representing IndusNet technology. So yeah, that's all. Excited to be a part of this incredible event representing IndusNet technology. Join us at 14th Marketing and Brand Conclave hosted by the Bengal Chemical Commerce and Industry. Looking forward to connecting and sharing ideas. Swing by stall 1 and let's create some impactful memories together. Let's revolutionize together. That's all. Thank you.
Please be there. We would like to. Yeah, just a second. We would like to give away the prize, please. Yeah. So we request you to be on the stage, please.
So to give away the mega prize, I would request Mr. Anupun, Chairperson, Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to kindly hand it over. And we also have another small hamper for her. Young girl written something on LinkedIn. So I think these are the two people who have written. So gifts for them. The mega hamper goes to you, sir. Your name, please?
My name is Kanishka Kumar.
From?
I met him.
Okay, Mr. Kanishka Kumar from HiMet Limited gets the mega prize. Can we please put our hands together for him? So please, so that way, for the picture. Now for the young lady. Your name is? Meghna Jaiswal. She gets the hamper. She's written something on LinkedIn. Young girl, so we decided to give the hamper to her. Please put your hands together for Meghna. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Praveen Srivastav, Chief Marketing and Sales, Branded Products and Retail, FP Tata Steel Limited, and Co-Chairperson, Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I stand here on behalf of the Marketing and Brand Committee of Bengal Chamber of Commerce to thank all of you and people who were there earlier to be part of this conclave. As I stand here, my feeling is I feel very enriched at about 5 p.m. than what I was at 10 a.m. And that all thanks to all the speakers and the panelists who decided to share their experience, their insights, their foresights, and a lot of stories which helped us to learn more about the influencers and their prospect in brands and marketing. So influencers are always part of brands, always part of marketing. Only thing is the advent of the new age influencers have really catalyzed this whole process of using influencers for marketing. I'll just very briefly in bullet points some of the 5 or 6 learnings that I had today, and I'm sure all of you have. This is not comprehensive, these are my list. I'm sure all of you must have had your list as well. And obviously these were the most used words today as well. So content and context are very important for brands. The new age influencers bring their own content, and hence the marketing team or the brand managers have to align their context to those content. Trust and authenticity, obviously customers always believe wherever they feel the authentic influencers. With the advent of technology, even with the advent of technology, AI, I think human touch and emotional connect is still important, and marketers continue to work on that. We also heard on the importance of data and analytics. I think as marketer, as corporate, we can't live without that. That's still part of the biggest decision making. And last but not the least, the fundamentals still remain the same. So many things are changing, but the fundamentals still remain the same. So these are some 5 or 6 key bullet points that I might take away. I'm sure all of you must have had your takeaways as well. I'd also like to thank all the partners who sponsored us today. I don't want to miss out on any one of them. So our chief patron, JS Group, title sponsors, Tata Steel, associate partners, Century Plyboard, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and INT. Our co-partners, Shalimar Chemicals, Berger Paints, and Quaker Chemicals. Our media partner, Telegraph, outdoor partner, Selwell, and FMCG partner, Fortune Foods. Last but not the least, special thanks to the organizing committee led by Swarnali and her team. I think a great group of dedicated team members. And I know they have been working for over a month to put up this show with so many coordinations of speakers, of venue, and everyone else. So big thank to all of you. As we move forward from this conclave, I'm sure we'll be able to use some of the learnings that we had today in our daily life, in our professional life. And the intent of the committee is always to bring on the stage something new, something unique, that does not happen very often. So we spend a lot of time in identifying what should be the topic or what should be the theme of the conclave, and hopefully we'll come back again next year with something very unique and very new, and hope to see you all of you again. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Hello. So this small gift is for Vikash for doing it so nicely. So Praveen sir will be handing it over to Vikash. He has been really working hard for this competition to happen, the contest, the questions, everything he has done. Can we please put our hands together for Vikash? Thank you, Vikash. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful having you all here. Look forward to seeing you all next year again. Thank you.